Melvinger is known as the leading magical family on the Conch continent, and our protagonist Elric comes from this very family. 30 years ago, during the war with the Demon Clan, the Melvinger family led humanity to victory. However, most of the key members of the family also sacrificed their lives in this battle. And when Eric turned 8, his father, who had been affected by the war along with his mother, a magic teacher, also passed away. Only Eric and his sister remain as direct bloodline members of the Melvinger family. Since then, the vassal families who had sworn loyalty to serve the Melvinger family have betrayed them. At that moment, Eric vowed to become the greatest mage and restore the family's honor. That was his plan, but what happened afterward did not go as he hoped. Because Eric, the eldest grandson of the first great chieftain, couldn't even open the first magic circle. This happened because Eric suffered from a very rare condition called magic blockage. Because of that, he couldn't use magic at all. His dream of restoring the honor of the Melvinger family was gradually put aside, and he became a laughingstock to everyone. For many years, Eric trained himself to the point of exhaustion just to find a way to cure his magic blockage, but he was completely at a loss. However, heaven never abandons the good. Eric believes that his prayer has reached heaven, and that one day he will meet a dragon, which is his only chance to restore his fallen family. It is you. You will free me from this cursed seal. My new vessel, come here. Merge with me and together we will rule this world. Human boy. Those were the words the Black Dragon said to Eric back then. And then that dark, pitch-black power gradually took over his body. At first, that feeling was really uncomfortable, and if Eric had known it was the Devil's Test, he would never have sought out that dragon. But as the only surviving son of the Melvinger family, how could Eric let himself be consumed by this thing? On the opposite side, that bastard also sensed this. He didn't know where Eric's mysterious power came from, but he couldn't deny that it was too strong. And then, as Eric lifted the curtain of black mist and stepped out, the Demon King could feel a threat identical to the one from the Demon War years ago. I hope this voice will reach our descendants in the future. Here, according to the agreement, the Demon King will be swallowed. Eric's voice echoes, but it seems that voice doesn't belong to him. And then with just a snap of his fingers, the game was turned around. Eric went from being the one consumed to the one devouring. And the Demon King, who was once very pleased to have found a vessel, is now weak and pitiful, only able to scream helplessly as Eric's power consumes him. After that snap, the sky was silent, and then a dark blue dragon tattoo appeared on El's arm. Still, Eric doesn't seem to fully understand the situation he's going through. The proof is that he doesn't even know where he is or what he's doing. Then, in a dazed state, Eric suddenly encounters a shadowy figure. Although the face is unclear, he feels that this person is very familiar. Then the voice of this extraordinary man echoed, "We are the first scholars to pursue the pinnacle of magic." This voice only makes Eric more confused because he feels like he's heard it before, but in the midst of his chaos, he can't figure out who the owner of this voice is. However, there are those who fought for a greater power. This person continued, "They brought misfortune to the world because they were corrupted by demons. We have decided to fix this and to atone for our past. We created an opportunity in this world, a chance to purge the demons from their roots." When that voice echoed, Eric seemed to see a giant demon, or rather, the Demon Lord, slowly passing before his eyes, like a reenactment of the demon battle from years ago. And the mysterious voice owner also firmly stated that eradicating all the demons is their mission. However, the demons will never disappear completely. They will always come back. He also said that you must keep destroying them over and over again, until the group can no longer be disbanded. That fierce battle is unfolding right before Eric's eyes. Although the entities in front of him don't touch or hurt him, they feel incredibly real. So vivid that Eric didn't realize he was just falling into fragments of memories. And when he saw an impending danger threatening the owner of the mysterious voice, he didn't hesitate to rush forward. "Watch out!" Eric shouted loudly, reaching out to grab the mysterious man's hand, but he only caught a patch of air. Then the illusion disappeared, the Demon King was gone, and the man with the mysterious voice was also gone. Eric returned to reality, and what just happened could only be called a dream. Now Eric is lying on a soft bed in a sunlit room perfect for recovery. Sitting by the bed, though turned away, that familiar red hair, if not asking, who else could it be? If not, Eric called out, "What? Are you crying? Am I really going to cry now?" Shin stubbornly replied, but his shoulders were trembling violently and his voice was shaky, making Eric realize that he was actually crying. Shin also silently cursed Eric for waking up at the worst moment and making him embarrassed. "It's okay. I can cry. Now, I remember I also cried when I was in the cave. Eric just wanted to comfort me, but unexpectedly he ended up hitting my weak spot even more. Until he half-turned his face, with eyes that seemed to want to kill you." Eric muttered softly, "Sorry, boss." The intimidation scene was over, and Shin told Eric to get up and get off the bed. At first, I thought he was going to beat me up, but I just wanted to confirm a suspicion. That after leaving the dragon's cave, Eric had grown taller. I used to be half a head shorter than him. Now, after going through a change, they are now the same height. Even Eric didn't expect this to happen. Looking at himself in the mirror, he put on an expression of disbelief. Eric never expected his body to change after leaving the dragon's cave. "Wait until you calm down a bit," Shin asked. "What happened? Tell me. And what about the dragon? I'll tell you when the time is right. I promise." Eric scratched his neck. Though he really wanted to tell Shin about these things, he felt he still couldn't share them with him right now. Shin looked at Eric for a long time, then let out a heavy sigh. Although the unclear truth made him feel uncomfortable, he trusted his core and guessed that he had some idea or plan. So Shin had to pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. But to be fair, keeping secrets from me still makes Shin feel proud. "Ice, don't be angry." Eric gently calms Shin like a child, then smoothly changes the subject. "So, how's that cave doing?" Shin was cracking an egg while saying that his family would take over that place. Eric felt it was also good. At least it fell into Shin's family rather than others. He also thought that the Narraster house would be busy excavating the dragon cave after taking over. Who would have thought Shin would casually say that they only guard the gate to prevent anyone from entering or leaving because it belongs to you. You found it, and they can't let anyone do whatever they want. What he says is truly correct. I can vouch for that. According to the law, the dragon's cave belongs to the person who finds it. But usually, major academies can gain an advantage first by requesting permission to excavate. Of course, once this dragon's lair is discovered, the Magic Tower and the Academy will go crazy trying to get in there. Eric understands this very well, so he's even more grateful for his true friend. You also know that the Narraster family really wants permission to excavate that cave, but they still asked for it because of you. Truly a great friend. A great... What are you laughing at? Stop laughing, you sicko. I couldn't help but laugh at Eric's cheesy smile. Thanks a lot. Hey. But setting aside the fact that Shin helped Eric, suddenly a name appeared in your mind. That's right. And Old Man Bar too, isn't he? How could you forget the bastard who dared to scheme against you when exploring the dragon cave? Hey, what crazy stunt are you planning to pull now? Whenever you smile in such a dangerous way, something is definitely going to happen. Shin gritted his teeth and asked, "Shin, I need to ask you for a favor." Eric suddenly approached. "This expression of yours only makes Shin feel more uneasy." Who would have thought that Eric's request was so simple, just to announce that you were seriously injured? Even though I didn't understand what you were planning to do, I still agreed to follow my friend's request. So, right after, the Royal Magic Hospital became Elk's recovery place, a heavily wounded man in a deep coma after returning from the dragon's cave. When Barks and his men arrived here, they were told this, and the doctor at the Royal Magic Hospital straightforwardly asked him to leave. I went all this way only to be told to go back. What about Quinn's excavation? Are you planning to leave that cave untouched? Among Barks's followers, whispers started to spread, and then the questions came more and more rapidly. They questioned why the Narraster family members blocked the hospital entrance, but no matter how much they asked, they still couldn't get in. Eric stood on the third floor, looking down through the window, smugly mocking these old men. "You're really a fool. Please rest well." Donis, the spokesperson of the Narraster family, just finished clearing away the lunch. After he left, Eric finally let out a sigh of relief as the space became a bit more private. "It's enough for you to talk to another creature present here that no one else besides you can see. Hey, why don't you stop that staring? How long do you plan to keep staring at me?" Mephisto, with a scowl on his face, faced Eric now. "Mephistopheles is the demon king you took over in that dragon cave. Not only did you lose the container he struggled to find, but you also lost your freedom. How could he not look annoyed? Hey, why aren't you showing any respect to the honorable king standing right in front of you?" Mephistops irritably retorts. "He is the great demon king who once caused the entire world to tremble with danger and chaos, known fully as Mephistopheles. However, now he is just a wicked spirit trailing after Elec and enduring your contempt without being able to fight back." Not long after waking up, Eric has begun to faintly sense the change within himself. And just as he thought everything that happened in the dragon's den was real, the proof is the dragon's heart inside his chest. That is the source of the absolute power of the ancient dragon. The dragon clearly died after being pierced by the Demon King's red spear, but now there is a dragon's heart beating inside his chest. Eric isn't sure if it belongs to that dragon because he still senses something different. His vague memories only go as far as when the Demon King tried to take over his body. That is why Eric wants to extract information from this Mephistopes. In ancient times, when gods ruled the world, there was a deity called the Demon God, representing darkness and four attendants. They are Phoenix, Destruction, Insanai, Madness, Forn, Lust, and finally, Estorinal Peccet, the source of all sin. And this last name is also the origin of the Demon King. the supreme and most powerful demon lord in legend. I told you not to call me Mephisto. My name was given to me by the great demon god. Mistofest went crazy, but clearly his anger had no effect on instilling fear. After all, this name is now just a noisy evil spirit with no threatening power. Does the Demon King usually act so stupid? I've told you many times, but you still don't understand. Are you deaf from old age? Eric yawned as he replied, then climbed back into bed and lay down. Mistofest trembles with fear. After 1,000 years of waiting, not only was he unable to revive himself, but someone mortal also stole all his mana. He once made the entire world bow before him. That is also the reason for Dope's existence. Then he faced a formidable enemy, the Dragon King Zen Ak. He blocked his path to conquest, and in the final battle, they were buried together. And so 1,000 years passed. Mephistopheles waited and waited, until finally he met Eric, the vessel capable of freeing him from this seal. During the exploration of the Dragon Cave, you successfully passed all the tests he set, which Ek still thought were the dragon's tests. And then, just as Mephistopheles was close to taking control of your body and soul, a huge power suddenly erupted from within you, ruining all of Mephistopheles' plans. Now, he only has a fragment of demon energy left. Even his avatar is weak and pitiful. Still, Mephistopheles is very curious. He still cannot figure out what exactly the enormous power that Eric possesses truly is. It must be some terrifying power that can even consume him, and most importantly, Eric currently shows no respect at all for a legendary demon king like him. This makes Mephistofest's life even more difficult because he values his reputation more than his own life. Even though the Demon King's name kept echoing in his ears, Elk paid it no mind, as he was still preoccupied with the mysterious voice he heard before waking up. This person said that he hoped his message would reach his descendants someday in the future. After regaining consciousness, Eric seemed to realize that the voice belonged to his grandfather. Here, according to the pact, the first Demon King will be devoured. This sudden thought made Elk jump up in surprise. So, that means you have absorbed the power of the Demon King? Then the family heirloom necklace of the Melvinger family is actually a tool to devour demon kings. In other words, it is a tool to swallow and control demons. If that's the case, it could devour other demons besides Mephistopheles. If there's the first demon, then there will be a second, third, and many more. Hearing this, Eric couldn't help but turn to look at Mistofest and then smile wickedly. If your guess is correct, then the demons will soon become your mana. Mephistopheles may not know what you're thinking, but just seeing that smile of yours sends a chill down his spine. So, right after that, Eric sneaked out. Miss Topes kept asking why he came here, but he had no intention of answering this noisy, evil spirit. Before figuring out how to use the power of this pendant, you need to verify a few things first. So, Eric sat down cross-legged and began to channel mana through his body. It's amazing. Even with my eyes closed, I can still clearly sense what's happening around me, like a beetle fluttering its wings or a gentle breeze passing by. Eric could see and feel everything. To test whether his suspicion was correct, he instinctively reached out and used burning magic. A blazing fire erupted before him, and his face turned pale as soon as it happened. Because it is dragon magic. But how can an ordinary person use the magic of dragons? Even if Elk has Melvinger blood, this is a bit too much. When Elk stood before that fire, he was silent for a long time. Only then did he tilt his head back and let out a few dry, hollow laughs. The emotions he felt at this moment are truly hard to describe. So now Eric is able to use magic at last. The magical blockage that had tormented him for so many years is finally gone. The insults calling you the filth of the Melvinger family and all those who betrayed the family and abandoned you. It's time to settle everything once and for all. Below, the reporters with their cameras kept clicking and flashing their lights non-stop. They keep asking if student Eric Minger is really in a coma and what about the rights to excavate the Dragon's Cave. The officials carefully give their responses, stating that the official announcement will be made at the Magic Tower, so please confirm the statement. When the press conference ends, he quickly leaves to return to his workplace. My whole body is still trembling. My voice chokes with confusion. Young master, please don't make me do things like this. You're rubbing your temples and praising now. You're here already? Good job, everyone. He's complaining. It's nothing. All the fuss whenever you're with Elk almost got me killed. It's worrying, but if your scam gets exposed, the Magic Tower and the royal family won't support you. Can you handle the consequences? I hesitated before handing him the handkerchief in front of him and replied, well, then I trust Eric because he said he's already thought it through. You're all sweaty, wipe it off. Eric's excited face flashes in Shin's mind. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. He trembles with anger, cursing inwardly. Eric, that bastard, does he know how much I've endured? While wiping sweat, they asked where Eric had gone, and Shin casually replied, I don't know where he wandered off to. He remembered the note you left behind saying, please, let me go for a bit. What are friends for? I rely on you completely. A wave of thoughts flooded his mind. With such a weak body, where could he possibly go? Suddenly, he discovered a letter among the documents in his hand and slowly approached young Master Shin. He stammered, his voice full of worry. "Something's wrong!" At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the door. Shin's voice rang out. "What is it?" Their eyes fixate on the bright red seal on the letter. He hesitated, too afraid to say it. "That thing." The door burst open with a powerful kick. She shouted in anger. "Little brother, are you planning some scheme that you won't even tell your sister about?" His face was filled with horror. "Why are you here, sister?" The woman spoke coldly. "Why are you surprised?" Standing in front of them is the firebird witch Tasa Narister, and you mock, "Is it strange for your sister to visit her brother?" The Magic Tower, the Royal Family, and the Necromancer Alliance each produced great geniuses of the century in the same generation. They are the 3 stars who will lead the Empire and are called the new 3 stars. "Did I pinch your ears because you didn't show him my letter?" He tried to cover it up. "I've been a bit out of it lately. Only the youngest in history to earn the title of Grand Mage is one of those 3. He frowned, his voice a little annoyed. "So why are you here?" she calmly replied. "I heard that your friend's sick, so she's also someone with a magic certification. I can't just leave it be. Is Eric not in the room? Is he somewhere else?" A wave of unease rises in my heart. Forget it. If she enters the hospital room, he would be trembling all over. He secretly made a plan. Min is eavesdropping too eagerly. We have to send her away before she finds out. Make up a story. Eric is currently not available to meet anyone else. I look at you with a cold gaze. "Is that so? Please stop trembling, so don't bother the doctor and go back." She suddenly grabbed his hand. "Little brother? Are you ordering her around?" she asked. "Let's continue our conversation. What happened to the dragon cave?" "Excavation rights?" I wonder, silently in shock. "Dragon's den. I forgot that this witch is a dragon fanatic. I coldly ask, no one has taken it yet, right?" He hesitated, sweating profusely, and nervously replied that it was Alec's decision to betray his close friends. She frowned, her threatening gaze fixed intently on the person before her. Her magic erupted fiercely, illuminating the entire room. I coldly say, "Well then, there's no other way," and squeeze his trembling arm tightly. Suddenly, Tasa gently let go, leaving Shin standing there in confusion. She waved goodbye and left, telling you to contact her when your friend wakes up. Tasa continued, "If you don't contact her first, be prepared to get a beating. Little brother?" The image of my sister tormenting me suddenly flooded my mind, making me shiver. Eric silently groaned. "Hurry up and do something." The faint calls of the children suddenly startle Shin. "Missing you. He looks completely miserable right now. Has she left yet?" He shouted in panic. At the same time, news spread quickly throughout the town. The heir of a prestigious magical family is unconscious. Eric stands in front of a newsstand, cloaked in a hooded cloak to hide his identity. The sound of knives echoing through the street. Who will have the right to excavate the dragon's lair? You praise him, saying he's handling everything well for you. At this moment, a figure on the newspaper catches Eric's attention. "Well, who is this?" His eyes fixed tightly on the newspaper in his hand. "Our director looks quite photogenic, doesn't he?" Eric muttered with a smile as he could still walk. "Director." The scene shifts to the academy. Looking at the information displayed on the newspaper, River flattered. "Congratulations, headmaster," he bowed respectfully. "Now you can do what you wish." Dean interrupted. "Don't be so hasty." The old man cleared his throat softly. "The election hasn't started yet." Riv Bach, I was too hasty. "I cannot understand the feeling of wanting to protect the future of the academy and your students, sir." The flattery sounded so sweet it made Din smile with delight. "Honestly, I told you I haven't been promoted to principal yet." Then he asked about the situation. "How is that student Eric doing?" He immediately replied, "I heard he's barely surviving each day." "Oh no, what bad luck." Riv immediately suggested that if he wakes up, it would be a big problem, so we should hire some assassins. The old man's face darkened like a stormy night, and magic erupted fiercely around him, ready to burst out. Furious with rage, he suddenly fell silent, his eyes blazing with a sharp, sword-like gaze filled with deadly intent. He trembled, sweat pouring down like rain, his face drained of all color. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, the magic disappeared as if it had never existed. Din said quietly, "There will be a vacant professor position after the election," and his words carried a hidden meaning. "I wonder who will take that position then. Riv, are you stunned?" Din continued speaking, "I'm just the dean. I don't know what's happening outside the academy, but he seems to understand," and whispers softly. Then Riv bows deeply as a sign of gratitude. "I will not let you down." Old Master Lang Yen takes a sip of tea, his calm exterior hiding a deep, scheming gaze. At the same time, the entire town has fallen into darkness, only the light from the windows filtering out, creating a gentle yet vivid night scene. In a dark alley corner, a figure in a black cloak quietly hides in the shadows. They gently removed their hood, revealing Eric's face gradually in the dim light. He looked up at the building in front of him. Let's get started. Eric ponders with his third eye, seeing beyond the world, wondering if he can find the hidden space. Eric suddenly raised his hand, silently thinking and channeling the mana of the dragon heart into it. At that moment, the blood in his veins seems to ignite, boiling fiercely. Eric froze, his eyes wide with shock, his mind blank. El's whole body trembled as if some strange energy had just awakened something dormant within him. Immediately, a surge of magic erupted, propelling Eric into the sky, leaving his cloak behind on the ground. It shone so brightly that it was blinding, with waves of energy raging fiercely, showing no signs of stopping. Then suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the ground. The shock wave spread out like a tidal wave. A wave of excitement spread through his body, almost unable to believe he could cast magic without complicated spells. Eric let out a small breath of relief, thinking he was off to a good start. Under the full moon illuminating the road ahead, he walks slowly, secretly thinking that he is finally at the starting point. A bright smile blooms on Eric's face, as if all worries have vanished. Now Mi-Fi appears, mockingly saying, "You're pathetic. You can only use that level of magic even with my power. Just a simple leap? Are you using a trick?" These words cut like salt into my heart. He's right. I need to be faster and stronger. Seeing that Lang Thin remained silent, he was furious, pointing his finger and shouting, "How dare you ignore me while I'm talking?" In my time, humans, demons, and even the dragon race would cower when they saw me, every time I spoke. Eric pondered, there is a thing called the Mind Seal in the true dragon magic of the dragon race. He slowly raised his left hand forward, gathering magic power, guiding his thoughts to take shape. Eric's right hand also quickly gathered magic and spoke aloud. Then he swiftly formed seals with both hands to activate the spell. Mi-Fi tenses up, watching every movement, a sense of unease creeping into each breath. At this moment, sensing that the opportunity has come, he shouted and jumped. In that instant, Eric's foot lightly trembled, and in a flash he was floating in midair. The scene before his eyes made him gasp in amazement. No way. Eric's challenge echoes as he is violently propelled upward, his eyes blazing with magical fire. Eric keeps rushing forward, piercing through each layer of air. He instinctively glances down and is stunned into exclamation. Huh. Then Eric started falling freely, shouting in panic, too high. His heart was filled with excitement and amazement, simple yet incredibly effective. Then Eric activated his magic and shot forward in an instant. All right, once more. Mi-Fi sneaked up right behind you, feeling anxious inside. He furrowed his brow, a thought flashing through his mind. An ordinary kid who just learned magic can already use mental seals and dual magic. Mi-Fi remembered the eternal enemy of the demon world, the Mbinger clan. He thought to himself, even the most terrifying Mbingers might not be able to compare to this guy. Mi-Fi stared intently at the person before him. A fleeting thought flashed through his mind. No, there must be. His heart gradually affirmed that it was only one person, a familiar face with a proud smile on his lips and eyes that challenged everything before him. Mi-Fi was startled at, oh my god, I shouldn't think like that. He secretly plotted, no matter the cost, before he becomes stronger. I must seize that body and crush this dangerous seed. Mi-Fi's face darkened, his mind in turmoil. Is there any way? At this moment, Eric's mind was in chaos, and he couldn't sense any hint of intent emanating from him. He fell silent, contemplating, focusing his mind. It's amazing, but still very difficult to harness it on his own. Eric clenched his fists tighter to become stronger. I need to understand the core of Long Law. I need a teacher who can keep a secret. You feel disappointed. In an academy already under Din's control, there's no one capable enough to teach me. Soon after, Eric lowered himself and landed softly. He kept thinking that at least it had to be someone on par with Hagram, but there was no way they would accept him as a disciple. Eric sighed quietly, thinking that if he were still alive, he would shake his head and tell himself no, not even his father. At this moment, Mi-Fi was still lost in his own story. Trample the roots, I still have my own feet. Seeing him, an idea came to Eric's mind. Wait! Without hesitation, he shouted, Hey, Mi-Fi! Eric suggests you teach me magic. A thought suddenly came to mind, and now I realize Mi-Fi is the best fit to be my teacher. Mi-Fi shouted in surprise, What? What the hell are you talking about? He immediately turned around, showing a cold expression. But upon hearing Eric's cry, a smug smile subtly curled at Mi-Fi's lips. Mi-Fi, scheming, pretended not to care. What benefit would that bring me? I will create a new container for you using alchemy. Mi-Fi thought sarcastically. An ordinary person can make a container for me. Eric continued, Tell me to become strong enough to do that. Those conditions still aren't satisfactory. Still, not enough. He chuckled softly and said, What can you do if I can't become stronger? Eric raised his hand and proposed, then suggest a different condition.
Mi-Fi's response leaves you speechless. I refuse.
He continued, why would I bother enlightening you? I might consider it if you become one of us. Seeing that Eric remained silent, Mei-Fi subtly glanced at him to assess. At this moment, he felt extremely pleased. That confused look on his face, satisfaction barely concealed. Are you trying to play me all this time as if I was a fool? A plan formed in his mind. Although I am still too weak to devour him, if I secretly use dark magic on him while teaching, Mi-Fi thought, he will become stronger and his soul will be invaded by dark magic, and then I will devour him. He smirked, his eyes full of arrogance. Now kneel and beg me to accept you as my disciple. Know your place and obediently become my vessel. You stupid M-binger! Oh, damn it! Suddenly, Eric shouted, stop it already. Mei-Fi's face paled, her facial muscles twitching as shock spread across her eyes. He was so stunned he couldn't speak. Huh? Listen, Mi-Fi, there are limits to what you can demand. Eric spat in anger, his voice full of frustration. Doesn't he understand what situation he's in yet? He stared at you with wide eyes, stammering as he asked, why? The mischievous chuckles echoing made Mei-Fi tremble with rage. That bastard is dead. Immediately after, he angrily charged at Eric. You didn't dodge, just calmly said one thing to shut him up. In an instant, his mouth was sealed shut. Eric cheered in delight, more successful than he had hoped. Mi-Fi continued to curse angrily, but his mouth was sealed shut, only able to produce muffled groans. The boy quickly covered his ears, teasingly saying, oh my, you're so noisy. Those insults are nothing. I will never be defeated just by the mind seal. Then, Eric cast the spell, adopting a cute gesture. A cute, pink, bunny-eared Mi-Fi quickly appeared before him, pouting in an adorable way. This transformation left Eric speechless, as if his blood had drained from his 7 orifices. Unable to hold it in anymore, you bent over and vomited with your eyes open. Oh my God. After vomiting everything out, Eric looked up at Mi-Fi, still maintaining that adorable act, feeling self-reproach. Why are you asking him to do that disgusting thing? It feels like you're going to vomit again if you look at it. Trying to suppress the nausea churning in your stomach, you handed him a notebook. Calm down. I don't want to see what just happened earlier, okay? If you change your mind, write down all the explanations about the mind magic and the spell here. I will dispel it for you after reading everything. Just being silenced and subjected to adorable actions is unbearable. I am completely captivated. He screams inwardly, do you think I will give in just with this much? To me? The one who endured being sealed for 1,000 years? Eric obviously isn't a patient person. He stretched and muttered, should I use this time to practice now? At night, Eric continued training with the fireball in his hand, ignoring Mei-Fi, who was forced to act cute with a scream in his heart. I will forgive you generously if you accept the car. The next day, Mei-Fi was furious seeing Eric ignoring him completely, secretly thinking he should be begging for his guidance in magic. The following day, Eric became more skilled with fire magic, while Mei-Fi started to attract attention. He was confused. What was wrong with him? And the day after that, after many days of being ignored and not talking, Mei-Fi started to think that since he would teach him eventually, should he pretend to compromise? Li Tri insists, no, I can't lose, but my body is very honest and keeps writing. The basic principle of the subconscious mind is that he finally compromises, and Eric smiles contentedly. Mi-Fi is furious. Do you really have to go this far? He is seething with anger inside, his pride swelling. No, I am the demon king Mistel's. I would never give it to a human. However, my body seems to be disobeying him a bit. Looking back, Mei-Fi realized she was trying to please Elk. What is this? Why am I acting like his little dog? Eric grabbed the notebook. The basic principle of the seal mind is an ancient knowledge you can't find in any book. He read through it and then praised it. Good, very good. Shouldn't you be happy to have helped me? Keep your promise, Eric snaps his fingers, ending the adorable act and returning Mi-Fi's body to freedom. But then you keep asking, can you point to a part of the notes you wrote in more detail? Maybe I'll let you speak. Aren't you a little disappointed? Because you can't talk. Mi-Fi trembled with anger, cursing inwardly. You're a damn bastard. What is this? Don't you know you should write more than the previous day? Seeing Eric's teasing face, Mi-Fi stammered in furious silence that only he understood what he meant. Who the hell decided this? Eric ignores his resistance. He persuades him, so you can write multiple times a day, adding a little each time. I'll lift the ban on speaking for 3 days. What do you think? Can you stand it? Now Fi is meat and fish, Eric is the knife and cutting board. If you fall into his hands, he can only endure and listen to your complaints and criticisms. By the way, your handwriting is terrible. Try writing neatly. I've thought about it, and doing it many times still isn't enough. Maybe you should just write everything out in one go. Have you ever thought about teaching me some secret technique as well? Mifai wrote while planning. Wait and see, the hidden magic in these notes will completely tear apart your body and soul, you arrogant fool. After studying and learning magic from Meifi, Eric has achieved some success. For now, it's the shiny ice block, and you've only learned the beginning. A chill from the ice spread through the forest where there shouldn't be any snow, but with the strength he had, he could create a block of ice several times his size. Mifai couldn't believe it, but the cold around him kept him alert. This can't be. Why are there no signs of the dark magic activating? He clearly remembers putting it there. At this moment, Eric suddenly turns his head to look back. What's with your expression, Mephisto? Are you planning something shady with my body? But nothing happened, so you must be disappointed, right? Mifai turned away abruptly, hiding his unease. I don't understand what you're saying at all, Eric said. Do you think I'm so stupid that whatever you give me, I just take without question? Facing me. Fi's smug face, Eric chuckled and said, It's okay, anyway, thank you. Thanks to you, I've reached a new level. Mifai broke out in a cold sweat, feeling panicked inside. Does he know now? Damn it, all this damn stuff? Eric checks the notebook. Is there anything else? You're getting stronger and stronger, so you don't want to stop at all. Mifai shouted, Are you dreaming? That human felt he was too noisy. You threatened to snap your fingers. Well then, no more talking. Mifai quickly said, There's nothing left. Eric was quite surprised by this. What do you mean I have nothing else I can teach you besides my true mind magic? The surrounding atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the birds flapped their wings and flew away from their nests. Eric was stunned and thought to himself, That thing, the mind seal spell, he means the highest level of mental magic besides divine speech. God's mental spells? Mifai looked at him with obvious disdain. You can't fully understand it. At your current level, you might go insane trying. Seeing the other person's attitude, Eric scratched his head and pondered. He wasn't lying. What should he do now? Mifai suddenly said that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That has always been the destiny of your Mingor family. This statement made Eric stunned. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. Yeah. Childhood memories flood back to your mind. Your father once told you that it was the Minger family motto, those who would continuously protect the continent from demons. Your father taught you and Alec about the honor of the Minger family on the devastated territory during the war against the demons. Even without words, Eric's father, you, were severely wounded by the aftermath of the war. He must still remember the days fighting as a mage alongside his grandfather. After the war, he was injured and his body grew weak and withered day by day. When he was young, Eric mischievously said, Dad, when I go to the battlefield someday, I'll be able to use super cool magic like Grandpa, right? Great Mage Alec appears here. He hesitated. After that, his wife, who was also Eric's mother, interrupted. Eric? She placed her hand on her husband's shoulder, making him tremble all over. And she looked at her little son and smiled, saying, I told you, what must you do to become a strong wizard? Eric, feeling discouraged, replied, Yes, ma'am, she's satisfied. That's right. You can't just have the superficial appearance of being a powerful mage like your father. Didn't I tell you that your grandfather became the greatest mage before he became the strongest on the continent? Seeing that his wife was disrespectful, Elle's father gently reminded her, Madam, I am still the head of the family. However, Eric's mother raised her voice. Dear husband, please stop planting illusions in the kids. Honestly, the men of Minger family never know how to listen. The mother then turned to praise her daughter. Heidi always listens to his mother. So the father took the opportunity to whisper to his son. Still, magic should only be perfected on the battlefield. Just as Eric thought he was finally going to learn something useful from his father, he disappeared before his eyes. Your mother was too quick and clever, pushing him away without forgetting to assign you the task. Eric, make sure you finish reading the summary of the research on the relationship between the ancient magic circle system and the new era language system by the end of the day. Okay. Hi. Take care of Elle for me. Hai coldly pinched Elk's ear and dragged him away, despite his screams and protests. Mom, please don't. I want to play with Dad today. Sister, my ear's about to come off. Let me go. Damn it! The father spoke up to defend his son. Madame, studying is good, but after all, they are just children. The mother sighed. That's because you spoil the boy too much, making him develop bad habits. Truly, like father, like son. As the sun sets and faces the roof of power, he can only helplessly sigh. The scene shifts to a stormy night with dark clouds covering the moon in the sky. A sobbing cry echoes from the Minger estate. The illness of the parents, especially the father's worsening condition, and the mother. The caregiver who looked after him day and night suddenly fell ill, and he spent his final moments with his mother before peacefully passing away together. Before passing away, your father weakly said, I am sorry. You have always shined brighter than anyone else in this world. It's all my fault, your gentle mother reassures. Don't say that. Ever since I met you and had our children, I've never been happier. The two hold hands, and he whispers, "Thank you. You are the one who raised our children to be good people. You truly are a wonderful mother." She is searching for her daughter. "Hi, Dai. Are you there?" ID responds, "Yes. Mom told me to take care of my little brother." "I'm sorry and thank you." Faced with these words, Heidi couldn't hold back her tears. The father looked at his little son.
Eric, I am sorry. The magic blockage was caused by me.
"I'm crying. Dad, I'm so scared."
Why did you have to leave like that? If you're gone, what will my sister and I do?
Suddenly, the thin hand of the father touched his face, wiping away his tears, and he whispered as he looked back on his life, saying that compared to the time he fought as a mage on the battlefield, he was much happier being a father to his children during their victorious days. "You don't have to become a mage." He smiled one last time. "I only hope that you will live happily with the people around you." With that, the hand on Eric's face gently fell away. He fell silent, tears streaming down like a river. Seeing his parents' hands still tightly clasped together, Eric softly called out, "Dad," but received no response, startling him, his tears suddenly stopping, replaced by a heart-wrenching scream. Well, ending the painful memories, returning to the sunny primeval forest, Eric quietly sends a message to his late father. "But father, you were wrong to say I don't need to become a mage. If I'm not strong enough, I'll be discarded in this reality." I clenched my fists and made up my mind. That's why I have to become stronger, so no one can turn their back on me anymore. He muttered that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. Eric agreed with this. "That's right. What I need most right now is real combat experience. Where do you think I should go? Stopping at a blood demon filled with ghostly monsters? That place is too dangerous. Then the goblin cave is already too crowded. Where to next?" Suddenly Eric remembered his father's words. "Listen, there are secret vaults of enlightenment all over the continent where our ancestors once lived.
You have found the right place."
"That's right, that's the place." Immediately after, he summoned his demon companion. "Let's go." Mephisto. He crossed his arms and asked, "Where are you going?" Eric replied, "I will go to the Snow People's territory." His eyes flashed with a green hue as the snow plateau. Warm golden sunlight poured over the forest, and a gentle breeze swayed the branches. At a cool, clear stream hidden among the trees, Eric is bathing and thinking that it could be a problem if his identity is revealed, so he needs to change his appearance. As he commands, Eric uses magic to send the stream of water soaring into the air, pouring down over his head, and when his hair is sufficiently wet, he suddenly orders the water to turn into being a blade, swiftly cutting off his long, flowing hair. Eric's mastery of magic has improved, and the stream's water moves as skillfully as a seasoned barber's hand, quickly trimming his messy hair. In just a moment, the long hair was trimmed short, but cutting hair alone isn't enough to hide your identity, he muttered to himself as he transformed. Eric became a charming tanned guy with stylishly neat brown hair. Only his green eyes remained unchanged. Looking at his new appearance, he smiled with satisfaction. "Looks good now, right?" Eric goes to the city at the foot of the snow mountain. At the guidance branch, someone said a team was preparing to depart. You got lucky. The guide said that no one is heading to the snow plateau anymore. It's surprising that suddenly many people want to go there. Our team just mentioned over there. Eric looked in the direction of his hand and the door creaked open. The guide told them they had arrived, just in time. Leading the group is a lively, cheerful boy dressed in thick winter clothes. Looks like we have a new member. Eric casually looked at the team he would be joining. This group was quite large, including 4 herbalists and 3 demon hunters armed with weapons, and the 5 people are hiding their energy. They are all fully covered, with their faces hidden. The boy is probably the team leader, always full of positive energy. Well then, I'll introduce myself again. Our tribe has a tradition of naming people based on their birthdays. My name is Manhwa, which means Monday morning. Are you wondering what this has to do with anything? Today is actually the second Monday of the week. In everyday language, that would be Tuesday, so as long as you stay close, you won't be in any danger. Because he's a soul, no one can see me, Phi, but he is affected by those around him and complains irritably. That bastard talks too much and just ignores him. So one day, I'll tear that damn thing apart. Eric ignores the complaints. You raise your hand and ask, "Oh yes, Manhwa, can I buy a communication crystal?" And the herbal shop immediately protests. "What for? Our village doesn't have any crystals. Someone suggested you could use methods like pigeons or sending letters." Suddenly, a Manhwa spoke up again. I suddenly remembered a hilarious story from before involving pigeons and sending letters someone interrupted. "What bad luck. Let's go." Manhwa didn't give up. The boy walked away, saying he regretted it. "I'll tell her on the way. Let's go." Eric is worried inside. She will be very upset if you don't contact her soon. Things are getting more and more complicated. Anyway, you already told him, so he will handle this. On the way into the snow plateau, Manhwa tells the story of the carrier pigeon, and then the pigeon suddenly dives headfirst into the chimney. But before realizing it with that information, that chimney must belong to the person who stole the love of the person living next to the old woman's lover, the oldest village elder here. On the way, Mei looked around, and I had a feeling this place was quite familiar. "This is the home of the snow people," Eric asked curiously. "Do you know about the snow people? Have you been here before?" He replied arrogantly, "Of course, they are just trash daring to defy us." Hearing that, Eric was startled. "Are you a snow demon?" Mei shouted in frustration. "Don't compare me to that trash." Eric silently wondered to himself. "I thought they were just monsters. But it turns out they are connected to the demon world, which is truly astonishing." Mei walks ahead without looking back. Still, their former king was truly useful. He must have received the blessing of the devil god, but his fate was not as fortunate. Eric wondered to himself, did the Snow Clan have a ruler in the past? His tomb might still be nearby, Mei suddenly said. Hearing that, he immediately asked, "A tomb? Does he know where it is?" He shook his head in resignation. Even if it's still here, it must have been robbed already. Eric glanced at Mei, pondering that if the snow demon was a ghost, their tomb might be linked to the family's secret chamber. When he was young, he used to lie on his father's chest and listen to his old stories. The secret chamber is the hidden sanctuary of the ancestors built to protect the family's legacy. Eric, when you grow up and become the clan leader, be sure to visit the Snow Plateau first. Please confirm all the family's heritage there and show respect to the ancestors. Holding the pendant in his hand, Eric pondered, what could the family's heritage possibly be? I wonder if you can learn more about this magic pendant when you get there. In front, Manhwa was still moving her mouth, not knowing where the boy got so much energy to talk all day. If you follow the legend passed down through generations in the tribe, the first Yeti that appeared was abandoned by her husband and left on this plateau. That woman has died. After seeking revenge, she met Zukiona, who appeared unexpectedly, and that's how the story begins. Manhwa's childish voice whispering in his ear made Mei furious. He covered his ears and demanded of Eric, "Can't you use magic to make that guy swallow his words?" "Look, my ears are bleeding now." Eric doesn't care. Just endure it. What kind of ghost would bleed like that? Pay attention and stay alert to your surroundings, especially regarding the snowman that the guy keeps mentioning. Why haven't they appeared yet? At that moment, Manhwa turned around to look at everyone ahead. The lively boy announces, "All right, everyone, the road ahead will be quite difficult. Before continuing our journey, we should have something to eat and drink." So the group stopped to rest, built a campfire, and sat together in a circle. Eric sat alone when someone stood up and approached the three demon hunters. Suddenly, he heard him ask for the hunter's opinion. "Could you lend us a bit of fire?" Since this person is hiding their mysterious identity, you can't help but squint and scrutinize. "The mana energy emanating from him is quite strong," Eric quietly observes. "He is as strong as a noble knight." After asking for fire, he returns to his group's spot. Thanks to the fire that they just got, their campfire gradually flared up, emitting a warm heat. Eric considers for a moment and says, "They don't seem to be targeting you. Could they be carrying out some kind of secret mission?" You notice someone with a bright blue headscarf that stands out from the rest of the group. Is that the leader? He doesn't seem to be. As you were lost in thought, the other person reached up and took off his hood. Eric was a bit startled when he saw the person's appearance, and the demon hunters also looked on without blinking. "That is Isabel, a beautiful and polite, noble girl." "Thank you. We will cherish it," Eric said softly. "Women?" The hunter whistled. "Why are you hiding such a pretty face, huh?" The young girl with a mischievous smile said with a teasing tone. "Oh my God. I never thought I'd be so lucky to have such an amazing experience here." As soon as they finished speaking, a figure swiftly drew a sword. The sword's target is precisely that foul mouth of the bearded hunter. The figure moved swiftly like the wind, and the hunter almost had no time to react. He had just finished laughing when he saw the tip of the sword right in front of him, and his smile suddenly froze. The young man with the sword ominously announces, "You've offended the young lady by speaking like that. Atone with your life." Isabel shouted from the other side. Chen put down his weapon and sat to watch. Mei stifled a laugh and trembled. Even Eric felt sorry for the hunter. Does he dare flirt with an aristocrat? Does that head have brains inside? Suddenly, something flickered behind the snow-covered trees, causing both you and Mei to turn and look back. Eric sensed something terrible approaching, his eyes shining with a dark light, utterly surprised. On the other side, Chen argued back, "But miss these bastards." Isabel is very unhappy with Chen's independent actions. She repeats and lowers her sword. Chen turns to look at her, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, but in the end he obeys and she sheathes her sword.
At that moment, Eric suddenly stood up and shouted, "Everyone run!"
Tren turned to look at him, confused about what was happening. What the hell? But it was too late, because his body had already been pierced with several holes from gunfire. Seeing this, Tron bent down and instinctively raised his sword to defend. Immediately after, his sword successfully blocked the sudden distant gunfire, while Manhwa and the boy's tribe stared in shock and fear. The shabby hunter who was shot through earlier collapsed, his alive companion trembling in fear without blinking. Chen deflected a distant attack, trembling intensely from the aftershock, and immediately ordered to protect the young lady. The knights all stood up and surrounded Isabel, trembling with fear, unsure of what had just attacked them. Eric frowned. This reminded me of the hive. A gust of wind signals an imminent attack, and sure enough, a barrage of spears and arrows is shot in this direction, causing Eric to exclaim, "Why are there so many?" The sound of arrows tearing through the wind whizzes past your ears, heading straight for you. The large arrows and spears are getting closer, and there's nowhere to hide near Eric. He raises his hand and casts a blocking spell. A shield made of many hexagons resembling a beehive appears in front of Eric, blocking the enemy's thick arrows. He's unharmed, so he turned around to check the situation. How are the others? Isabel's group has 4 knights taking turns to deflect the arrows, but Manhwa's group was not as lucky. They are just guides and herbalists who can't protect themselves, only shouting for help when they see their comrades fall. "Help me!" But no one stepped forward to protect them, only fresh blood staining the fallen comrade. Seeing this, Eric furrowed his brows. Meanwhile, Mei Fei appeared indifferent, as if this was a very normal thing. Just then, a loud explosion sounded behind the pine trees on the mountain slope. Because he is a spirit, Mei Fei suffers no harm at all. He smirks and says, "It's the fools from the Blood Eye tribe." Eric quickly used his special eyes to scan how many enemies there were, and in his view, the glowing spots appeared behind the trees. I heard that the snowmen usually travel in groups of 10, but now there are more than 10 glowing spots approaching quickly. They rush forward and suddenly appear in front of the group. Eric is terrified. But this is too many now. Shang quickly ordered to clear them out. Tweet's group, with their large physiques and superior melee skills, outnumbered the others, forcing them to struggle to dodge attacks from multiple opponents. Mei Fei cheerfully said, "The first match was a bit tough, huh?" Eric called out to Mei Fei softly, but he didn't hear and kept rambling. "You're starting to feel scared now that it's time to fight, aren't you?" Truly just like humans. Eric, annoyed, silenced him immediately with a simple spell, and the all-powerful Demon King was silenced. Yu coldly said, "This is not the time for nonsense. I guess the Demon King is a bit unconscious," Eric observed, and couldn't help but secretly praise. "I have to admit they are incredibly astonishing." His eyes lit up, seizing a perfect opportunity to counterattack, and he swung his sword, the blade flickering like an illusion as it sliced through the snowmen, a shower of blood raining down. Eric pondered, is this how a knight maximizes their aura? He turned his head away, wanting to admire more, but knowing this wasn't the right moment. The snowmen's ambush was a real problem, but they weren't all of them. Far away, in Elk's eyes, you see many more specks of light. There is another group of snowmen waiting for the chance to ambush us. Everyone could be in danger if they make the wrong decision now, but the story will change if he strikes first. He leapt into the air with a powerful push that shattered the ground beneath him. As he soared upward, Eric shed his handsome, cool exterior, reverting to his original form. Immediately after, he cast another spell. Wu Trang finished speaking, and a pair of wings grew on Eric's back as he flew far away, leaving Chen's group to handle the battlefield on this side. It seems that using memory to record some enhancement spells has proven useful. From above, he can easily see another group of aggressive snowmen heading towards where they are resting. Suddenly, a snowman notices something falling from above. Eric rushes down onto it, still feeling a bit worried. Even though you're not sure if your attack will work, you do it anyway, and a foot with a powerful kick comes crashing down on the snowman's head. Eric successfully landed on its head, causing a fatal skull fracture. His sudden appearance left the remaining snowmen utterly stunned. But Eric remained unfazed, at least able to slow them down. Before the snowmen could react, he continued his attack, erupting with power. With a thunderous explosion, a catastrophic blast erupts, scattering the nearby snowmen into pieces. Then Eric lands on the ground, his sharp eyes glancing at the remaining snowmen. Seeing them approach, he recited a burning spell, flames erupting from beneath his feet, incinerating the snowmen before him. The crackling sound echoed in his ears, and immediately after, the air froze solid. Sharp ice shards formed and kept multiplying as if alive, eventually transforming into deadly ice swords that descended from the sky at Eric's command. The surviving snowmen, still caught off guard, had no time to react before facing your attack again. Eric lowered his hand to control the ice swords to seep in. A deep, dull collision echoes as countless ice swords fly in and pierce the snowmen. Eric moves like a ghost, dancing. Where do you think you're jumping? A poor snowman will fall right there. The sharp ice swords pierced through the snowmen's bodies, killing them outright. When Eric's feet touched the ground again, only 2 shivering snowmen remained. You take a breath, only 2 left. Seeing them inch backward, Eric turns to glare at you. What are you planning to run off for? You smirk, slyly, subtly moving your 2 bound fingers. After defeating countless snowmen, Eric kneels on the snow, panting. I'm pretty impressive too, huh? You tied up a snowman to ask questions. By the way, let's have a chat. Turn around and call the demon to follow you. Me-fi. Eric forgot that he just silenced you. He was very angry, only able to mumble to show he was still there. You smiled, snapped your fingers to cast the silence spell. I'm still here, let's have a chat. Now that I have freedom of speech, Mi-fi has started to curse. This bastard, you really don't let him finish scolding. Eric has already warned him to shut up. Mi-fi wants to keep cursing, but he has to swallow his anger. Eric casually ordered, there's no time, so hurry up and translate for me. Mi-fi was confused. You're talking about the guy pointing at the chained snow person, telling him if he tells me where their tribe is, I will let him go. So Mi-fi started communicating with the snow people and told it to untie itself. Eric chuckled and said, I doubt I believe it. Mi-fi looks at you seriously and advises, in this situation, it's better to negotiate through dialogue rather than threats. Eric snaps his fingers and laughs loudly at the snow person, then says, I've already released it, so tell it to speak. Then Mi-fi continued speaking in the language of the snow people. The 2 of them whispered for a long time, as if plotting something. Then both of them turned to look at Eric with hostile eyes. Nona said, Mi-fi has malicious intentions. Translate his words and we have a one-sided conversation as follows. Now, let's pretend to cooperate with this disgusting guy. Eric sensed something was off and called out, Sir! The snowman betrayed them, roaring in anger and trying to attack you. So Eric quickly raised his finger and shot a block of ice at the snowman's head. His finger hovered in midair, purely a reflex. Eric let out a relieved sigh, almost causing a big problem. You tricked Mi-fi and the Yeti, both trembling as if they just did something bad. Eric smiled innocently, with a warning in his tone, so let's talk again. In the snowy mountains, the sun gradually rises, signaling a new day. The sound of snow and Mi-fi's conversation echoes through the forest. Finally, the snowman left, his upper body blinded. Eric followed and criticized Mi-fi. That naive snowman almost died because of you. Sir? He turned to thank the snow person. Thanks for showing me the way. Mi-fi outwardly seems to be impressed, but inside he's cursing. All of you, die. The snowstorm blows past, and Eric's body shivers as he places his hand on his chest. Inside is a heart pounding fiercely. The dragon's heart contains the magic of the dragon and the demon king. He can only unleash 3% of his magic from here. If I unleash all that strange magic, my body won't be able to handle it and will shatter. At this moment, the tied-up snowman in front signals that we've arrived. They stand in front of a snow village with a giant stone door. Eric considers that with his current level, fighting as before would be too dangerous. He clenched his fists but couldn't step back. With great ambition, Eric bravely moved forward. If that's all it takes to give up, how can you build a family clan? He glanced back. Looking up at the clear blue sky, he wondered if that noble young lady was safe and sound. On the other side, blood splattered everywhere as Chen gasped for breath after a long, exhausting battle. Not only him, but also his teammates just defeated a group of snow monsters and are now resting. Isabel rushes over in panic. Chen, did you see anyone just here? But when he turned back to answer Isabel, he smiled. Maybe he has escaped safely. The girl frowned slightly, her gaze distant. Maybe so, right? She paid no attention to Chen's affectionate gaze, her violet eyes reflecting worry, sorrow, and concern. She remembers the young man's green eyes. Please stay safe and unharmed. Right now, Eric has entered the Snow Tribe's village and is being blocked. He hesitated, but still firmly asked, Don't look at me with such a bloodthirsty gaze. Let me meet the chief of the tribe. I don't know if the snow people understand, but at least they didn't attack, though their hostile looks remain. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind. Move aside! The snow people listened and obeyed immediately, clearing a path. A heavy footstep sound echoes from behind. A large figure approaches. Eric raises his head and looks up, involuntarily swallowing hard. The snow tribe leader is taller than the others, standing like a small mountain before Eric, trying to stay calm. You said you have a few things you want to ask me. The clan leader growled but did not answer or attack, while Eric's hidden hand inside his cloak remained ready to strike a deadly blow. It would be better if you didn't go this far, but if talking doesn't work, that's the fastest way to take down this tribe leader. In the tense moment, the snow tribe leader with green eyes spoke. looking at Eric and asking his name. "What is your name?" Suddenly it started talking kindly, which made you react a bit slowly. Eric Mbinger, the Snow Tribe leader, looks quite fierce with numerous scars all over his body. After hearing your name, it fell silent for a moment before saying, "Follow me." This unexpected friendliness left you surprised and questioning inside. A while later, the Snow Tribe leader led Eric ahead, with the Snow Guardians walking far behind. As they walked, he began to tell a story, saying, "Our tribe has a legend." Eric asked curiously what the legend was about, saying it mentioned a great king who once ruled this mountain long ago. This caused Eric's pupils to suddenly constrict in shock. He immediately turned to look at Mei Fi, who nodded slightly at him. The Snow Tribe leader didn't care about your small actions and continued. That king said only one person was recognized as his friend. The person with blue eyes and Mbinger is their name. Eric goes from one surprise to another. "Do you think your ancestors and the Snow Tribe king are friends?" The Snow Tribe chief continued. "Our clan leaders continue to manage their houses according to the king's wishes." Eric squints and asks, "Where is that house?" "There, the two of you have reached a cliff overlooking an abyss that stretches into the depths." The Snow Tribe leader signaled Eric to look down, and he lowered his head to observe, wondering to himself if there was really a house beneath this cliff. The mountain wind howled from below, and the abyss was dark and ominous. Eric squinted, trying to spot the shape of the house. "There are no lights down in the abyss. You have to look carefully to see a small one." "This is crazy. There really is a house down there." Suddenly, Eric became a bit cautious as he sensed something. A cold gust of wind blows up from the bottom of the abyss. He is amazed as the air flow intensifies. The Snow Tribe leader says, "Every year when the wind weakens, we go down there, but no one has ever returned." Mi Fi hovers nearby, mocking the magic, yet not a single one has been caught. Eric remained silent, quietly looking down below as Mei Fi taunted. "How could that be? No one has enough skill yet." Eric nodded to himself, acknowledging that my skills are indeed quite daring right now. "However, if I just stand here now, I won't be able to take another step forward." As he spoke, he stepped forward a few more steps, and it seemed the ancestors wanted to see the skills of their descendants. The Snow Tribe leader looked confused and asked what you were planning to do. Eric decisively jumped into the deep abyss, smiling brightly and saying, "I have no choice but to comply with them." Watching Eric leap into the void, Mei Fi shouted, "Is this crazy guy just jumping down like that?" The cold wind stinging his face, Eric could no longer smile. "Damn it, the wind here is stronger than you think." Mi Fi can normally fly, so he's not afraid at all. In fact, he even dares to act superior and lecture others. "You crazy bastard, focus or you'll die." Eric started to put his foot down to change his falling position. "All right, just one more step. If you grit your teeth and focus, you can reach it." Looking at the house far below, he silently thought to himself, "Go down." With a lightning-fast fall, the house gradually became clear, but before he could hit the ground face first, the magic foot placement in the air was activated. Then, Eric skillfully jumps down in a Z shape to gradually reduce the impact of the fall. Finally, he lands on the snow, causing a loud shock that sends a thick layer of snow flying up. Eric lands in the snowfield looking incredibly cool, with gentle snow falling in a quite romantic way. But in the next second, his cool image shatters as he falls back, lying down on the snow, sighing, "I thought I was going to die." "I did it, right? That's peak, isn't it? Do you agree with that?" "I agree." Mi Fi was speechless. Indeed, Eric stood up and looked at the house in front of him, but it looks very normal, like a thatched hut. He stepped forward, reaching out to open the door. However, a magic circle appeared, blocking anyone who tried to invade this house. Eric was surprised. It seemed to be sealed with ancient magic. "You suggest try inputting a spell of mana," Mi Fi thinks, and then offers a suggestion. Eric uses his mana and recites countless spells. Dark Magic Master, Demon King, Monster Hunter, Cookie-Eating Squirrel, Sorry Bird, Dinosaur. After many failed attempts, can't you start thinking? Something like a key. Suddenly, a thought crossed Eric's mind. Could it be that he took the four-petaled flower pendant, nervously brought it close to the door, and the pendant was then moved near the magic circle? The barrier begins to spin. A flash of light erupts, and the pendant almost absorbs the protective barrier of the house. The door suddenly opens with a creak, and the sound echoes. Eric sighed in admiration. Indeed, a master of deception. Stepping inside the house that looked small but was actually vast, he was almost overwhelmed by the treasure trove of books left by his ancestors. He took a walk, reached out to pick a few books to browse, but only saw the titles, and Eric's eyes widened. This girl! He excitedly ran around the library in front of Mei Fi's annoyed gaze, exploring the basic teachings of the magic theory, including both celestial magic and monster magic. Is there also dark magic? Are all kinds of books here? Mi Fi looked around and assessed the place. It seemed to be the residence of the East Guardian Beast. Hearing that, Eric poked his head out and asked, "The East Guardian Beast?" Maybe felt a bit speechless at his ignorance, but he didn't know that he was secretly thinking that the person and the Snow King knew our ancestors, and there seemed to be a hidden story behind it. Suddenly, Eric's gaze fell on a book. "Huh? This book?" He took out and looked at the cover, The History of M. Binger. Out of curiosity, he opened the book and read it. "The mission of our family is to eliminate demons." A fleeting image appeared in his mind. This is exactly what Eric saw in his dream. Ta ignored his dream and kept reading, but the book was stained and some parts were hard to read. What could it be? This part is tricky. Certain conditions must be met. The mission bestowed by heaven upon our family can be accomplished. As Eric reads this information, the words from the book begin to escape. Devouring demons, and then devouring demons again if they can be properly digested. Will a new harmony of the demon path emerge? Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy burst from the book, originating from the words. Eric's eyes lit up with a green hue as commanding phrases hovered in his mind. Eat the demon, swallow the demon, drink the demon. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, and the face of the mask showed signs of cracking, but it didn't break apart. Instead, it shed its old form and became dazzling like a precious jewel. Eat, swallow, drink the demon. The black gem in the pendant, like a projector, emits a flickering beam of light. Countless images flash before Elk's eyes. The information read from the book echoes in his ears. In that case, all the demons will be contained within you. Thus, a new mage will emerge. The descendant who devours the first demon and overcomes the fate and the test of the demon realm, marking the beginning of a new era. Eric lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he found himself lying on a lush green meadow. He stared in shock, trying to find a familiar feeling. "Where is this?" Eric sat up suddenly when he heard someone speaking from behind. "It seems you are a Houghton from a distant future destined to receive our arrangement." A man stands behind Eric with his hands clasped. The wind blew through his blonde hair as he turned to look back, and that person gently smiled, wearing sunglasses and a beard with a hat. Eric dared not act hastily and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" "You lead and examine the air. I am Han Minger. The main guide is me. Otto Minger is the one who established the Mbinger family's demon magic system hundreds of years ago. Over many generations, only a few ancestors have been able to establish a renowned family name, and he is the ancestor who did so." Otto smiled kindly and said, "It seems you know me, huh?" Eric hesitated and asked, "Could my ancestor really be the great hero Dong Thu?" He was a bit surprised. "None of my descendants knew about this secret identity. Where did you hear that from?" Eric looked to the side but couldn't see Mi-Fi anywhere. Then he still honestly replied that it was the Demon King Misto who said so. "Where did that guy go?" Odo wondered in surprise. "Is Mephisto the Demon King of Original Sin?" Eric nodded. "Oh yes, he's just a silly demon after all." Oto chuckled, patting Eric on the shoulder. "So the first demon you swallowed was Mephisto Foles? He is very pleased. The talented heir has truly arrived. Should I increase the difficulty of the challenge?" At the same time, Mistopes is still in the library, twitching his ears in annoyance, cursing whoever dares to insult the king. You can only be considered properly prepared if you cut off all 4 limbs. Returning to Eric, he politely raised his hand and asked, "What is the arrangement about?" "Are you asking for instructions or guidance?" Carr gently ruffled his hair. "You're curious about many things, too." He smiled kindly and said, "You can record it freely, but leave the other things for later. Why are you in such a hurry to learn about complicated matters? Why are you shy?" He extended his hand and condensed magic. A white circle resembling a wheel appeared. The Carr says, "We have prepared a magic wheel similar to this one." He begins to use magic and explains, "If it starts spinning, it cannot be stopped. So I won't just give it to anyone. No matter how long it takes, I must thoroughly verify the heir first." He said that since you have passed my test, from now on, it is your choice. The Carr presents the magic wheel to Eric, offering 2 options: stop it or let it spin. As he finished speaking, the magic wheel was passed into Eric's hands, leaving him in shock. He doesn't know the family's plan, and if he steps wrong, his life could disappear. Eric clenched his fist and crushed the magic wheel, knowing this was his last chance to escape. The Carr thought you would choose to stop. He was a bit disappointed, but politely said, "All right, I respect your choice." Who would have thought Eric would say, "You will establish a school"? This statement made the Carr pause slightly as he said, "I will carry on the wishes of our ancestors, the great heroes, to leave my name on this land as a great mage." Eric remembered the ancestral statue he had seen. His eyes shine with determination as he extends his hand, holding the magic wheel, his long-held dream. He begins to spin the wheel to let it roll forward freely. The deafening explosion echoes each time the wheel hits and changes direction, with blinding flashes of light flickering before the two of them. The car sees this scene and is deeply moved. He pats Eric vigorously on the shoulder, praising him excitedly. Good. Oh, if only our successor had this boldness, they could do it, Eric protests. Oh, it hurts. What's happening on the green meadow? The wind howled and the car fired its gun. So he reached out, and the warm green spring meadow suddenly turned into a cold, snowy mountain of winter. Seeing the cold wind blowing fiercely, Eric suddenly turned around and looked behind him. This is a 180-degree change in the weather. The cold wind makes Eric shiver uncontrollably. Where is this place? The car doesn't seem to be affected by the weather. He says this is the place where the first acceptance test is conducted. His teeth clenched together with a chattering sound as his breath fogs the air. Eric rearranged his thoughts in his mind. So I will have to go through the test here. Eric suddenly felt excited. He smiled. In that case, you might become much stronger than you are now. The car also laughs. Are you smiling? That's a very good attitude for someone about to take a test. He points into the distance. Then look over there. Eric doesn't understand. What do you want me to look at? The guide car is further ahead. Look even deeper. Eric followed the instructions, focusing intently into the distance. Gradually, he saw a shape flickering in the darkness. That is a horn barely visible in the distant darkness. The figure is becoming clearer. A creature with two sharp horns and white fur stained with blood. Eric wonders what that is. Oto introduces the Snow Mountain King as the first and also the last character to unify the snow tribes, and as the ruler of this mountain, a figure with ambitions to force the snowmen expelled from the demon clan to return. But in the end, he was swallowed by that very ambition and left behind like a frightened demon when he heard that the Snow Mountain King was the second demon you must swallow. The boy turned to look at the man trembling, pointing at it. Does that mean I have to face that? Oto corrects himself. No, you have to swallow it. Are you afraid now? Now you will have to swallow the demon and obtain its root, which is the mark. Did Eric hear the word on-titch correctly? The car explains. Primitive and dark emotions like fear, depression, and anger radiate from it. It is an existence created from the ego, originating from the four mental states of dark thoughts within oneself, connected together to form it. That is the demon race. That is their nature, their class, and their symbol. The heart, where those dark thoughts are stored, is called the mark. Mephistope's original sin mark can be seen on Eric's hand, showing the demon's seal. Now you realize this is the mark of the Demon King. While Eric was still admiring the mark of Nephi on his hand, the voice of the car echoed in his ear. From now on, I will hunt demons and take their original marks. He pats your shoulder. If you can swallow the demon, all their power will be yours. This word's like a boost of motivation for Eric. He looks at the Snow King in the distance, imagining how powerful he could become if he gained the strength of such a formidable monster. Eric silently swallowed his saliva, knowing he had to try first to find out. He began to use his mana to cast a spell and take flight. The advice from the car is always in my ear. Remember this. Eric continues to activate his combat skills, opening his armor. The car reminds him not to aim for a knockout. Eric is now flying towards the Snow King, his fist clenched and ready. The voice of the car echoed in his ear, but it was just swallowing. These words made Eric feel a bit annoyed. But what do you mean by eating and swallowing something? What are you trying to say? In the depths of the dark fog, a shadow moved. The Snow King rasped, Is this magic Mephisto for Mbinger? It remembers Nephi's face, a little hopeful. Show me what you've got. On the contrary, the car frowned slightly at Eric's sudden stop. In the distance, as he rushed forward, someone's voice rang out. Our marshal! Eric spotted the object ahead clearly, hesitated briefly, then dodged a barrage of surprise attacks from the enemy as a loud shout commanded, Kill them! A rumbling sound echoes as a foot emerges from the white snow, stepping out from the black horn, freezing the snow beneath it. Countless horned warriors wearing iron masks, wielding sharp spears and dark steel shields, appeared to block Eric's path. He swallowed hard, realizing they were the king's protectors. Just by looking, I can see dozens of them. To some extent, they are different from the snowmen I faced before, especially that one, the leader. With Elk's current abilities, can he win this? If he only uses the relic's power combined with the Demon King's strength, Eric is confident he can catch that Mountain King. Done. A drop of sweat rolled down as he thought to himself, Damn it, if I don't know how to use it, it's just like scribbling randomly. Not giving Eric much time to think, the warrior shouted loudly and charged forward. He thought to himself, but since this is the first test, with the power of the Demon King, it wouldn't be considered cheating, right? The mark of original sin glowed, and a fireball was condensed. An explosion! Eric points at the rushing warriors and boom! A deafening explosion rings out. The bright blast wave radiates outward from the source. However, the outcome Eric hoped for did not happen. He stared in disbelief as the sharp spear stopped just in front of him. The outcome of the battle came so quickly that he was stunned in disbelief. The warriors were incredibly fast, instantly charging their spears at Eric and completely avoiding the explosion he caused. Eric hesitated for a moment, then swung his right hand from left to right and his left hand from above downward to block. Instantly, countless sharp ice pillars rose up to block in front of Eric, making it difficult for the soldiers. Some warriors couldn't dodge in time and were taken down on the spot. Eric turned around coldly, blood splattering everywhere, but soon the warriors broke through his ice wall. Eric calmly said, "I heard you used to belong to the demon clan but were abandoned, so I guess you know that when you're weak, you'll be discarded." The soldiers, hearing that, got furious and clenched their teeth. Watching them rush over, he thought to himself, "I have to become even stronger." The more the warriors approach, the more Eric spreads his 5 fingers in front of him as if preparing to cast a spell. You are determined to overcome the challenge. You will break it 100 times if you have to. With just a thought, Eric summons a gigantic fireball that burns with intense heat throughout this snowy mountain space. The fireball explodes, its light engulfing the entire screen, as if burning everything the sparks touch. Then, in the next second, a burst of light repels the flames of the fireball. The snow warrior crosses the sea of fire, swinging his weapon at Eric. The attack is so powerful that he sustains internal injuries and bleeds. With a loud bang, the snow where Eric was standing exploded and his body was thrown backward, a cut on his stomach bleeding profusely. Eric glanced at the warrior who had just attacked him, unable to hold back his curse. Damn it, his body heavily falling to the snow. Eric struggles to get up, coughing heavily as he watches the warrior approach through the fog, silently thinking, "If this keeps up, you'll lose." He grits his teeth and his breath turns into a swirling greenish-black mist around him. No, you can't give up at the first challenge. Eric braced himself with his hands and tried to stand up. The dark, greenish-black aura grows stronger, even though his body can no longer withstand it. He tenses up, and energy bursts out more and more. The snowy area where Eric stands is instantly shattered by a burst of energy. Eric faces the powerful warrior before him without hesitation. He clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "You will draw more energy." The warrior narrowed his eyes, remaining silent so no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, it swung its sword, and Eric swiftly ducked to avoid it, while at the same time opening his eyes wide and beginning to recite a spell from the heart of the dragon. A streak of light flashed like a comet in the dark night. It was Eric moving at the speed of sound. In just a moment, he pierced through the warrior's body and then dispersed. With a loud bang, the warrior's body exploded on the spot. Using too much strength made Eric a bit tired. He gasped for breath as black energy like mist poured out of his body. Eric, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, with the black bones floating in the air behind him. Eric squinted, smiled, and sighed in relief, then suddenly sensed a difference, opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Is this real?" He looked at the ink-like black bones on the watercolor painting and muttered in frustration. No matter how he looked, the first round was already too brutal. The black bones start gathering to one side. Eric feels something's wrong. "Damn it, your heart feels like it's about to explode." The soldiers are forming again. "What should you do?" But no soldiers took shape, only the black bones kept pouring in. Eric was confused and reached out to stop them. "Huh? But what responds to you is a faint stream of dark green bones settling onto your hand." Eric looked in disbelief at his right arm. This is a seal. The black bones still keep pouring into his body. Eric examines the new seal. Although it is more obscure than the original Sin seal, it is clear that a new seal has been created. You're not sure what happened, but the energy from the dragon's heart that was about to explode has now stabilized. At this moment, the car speaks, and that's why the demons call their seal by their true name. So if you want to use their power, you have to know their real names, Eric wondered. How can I find out? There's no way they will tell me their real names. The car doesn't share clever ways to ask for a name. It just says, "Don't worry. When the time comes, you'll naturally sense it." And right now, Eric is facing a newly formed group of warriors. He closed his eyes, sensing the new energy he had just gathered. Eric raised his hand, forming a circle of snow-white energy. The true name of the snow people is Cruel. A cold snowflower leaves his hand. Although he couldn't explain it, the surrounding snowstorm blew stronger than ever. Eric only knew this. He squinted, thinking of how to use the seal. The place where you face the challenge is a cold, snowy mountain as the group of warriors rushes forward. "And what are their real names? The howling wind rushes past my ears." You muttered, "May you be cold and ruthless." A white and blue snow energy radiated outward, dispersing the approaching group of warriors. But then they quickly condensed into a physical form amidst the freezing wind, this time more cautious, using iron shields to block in front of them, ready to continue their attack. However, that was useless because the very next second, they were hit by a massive snow explosion that shook the earth. Standing on the snowflake-shaped ice, Eric gasped for breath, using a bit more energy than usual, yet he could still smile, while the snow beneath his feet formed a barrier protecting him. Any creature that tries to approach is shattered by the snow and ice. He was surprised. Is this the power of the seal? To test further, he enlarged the snowflakes beneath his feet. Icy power surged out, continuously striking several warriors. Countless warriors fell, and Eric's breathing grew heavier. You look at the remaining warrior on the battlefield, now only you are left. As soon as you finish speaking, the transformation begins. Without any warning or sign, Eric suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Before losing consciousness, the only question in his mind was why. A piercing scream echoed through the vast space. Eric sat up, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. At this moment, he has returned to the library in the building left behind by his ancestors, with books scattered haphazardly on the shelves. Eric was horrified as he remembered what just happened. Mei-Fi appeared beside him, offering praise. It seems you've overcome quite a tough challenge. The boy looked at him and called softly, Mi-Fi. Eric sat up, still not fully recovered. Mi-Fi has continued. I hoped the mission would activate since you fell asleep when your pendant glowed, but it seems it's not that easy. Hearing that, Eric was stunned. So the mission means he didn't really die. He touched the tattoo on his arm, having trusted the seal too quickly. He must have fainted after absorbing all the mana. Recalling what happened, Eric marvels that its power is much greater than he thought. If the incomplete curse of evil is that strong, how powerful must the curse of original sin be? But what about El? Suddenly, Mi-Fi's words caught his attention. Perhaps it was the seal of evil. He frowned and crossed his arms, seeming to think that Dongqi Hianyan had devised a rather strange plan. Eric sat upright and sincerely asked, how do I use the seal of evil? Mi-Fi replied, I guess he told you my real name. Do you really think I would tell you? Mi-Fi still harbors deep resentment towards him. No matter how much you insult me, you'll never get anything from me. I was just asking, no need to get so worked up. Mi-Fi ignored him and turned away. Eric silently thought, I knew he would say that after all. Seals are the most important thing to demons. If Mephisto agrees to let you use the original sin seal, it means the most important thing to him has been taken away, which is unfortunate. But now you won't touch it. Don't think too much about this. Eric rolled down his sleeve to cover the seal on his hand. Besides, the seal of the original sin is the seal of the Demon King. If you can't control the power of the Snow King now, there's no way you can control the power of the Demon King. Eric asked cheerfully. Mi-Fi, you say you know the Snow Mountain King, right? Mi-Fi looks uncomfortable. Why are you suddenly asking me about that? I reply. This is his tomb, and it seems I have to catch him. Mi-Fi thought he must have misheard, huh? Oh, Han Minger. I know you're crazy, but does he dare to send someone like you to capture an entity I acknowledge? Eric looked at him and asked directly, do you know any way to handle that? Your gaze makes him a little nervous. Did Mei-Fi choose to avoid confrontation? Eric didn't give up and moved closer, trying to persuade him. Come on, he's not even part of the demon clan anymore. At least you should tell me that. Mi-Fi got angry. What are you talking about? Revealing the seal's secret also includes their clan's secrets and weaknesses, doesn't it? Without waiting for him to finish, Eric proposed a 3-day no-nonsense condition. Mi-Fi closed his eyes and ignored him. Do you think you can conquer my pride that way? Eric continued to test, holding up 5 fingers. 5 days! Mi-Fi grits his teeth in anger. Are you still looking down on me? Seeing him get angry, Eric gave up. Well then, that's it. But because of my great mercy like the ocean, I will let this one go, Eric sneered, only because of 5 days of free time. Mei-Fi awkwardly cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Then he became serious and said, listen carefully, with the seal you currently hold, forget about completing the mission, you can't even get close. Snow Mountain King. Eric guesses you mean Mi-Fi continues, but he smiles smugly. Showing his white teeth doesn't mean he's out of options. After a while, he returns to the cold, snowy mountain for the challenge. Eric muttered in a freezing voice, that's why I didn't come back. Looking at the Snow Mountain King and the black bones, he muttered to himself, but it seems I have to follow the hint Mephisto gave me. With that, I leap forward, remembering Mei-Fi's words, and elevate my level. Eric charged forward without hesitation, fighting the warriors created by Snow Mountain King. Seals can be classified into common, advanced, valuable, unique, and legendary grades based on their rarity. There is also a thing called achievement level, which can lead to different levels of power even within the same rank. Thanks to the experience from before, he quickly dodged the warrior's attack. The evil seal is valuable. It's definitely not an ordinary rank, but Alec's achievement level is only 1 star. The band of warriors kept attacking, showing some of the strength of their creator. On the other hand, the Snow Mountain King's seal had cultivated to 10 stars, so Alec had to raise his achievement level to 10 stars or make his rank the only one. You smile. Your fighting spirit ignited as you seize your 1-star achievement. So you have no hesitation to defeat everyone, swallow all, and turn your defeated enemies into your strength. I don't know how long it has been, but the snow is falling more lightly. A foot slowly steps forward in the white snow. Eric struggles against the freezing cold, his voice slightly faltering from the cold. Finally, we meet Yeti King. Seeing the powerful existence before him, he silently laments, "No matter how many warriors you've defeated, your achievement level remains stuck at 2 stars. In other words, does Eric have to face the Snow Mountain King to level up his achievement? I shuddered when I realized that. But that green bean was not just a shadow, it was the entire energy of the demon. In the end, when they were alive, what kind of creature was the opponent that could be this powerful? Eric asked the car, "Are you telling me to defeat that thing?" "It's okay, you won't die, you're still afraid. Are you really our respected ancestor? You're not our eternal enemy, are you? But still, I have to complete the challenge." The wind and snow howled across the white plateau. Eric made up his mind. "Still, you'll try and see. It will be tough. But if you keep trying, you're already prepared. You can definitely win." A moment later in the library, Mei-Fi was slightly startled as he saw Eric had woken up. His face froze for a few seconds before he lay flat on the ground, laughing self-deprecatingly. Eric looked distressed, having collected all the seals and completed his task, yet he died instantly. How could he win against such odds? Mei-Fi, seeing your failure, eagerly advises, "Just give up that mission now." Eric ignored him and kept muttering, "If I can seize the seal of that entity." He sat up straight, staring intently at Mei-Fi, causing him to tremble in fear. "That bastard is at it again. By the way, this might be a bit sudden. The Snow Mountain King is a woman, right?" Mei-Fi was startled when he heard that. Receiving no answer from him, Eric kept staring at Mei-Fi. He dared not look into his eyes, his face pale and fearful. Mei-Fi remained silent for a long time, noticing El's unusual gaze, and he glanced over. He saw Elk's nosy look, like he already knows. Mei-Fi involuntarily felt a chill down his spine. "Why are you looking at me like that? What do you mean by that?" Dahua saw his reaction was too extreme. Eric chuckled to himself, understanding now that there's something between the Snow Mountain King and Mephisto, and he will gradually uncover it. Holding the transformed pendant in his hand, he arranges his mission. Right now, the more important thing is to swallow the Snow Mountain King. Holding the pendant between both hands, he continued to start the challenge. Even though he still didn't know how, the light from the pendant flickered and Eric would figure it out if he just beat her to a pulp. Entering the challenge space, Eric rushed forward and shouted, "Die!" But before he could do anything, a blast of freezing, bone-chilling ice struck him. His body instantly froze, looking like a beautiful sculpture. But if anyone found themselves in this situation, no one would see it as a masterpiece. This time, Eric froze to death. Then countless times he was destroyed in different ways. Split in half, beheaded, disemboweled, losing limbs. His only thought was that it hurt so much. His head was about to explode. But you didn't give up. Eric is very stubborn. He keeps trying to break through despite the freezing cold covering his body. After many attempts, he finally managed to repel the attack of the Snow Mountain King. Gradually, he got closer, bit by bit, until Eric finally saw her face. The Snow Mountain Queen roared fiercely, losing all reason as she charged at him. Eric didn't back down. Now he could see her face. Using the cruel seal of the Snow Mountain King, even someone who just gained the seal would find it hard to surpass someone who has mastered it. The Snow Mountain King roared loudly, disregarding everything, and charged out of the black bones. Eric raised his hand forward, silently telling himself he would overcome it. His hand clashed with Tuet Son Vuong's, following his habits, actions, methods, and theories. A small hand fights against a large hand, spiritual energy surges out, and shock waves spread from the side. Gradually, water begins to appear on Eric's hand, even as he has to take everything from her. With a loud bang, ice magic explodes, pushing both of them back. Oto stands on the cliff high above, watching this scene unfold. He remarks that it wouldn't be surprising if his ego collapses if he keeps dying bit by bit. But Carr can see something unusual on Eric's face, yet he is smiling. As the dazzling explosion erupted, Eric seized the opportunity. He not only had innate talent, but also an unyielding will and an insatiable desire to perfect himself. "Yes, that child." Eric turned and cut off Tuet Son Vuong's arm, the Carr commented. "You are the kind of person who would never appear, even in our family." Tuet Son Vuong's severed arm flew out, black energy spilling out instead of blood. But since her entire body is made of demon energy, her hands quickly disintegrate into energy, which Eric seizes the opportunity to absorb. Even the car is amazed by the fool. Eric chuckles happily, feeling very proud. You've already reached 3 stars, but you're celebrating too soon because just as you lowered your guard, her weapon swung right in front of you. Eric quickly retreated, almost losing a leg. He struggled to block the attack, and she didn't even give him a moment to breathe. Damn it. King of the Snow Mountain changes stance, grabbing her weapon and charging her icy spear at Eric. You are extremely surprised and immediately cross your arms in front of you to create a protective barrier. But Snow Mountain King's direct attack is too powerful. Can a normal shield and barrier withstand it? With a loud crash, the barrier shattered as Eric endured her storm of attacks. Damn it, is this your limit? Stealing alone isn't enough. Watching her swing her weapon down, he thought that to defeat the Snow Mountain King, he had to understand her. Eric exhaled smoke and dismissed that thought. No, you have to. You rush forward, ignoring the demon's energy crashing toward you, and conclude that you must become her. Thick black bones pierced through his body. The demon's seal on his hand lit up as if accidentally triggering some mechanism, and suddenly, Eric felt a chill run through him as his vision darkened. Huh? Did they die again? When he opened his eyes again, he saw Mei Fai floating in the blood-red sky. Show me proof. Eric stared blankly at that mischievous face, 1,000 questions in his heart. Mephisto. Why is Mephisto here? He looked at Tuyet Son Vuong kneeling on the ground and challenged, Prove that you are worthy to become part of our race. Tuyet Son Vuong. A strange feeling arose in Eric's heart. He realized that at this moment he was actually Tuyet Son Vuong. In a respectful demon stance, he notices she also has a demon seal on her hand. Suddenly, the seal on Tuyet Son Vuong's hand lights up, and Eric loses consciousness again. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a strange face wearing a bone mask and a long white beard. The image gradually became clearer. I see my hand small and covered in pure white fur. Eric screams inwardly. What on earth is really happening? I heard the man say, The gods have granted us a prophet. He holds the Snow Mountain King in his arms and declares clearly our queen, the leader of the Highlands, the leader. As she finished speaking, the Snow Mountain Queen was lifted high, her small adorable body waving her hand, looking extremely cute. Standing on the high cliff, the old man loudly declared, This mountain range will be ours and will be supported by countless people below cheering. Suddenly, a female voice echoed in Eric's ear, saying, I was born to be a king who will rule the Snow Mountain. You realize this is the past of the Snow Mountain Queen, she said, but the first person to unify the tribes in the history of Snow Mountain could not be satisfied with just Snow Mountain. Clearly, the Snow Mountain King was an ambitious woman. She was always driven to reclaim the former glory of the Snow Tribe. In front of her people, the Snow King boldly declared, Hear me, for we were once part of the all-powerful demon clan, and once again, we will return to our rightful place. Beyond the Snow Mountain Peak, she and the Snow Tribe have made countless humans and demons kneel before them. Wherever the Snow King goes, slaughter and destruction follow. And in the end, they became part of the demon race again. And even more, she tried to become a demon king. However, her clan's attempt failed, and even the Snow Mountain King had to kneel before someone. Demon King Mephistopheles. For demons, Mephisto is the supreme being they all revere. He is both arrogant and unpredictable, simply because he has the right to be. The Snow Mountain King realizes that the wall of the almighty Demon King is too high, and she can only taste the bitter failure. However, she never stopped and did everything just to boost her reputation and strengthen her seal. So, the Snow Mountain Queen took the first step, just a little more and she could gain Mephistopheles' recognition. But her memory shifted to a tall city wall, and a familiar deep voice spoke out to Eric. Lung! The Snow Mountain King had to face the great mages and warriors of humanity. She was blocked by a wall, steeper than anything she had ever encountered before. In her memory of invading and spreading fear, she once ordered her clan to unleash all their energy. But as soon as she finished speaking, the person right behind her exploded into a spray of blood. The Snow Warrior died unexpectedly, something no one could have predicted. His death threw the team into chaos. A desperate scream rings out. What is it? A human warrior rushes forward, swinging his sword to cut across. He says nothing and successfully kills the Snow Warrior. A loud explosion erupts, blowing away not just one, but countless Snow Warriors. The cries for help from the clansmen echo in Snow Mountain King's ears. Help me! I don't want to die. The warriors fearfully faced their powerful opponent. The person before them was like an insurmountable mountain, making them bow their heads. I want to live. But no. The giant hand crashes down, turning everything to dust. The surviving warriors tremble with deep-seated fear. Finally, a snow-themed spear carved with the pattern of the Snow Tribe was raised high, igniting hope in their hearts. Queen Snow Mountain bravely grasped her axe and strode forward.
She shouted, "Calm down, we are a proud demon tribe. There's nothing we can't accomplish. Let our enemies see how terrifying we are."
In response, there were sounds of weapons piercing flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Snow Mountain Queen was stunned, her face covered in blood. Beside her ears are desperate screams. Her warriors have been almost completely wiped out, leaving only Snow Mountain King with bloodstains covering her face. And the one who struck first was Hanbinger. Snow Mountain Queen and her snow tribe lost the battle against humans led by him and were forced back to Snow Mountain. She couldn't accept it and kept shouting, "Why? Why?" Otto expressed deep regret towards the Snow Mountain Queen, despite her crying and blaming, saying, "Do humans already have everything they want, so you mean you won't let us have even one?" Tears fell down her resolute face. She weeps for her people's fate, and also because her ambitions have been thwarted. The seal on her hand glows. At this moment, Queen Snow Mountain transforms back into a demonic energy form. Eric steps away from the memory and faces her directly. Your face shows empathy. This is you seeing a reflection of yourself in her. Your mission, Eric is like a lost boy, carefully taking each step. Even if you are hopeless, Snow Mountain King is the same. She is lost in her own ambition, no matter what you have to endure. Eric recalls his childhood, when life was still difficult, and Tuyet Son Vuong seemed to return to his youth, facing countless hardships. He reaches out with his small hand to reclaim the glory for your clan. Two wounded souls find each other, comfort one another, in a great mission. After that day, Han stayed in Snow Mountain to watch over the Snow Queen, and after many battles, they gradually gained mutual respect and stayed together for a long time. But still, the Snow Mountain King cannot let go of his obsession. We must reclaim our past glory. She couldn't completely resist the temptation of her ambitions, and ultimately became a monster. Han had to step in to stop her, disregarding the long-standing friendship between them, and the Snow Mountain King was killed by his hand. In the end, her memories truly came to an end. Eric slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, you hear the woman's voice echoing, "You must be a descendant from a very distant future." King of Snow Mountain said so. She told him that. She gently smiled as she held her severed arm that Eric had cut off earlier. "Seeing you destroy part of my mana and also cut off my arm, it seems he's not bragging." Eric pointed at her severed arm, hesitating slightly. "I apologize for your arm." These words made her flinch slightly. King Snow Mountain chuckled, then moved suddenly, causing her to groan softly in pain. She said, "Although I ended up like this because I couldn't give up my ambitions, I am still a queen and a warrior leader of a race." Snow Mountain King replied coldly, "I don't need any pity from enemies." This statement awakens Eric, as he has never felt pity for her. Snow Mountain King continues, "Now seems to be the time to end this battle so I can apologize to my people and honor their sacrifices." Eric clenched his fists, his hands trembling as he listened to her words of self-blame. "Why do I still desire to join the demon clan?" The dark demonic energy swirls around the Snow Mountain King. "Just being happy with the ones I love is enough." The energy is fluctuating violently. Eric is sweating profusely, and in the end, she was overtaken by the demon's energy. He hesitates. Now what should he do? Seeing her being consumed by the demon's energy? Well, Eric was only a little confused. You straighten yourself up and don't come to your senses. Your opponent is the Snow Mountain King. The king who unified this enormous snow mountain is the greatest warrior of the Snow Tribe and the enemy I must swallow, even though she is now in a berserk state. Eric reached out his hand to use mana. If he didn't use all his strength to defeat her, he would be disrespectful to her. Mana energy burst out from him as the Snow Mountain King, in a berserk state, charged forward. I will show her, Eric as well. He rushes forward to face the great mission she has set. Both charge to attack each other. The magic clash and explosion erupt between the two, with Eric's spiritual waves surging like a raging tide, carrying the characteristic blue of ice and snow. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy of the Snow Mountain King is corroded by the demon's blood-red energy. The two energies intertwine like a classic Ice-Fire toothpaste commercial. The spear, infused with the red and black energy of the Snow Mountain King, descends once more. On Eric's side, he also conjures a ceremonial spear, but this one radiates a cool blue ice energy. With a loud bang, the two weapons clashed fiercely. Eric gritted his teeth, enduring the powerful shockwave, and became her. The fierce battle between the two erupts with bursts of red and blue light, clashing and swirling wildly, as Eric and the Snow Mountain King charge at each other with intense determination, neither willing to back down. Both of them are giving their all in this battle, fighting more fiercely with each strike. Eric suddenly found it strange. Tweet Sonvuong stomps on the snow surface and spins around, and Eric does the same. You clearly see this as a life and death battle. You almost copy every stance of the Snow Mountain King, trying to outdo her. Eric grits his teeth and attacks, his eyes shining, but why does he seem so happy? She refuses to back down, fighting on, almost without reason. The deafening explosion echoed loudly, rocks and debris flying everywhere. The shockwave not only affected their fight area, but also spread far beyond. The nearby mountain range is almost shattered, with falling rocks like early winter snow. But if unlucky enough to get hit on the head, the chance of rebirth is very high. But for those two, this little bit of dirt and rocks is nothing. As Eric tries to become the Snow Mountain King, he can feel the happy days she once shared with her car. The two are evenly matched, exchanging blows and taking hits. Snow Mountain King swings her staff while Eric raises his axe to block. When you use the rocks to propel yourself into the air, she does the same. You could say they fight tirelessly. The martial arts exchange became so dull that it was exhausting. After many clashes and energy blasts, one foot jumped back to the left. Similarly, on the opposite side, a foot jumps back to the right. The shockwave spreads out, and both temporarily step back a few paces, adopting a defensive stance. Eric, exhausted and panting heavily, grit his teeth to stay alert before the end of the fight. King Snow Mountain was no better. She gritted her teeth, enduring the violent energy within her, and both of them had reached their limits. So the battle would be decided. With this final blow, both of them leapt into the air again, aiming to settle the score with the move that had made countless races kneel before them. The secret technique of the Snow Mountain King involves channeling energy into her hand and transforming it into a spear.
Eric quickly mimicked, turning his hands into spears, one large, one small, and clashed them against her spear, creating a powerful attack that shattered the surrounding ice and snow. The shockwave spread far and wide, and after the dust settled, two figures stood in place. The tall figure of the Snow Mountain King and the shorter figure of Eri.
Amidst the icy heaven and snow-covered earth, this battle has come to an end. Queen Snow Mountain's body was pierced with a large hole, and Ek is the victor. He was momentarily stunned, staring intently at her in disbelief that he had actually won. Tuyet Sonvuong's body cracked apart like a damaged ice sculpture. Gradually, her body dissolves into demonic energy. She laughs, a smile of liberation. Ha ha. Tuyet Sonvuong looks at Eric, stammering a few words of apology, and finally it seems he understands what she wants to say, his face trembling slightly. You bow your head, grit your teeth, and try to hide your complicated feelings. But surprisingly, the Snow Mountain King says, "Thank you." For the first time, you saw tears of happiness on her cold face. The snowy mountain is no longer cold, and warm golden sunlight has shone down. The body of the Snow Mountain Queen lost control and collapsed to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, replaced by warm sunlight shining on her face, and to DM offered a happy smile of liberation. The cold snow has melted away, and the Snow Mountain King departs peacefully on a sunny day before Eric, as her body, formed from her demon energy, begins to disintegrate. In just a moment, Tuyet Sonvuong was no longer here. She transformed into a stream of energy surrounding Eric. In the end, she became a Snow Mountain seal in Eric's hand, and where the Snow Mountain Queen disappeared, a small, vibrant branch sprouted. Soon it bloomed and swayed its body in the warm sunlight. The fresh white flowers symbolize abundant vitality, a new life, and a new journey. Eric whispers softly, "Be at peace. Your first mission is now complete." The car appears and applauds. "You really managed to devour the Snow Mountain King. Great!" Eric turned to look at him, sighed softly, and said with a hint of reproach, "It seems this first test was too difficult from the start." The car didn't feel guilty at all. He smiled and said, "Our family is invincible. If even this cannot be overcome, then you cannot call yourself a Minger family member." This comment makes Eric furious, but he can't do anything. He thinks to himself, is this why people call the Minger family arrogant and conceited? The car continued to marvel. But honestly, I have to say I'm really impressed. Even with talent, I think it would take you at least 1 to 3 years. But a kid who has only been studying magic for a few years defeating the Snow Mountain King in just a month, that's incredible. Eric casually corrects himself, "It's 1 month. The car thought you were talking about the time it took to defeat the Snow Mountain King." He nodded. "Yeah, just 1 month." Eric shook his head. "You hold up 2 fingers." "No, I've only been learning magic for about a month, maybe 1 or 2 months. The car chuckled. "Ha ha ha, you're joking now." But seeing Eric's serious face, he suddenly hesitated. "Really?" He honestly nodded. He asked further, "Isn't this just a self-deprecating joke like Mingo's?" Eric shook his head seriously. The more he looked at the car, the more he liked it, and he laughed out loud. "Ha ha, my ability to read people is really good," Eric said skeptically. "You just quoted what he said, and he just finished speaking. Let me repeat it exactly. This is just because of my talent, that just now." Seeing that the heir showed no respect at all, Otto used a secret move, hugging Eric and patting his back. "This little brat."
Ha 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 ha. As expected, Eric had to beg for mercy. Ow, ow, your wife. Your wife. After joking around, the two sit down to chat. Oto asks how she was during those final moments. Eric honestly shared. She smiled. Oto felt relieved upon hearing this. Really now? The time to say goodbye has come. Eric politely bows his head in farewell. Thank you for everything up to now. Take care on your way home. Eric hesitantly hesitated. I probably won't be able to visit often either. Oto doesn't blame us. I understand. After all, the position of head of the family is extremely busy. Then Eric turned around and left. All right then. But after a few steps, you turned back right in front of Oto's surprised eyes. Eric asked quite innocently, so how come I was able to go outside? The car raised its hand and laughed, saying, You've been outside countless times. Don't you remember? Before he could recover, a ball of light punched him in the face. And then he woke up in the real world. That damn thing. My ancestors deserve to be slapped. You clutch your face and roll around on the floor. Your face, your handsome face. Mi-Fi laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. It seems that crazy car guy has killed you, huh? Talking about this, Eric gets even more furious. Who wouldn't be angry after being silent and still killing someone? Mi-Fi asked with seeming concern. Have you devoured the Snow Mountain King yet? Eric rolled up his sleeve to show the seal. Just finished. He. Seeing that, Mi-Fi tilted her head and praised herself. Thanks to my help. Eric lazily replied, Yes, our great demon king is #1. Inside, I think this guy really loves to turn things upside down. Mi-Fi is just smiling on the outside, but secretly feeling a bit panicked about Eric's progress. Not for a long time, I only told him a few things. This guy has already surpassed the level of a genius. He's truly a monster. After flattering him, he asked, I'm still curious about this. Weren't you once quite close to King Tuyet-san? Why didn't you let her become a demon anymore? Mi-Fi suddenly broke out in a sweat. How about you? Eric switched to gossip mode, and in the end I peeked into the memories of the Snow Mountain King for a bit. Why did you do that? Mi-Fi stammered in response. I am the Demon King, and she is just a low-level face of the demon race. Nothing more, nothing less. He recalls old memories and recounts back then I was just a bit bored. And I heard someone at the Snow Mountain King say for sure she would become a demon, so I came to see what kind of person she is. Well, if she wants to become a demon, she is indeed a bit lacking. But her ambition and skills are also commendable. Mi-Fi praises herself. If the person she meets isn't the truly good and kind demon king like me, but someone like Arizel or Lilith, they would probably be wiped out. Anyway, I told her to come find me again when she's stronger, and then left her there. Eric asks further, That's all? Are you never going to see her again? Mi-Fi, who is easily startled, shouted loudly, Why would I ever meet her again? But the truth is, he secretly went to Snow Mountain and saw King Snow having a good time by the car. So our demon king had to quietly leave, not wanting to be the third wheel, truly considerate to the point of heartbreak. Even as he left, he smiled, blessing the other person. And even now, thinking about it, makes him blush and smile. Eric's mind races quickly. He claps his hands and lets out a surprised sound. I understand, Mi-Fi wondered. Gao, you look like a sneaky cat bullying a heartbroken mouse. Do you know how those little brats bully the girl they secretly like? Sure enough, Mi-Fi-than's anger exploded, and he roared. What, you're still a kid? Unrequited love? Eric mockingly laughed calmly. This is exactly why, after 1,000 years, you are still single. Mi-Fi was furious, but could do nothing but scold. How dare you mock me, you bastard? Eric, getting carried away, teases more and more. Mi-Fi is a single dog. Mi-Fi was so furious that he shouted, Die! As the fist in the challenge space was still smoking. This very fist just sent Eric away from this space, and he smiled, saying, He's truly an interesting junior. The spring breeze rustles, blowing a few green leaves off their branches. He suddenly felt a bit sad and whispered, Do you think so? The car closed its eyes, as if searching for an old friend who had gone far away. He muttered, Do you not hate me? A memory tinged with pain appeared in his mind, a trembling hand holding the snow child's lifeless body, voice trembling. No. Snow Mountain King is kneeling on the ground, his body covered in the blood of his people. She blames herself for what I did. She cannot accept the heartbreaking truth that her ambition caused the death of her people. At this moment, the car has appeared. He gently calls out to Snow Mountain King. She suddenly became frantic, her cold eyes staring at him, but mostly filled with self-hatred. The King of Snow Mountain looked up to the sky and cried out in heartbreaking pain. The car stands with arms crossed, watching the demon's energy erupt around her, and finally she reaches out to him, tears streaming down her face. She begged, Oto, please. Before the demon's energy swallowed her, she was pleading.
Please kill me. And the Snow Mountain King saw Oto mouthing his lips. He apologized. He didn't kill her, but raised his hand to seal her with magic. When Oto closed his hand to complete the seal, King Snow Mountain had already prepared to become the test target for the next generation of the Mbinger family. But Oto couldn't be happy because he had lost a friend forever. Returning to the present, he opened his eyes, whispered softly, and said, "Thank you." Stand under the spring morning sunlight and tell that child to let go of your regrets and responsibilities. Rest in peace. He shed tears and said farewell. See you in the next life. He looked up at the sky, hoping it would be better than it is now. What are you searching for? You're just flipping through books without stopping the task in your hands. I need to find some things. Mifai didn't understand. What are you looking for? It's just something that made you search through the entire library like this. Suddenly, something glowing appeared inside Eric's coat. He reached in and took it out. Mifai exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, isn't that a small blue egg you took out?" Mifai asked suspiciously. Ice crystal. Eric remembered the car's warning. Hold this ice crystal and go find the god, and was very shocked at that moment. What did you just say? Give it to Camellia. You mean the camellia flower? He replied, yes, that person will become your new guide. Eric scratched his head and asked, is this a mission? The car nodded and said, yes. How long do I have to do this mission? With this pace, I'll become a hunched old man with no pension. Until you reach the level of our predecessors, he answered seriously with a squint. You stammered and repeated, Ancient One? The car reassures you. Surely you have many questions, but they will always be willing to answer within a certain amount of time. The ancestors have completed their work and left many things on this land. We have prepared many quests to guide you to Siat Naim. Then all you need to do is work hard on that path. Eric put the egg into his coat pocket. All right, I just wanted to make sure I have this egg with me. Carr hesitantly spoke. I'm sorry for burdening you with this. He places his hope in you. But only Eric Mbinger, the Lord of Ember, can walk this path. Go now. He is serious. Go and complete the winter.
Back to reality, Eric gazed at the ice crystal and summarized for Mifai.
Well, I was just told to bring this ice crystal to the god. Mifai heard that and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! He struggled to hold back his laughter, saying Celia the god is trying to create winter. Clearly, Eric has no idea what's going on. He asked, do you know what winter really means? He nodded sarcastically. Of course, those disgusting four-season people. He frowned with hatred, haunted by demon kings like me. Hearing that, Eric suddenly felt interested. He stood up and asked, please tell me more in detail. Mifai turned away. Why should I tell you? Eric held up 4 fingers to make a condition. 4 days off. Mifai glared at you. What do you think 4 days off will accomplish? Eric reluctantly relented. All right, can we lift the ban on speech then? There's no more to do. Having achieved his goal, Mifai happily chuckled. All right, listen carefully. He begins to share that 4 subordinates supported our ancestor to establish the foundation of Mbinger, representing spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Because their personalities and traits match each season, our demons usually call them the 4 seasons. One of them is O, corresponding to winter. Mifai said that in any case. The truth is that someone staying behind just to guide such tasks means he is trying to pass on the power he possesses to others. Hearing that, Eric couldn't help but think that if this mission is completed, he might also receive tasks from the other 4 seasons. Gaining the power of the 4 seasons also means you can acquire the strength of an ancestor, whom they will support. If Eric can continue to consume powerful seals like the Seal of Cruelty, or even stronger ones, he smiles, very likely to rebuild his family successfully. So, how is this ice crystal important to the comedy god that he needs it so badly? Fee thought for a moment before replying, the ice crystal is the core of winter, formed deep within the snow-covered mountains, eternally covered in snow. In other words, it is a divine egg. Since the camellia flower blooms in winter, there is no better flower than the ice crystal. Eric, now curious, asks where we should go to meet the deity. Mifai replied, maybe it's inside the flower temple, somewhere to the south. Hearing this name, Eric was incredibly surprised. I've only heard of the flower temple in legends, but does it really exist? Mifai nodded, yes. That noisy name is probably in charge of the temple. Hearing that, Eric began to take the matter seriously. From this moment on, he could be sure of it after reviewing the records in the royal library. But isn't he becoming too friendly? What kind of scheme is he planning this time? He suddenly realized a faint aura of power surrounding Mephisto. His soul form must have become stronger. But he showed no concealment at all. On the contrary, he was pleased and thought that he seemed to have noticed my strength and had returned a bit. However, even if you pay attention to my power, there's nothing you can do. You will have no choice but to complete the missions to become stronger. At this point, Eric also has a similar suspicion. completing missions to grow stronger, while they can also make Mephisto more powerful.
And in the end, he might obtain a great demon king capable of plunging the entire world into chaos.
Mephi saw Ellis's body trembling and thought he must be a face full of suffering. You should be afraid. Of course, you should be afraid. Mephi was extremely excited. Even though he felt uncomfortable leaving Binger's dream just to become stronger,
he had no choice. His recovery process needed to be prioritized, but suddenly his eyes caught Eric's unusual gaze.
Ah! Mephi saw the mischievous smile on his face and suddenly screamed inwardly, "This bastard is smiling again?" He doesn't know that right now he is the most tempting and juicy prey in Eric's eyes. The plan is in motion, which means he might even absorb all of Mephisto's power. In the end, to have him regain his strength and escape from you, you need to become stronger. Eric's abnormality makes Mephisto tremble. What's wrong with that bastard? Has he gone from fear to madness? Eric's increasingly inhuman smile made a demon king like Mephi feel a chill down his spine. He kept reassuring himself that he was losing his mind. Maybe I should just stop thinking about it for now. Then Eric adjusts his mood.
All right. Once I've finished everything I need to do, should we come back here? The two of you don't think too much and decide to leave.
He looked up at the tiny crack far above his head. Because his strength was different now, Eric could easily fly up to the crack. After gently climbing up the steep cliff, he praised himself. Just a month ago it was very difficult to come back here, but now it's as easy as eating cake. Mephi grumbles, "You really are too arrogant." The two of them didn't stop and charged forward like a gust of wind, blowing away the snow on the path.
Now that I have a guide, should I head straight to the red-eyed tribe?
Eric smiles eagerly and quickly returns to the snow tribe. You're not sure if it is because you had a long battle with the snow people, or maybe because you swallowed the seal of the Demon King, but you wanted to see them. But when you arrived, Eric's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The snow tribe was heavily devastated, with white snow stained by dried, bright red blood. What happened? The bodies of the snow people lie scattered on the ground, and the houses and structures in the village are destroyed. Desolation is the word to describe this place. Eric whispered, "What has happened to this world here? There are victims tortured brutally, dozens of spears piercing through their bodies." Mephi observes that it seems they were killed slowly when they could have been killed instantly, so they were definitely used for entertainment. He coldly concludes, "I don't know who the culprit is, but they are much more cruel than most demons. I feel a bit uncomfortable. Because snow people are monsters, they can die at any moment. Even if you kill countless snow people, you will never see them as toys." Eric clenched his teeth, suppressing the unusual emotions rising within him. Could this discomfort be because of the unfinished mission to swallow the Snow Mountain King? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Stay calm, he's not the Snow Mountain King. He has no right to pity the snow people. As he thought of this, his pupils suddenly contracted. In front of him were bodies turned upside down with their legs in the air and their heads buried in the freezing snow. Eric approaches a small snow mound nearby and begins to dig through the snow, despite the freezing cold seeping into his hands. Eric clenched his teeth, a drop of water falling. Whether sweat or tears, gradually, beneath the white snow, he uncovered a small hat. Eric couldn't hold back and screamed in unnamed pain, spreading through his heart as he desperately dug through the snow, wanting to know who was lying beneath the white layer. Finally, little Manhwa appeared beneath the cold white snow, lifeless and breathless. The boy departed with tears still lingering on his face. Memories of Manhwa flood into Eric's mind. It seems we have a new person, right? The boy is always lively and adorable. From now on, the journey will become more difficult. So let's eat something before we set off. Eric remained silent with a serious face, and the surrounding air suddenly grew colder. Even Mephi had to furrow his brow. He looked at the victims with their heads buried in the snow, his voice cold as he asked, "This is what that bastard caused earlier, right?" That's right. The demon's deep-seated hatred in Eric is triggered, and he growls darkly. Isn't it making us feel even more uncomfortable? The scene shifts to a snow-covered forest blanketed in thick snow, tightly gripping the sword, as he quietly follows behind despite a severe injury to one arm. He still struggles to take heavy steps behind Isabel, while she keeps rushing forward without stopping. Isabel was running and breathing heavily, her hot breath turning into white mist that disappeared into the freezing air. She hurried across the thick white snow, but the icy surface caused her to slip and fall unexpectedly. Seeing her suddenly fall, Chen hurriedly ran over and asked, "Are you okay, miss?" Isabel was gently helped up by him and reassured, "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Isabel ordered, "We don't know when the assassins will return, so focus on finding that cemetery." Chen worriedly said, "But you should rest now." Isabel's eyes became very determined. "I am the child of the Blue Lion. I don't want to become a burden to everyone again." He really wants to stop her, Eddie. Isabel trembling, she clenched the map tightly in her hand, silently thinking that the assassins chasing her had caused many people to die.
With their sacrifice, I cannot fall here. So Isabel, Chen, and S continue moving forward.
She looked at the map, her mind filled with doubt. It's been a month now. We've been searching for the graveyard for a month. But Isabel couldn't escape her helplessness, frowning as she wondered, where could it be in this world? Her eyes gently welled up as she looked up at the sky. At this moment, Isabel was almost at a dead end, and she could only call out desperately from the bottom of her heart.
Father,
a bitter voice suddenly echoed. The only daughter of the Green Lion, she can no longer even wield her sword properly. The scene shifts to a vast castle looming under the darkened moonlit sky. The Green Lion family, the Green Lion clan. The servants in the castle keep talking about Isabel's strength, based on the rule that lions only follow the strong, the young lady. The other one, seeing her approach, immediately spoke up to warn her. Oops, were you trying to let her hear? Isabel obviously heard every word they said, but instead of arguing back, she chose to stay silent and quietly walk away. Knowing she was weak, Isabel trained tirelessly every day, practicing swordsmanship alone in the yard from dawn till late at night. Even though Isabel had been determined and worked hard, nothing changed. At this moment, the sword in her hand suddenly slipped and plunged straight into the ground. Why? She gasped for breath, constantly questioning in her mind, why am I unable to have any talent at all? Isabel helplessly lowered her head onto the sword. The taunts kept ringing in her ears, each word like a dagger stabbing deep into her heart. The only daughter of the Green Lion, who could no longer even wield a sword properly. The future of the Quayo family looks so bleak, so unlucky that the Green Lion has a child like this. The beloved child of the family is a girl. It's only because she's the daughter of the Green Lion that she's treated well. What are we expecting from a woman? Lions only follow the strong, at least you should try. A flower that has no fragrance claiming to be the child of the Green Lion. Just as Isabel was feeling hopeless, a familiar voice suddenly echoed behind her. Isabel. She was surprised and quickly turned around to call her father. He is the Green Lion Hon Kyo. The father and daughter sit together under the bright moon, Hom gently apologizing for making her carry such a heavy burden. No, it's just that I'm not good enough yet. He smiled gently. Girl, you don't have to follow your father's path and become a Green Lion. He gently comforts her. You may not have talent, but you are still a proud member of the family. Isabel was about to speak, but then her father suddenly burst into laughter, patted her arm and said, "And I am still as healthy as ever. Go ahead and try touching these firm muscles," she replied with a gentle smile. That is my father's armor. Still, Isabel remains very sad. Sorry, Dad, but I smile softly. He exuded the gentle demeanor of a father, advising her not to worry about the Green Lion Hon Quello. Isabel's indifferent eyes look towards She silently listens to what he says. As usual, I will continue to pursue my dream of becoming the greatest swordsman in the 6 palaces. Though tears still streamed down her face, Isabel suddenly smiled a rare, radiant smile. Ironically, not long after, Herman suddenly fell seriously ill again. Isabel's tearful voice echoed through the corridor. Why won't father wake up? Isabel gently held his weak hand as the doctor, after examining him thoroughly, immediately reported Herman's condition. He shows symptoms similar to a blockage, and the doctor carefully explains the reason. His health has deteriorated because he used too much spiritual energy carelessly. If we don't treat him soon, his muscles will atrophy. Isabel gazed sadly at his frail face. Now she could only remain silent and listen as the doctor continued his analysis. The problem can be solved if we can restore his vitality, but that's almost impossible with human ability because he has lost too much life force in his body. His voice grew low, saying, "At this point, I have no other choice but to rely on some magic to help if possible." At that very moment, all thoughts in Isabel's mind vanished. She only knew one thing. She had to save her father. Since ordinary items were completely useless for treating him, she was willing to risk everything to obtain the advanced magical tools either seized by the Magic Tower or the Academy. Even though she risked her life to search everywhere for a cure for HM, their magical tools were useless. Isabel broke down, realizing she couldn't find anything that could heal her father's illness. Suddenly, one day while Isabel was resting with Chen and E at a tavern, she overheard a conversation between 2 men there. "Hey, do you know there's a cemetery ruled by the Snow Mountain King in the Snow Mountain Range?" "Really? If it's the King's cemetery, that place would surely be full of treasures and many magical tools that humans cannot obtain. If we have one of those, we will be rich beyond measure. Should we try to get it?" Isabel nodded attentively to Chen and signaled for him. The man suddenly raised his voice and said, "Moron, do you want to be eaten by snow monsters just for that legendary item?" After receiving the signal from her, they immediately understood each other. The man continued to advise the other guy, "Don't waste your life and keep drinking." Then, Isabel approached to ask for information from those two guys. After trying her best to find out about that cemetery, she realized that it does exist, and she can also find out where it is. She thought everything would go smoothly, but the problem was that this plan had gotten into her uncle's ears. Everything around suddenly turned chaotic. The screams kept echoing non-stop. "Run away, miss. Save me. My uncle Pao Queo, if you've been waiting for the right moment to seize the throne of the Green Lion, send assassins to kill me because I am the heir." Returning to reality, Isabel continues to study the map, searching for the cemetery. She silently thinks. Isabel grits her teeth. She can't believe what Paul has done, how cruel he must be. Chen suddenly shouted, "Miss, run away!" She nervously asked, "What's wrong?" Without waiting for Isabel to process what was happening, E suddenly appeared, grabbing her hand and forcefully pulling her back, determined to keep her close by his side. Then, a slow voice rang out, causing Isabel to startle. "We had to search everywhere to find you." Chen quickly drew his sword, his eyes immediately becoming alert. The man calmly replied, "We wondered where you had hidden yourselves, but since you've appeared now..." With his sharp senses, Chen only needed a quick glance to recognize him as the sixth Blue Wolf, a wise knight secretly sent on a mission. Hanun sneered, "Since you are still members of the Kyo family, I will at least let you leave peacefully." He asked slowly, "Since you're here, the lady must be nearby too." Chen angrily shouted in his face to distract him. "Hanun, you will pay for Isaac's death with your own life." Deep down, he hopes the lady will run and not look back. When Isabel saw the scene, she immediately lost her composure and tried to rush forward, but was stopped. "Don't go out there. It's only us. We cannot stop them." Stubborn Isabel replied, "I have to go or Chen will die." He loudly explained, "Chen is risking his life to buy us time to escape. Are you trying to let his sacrifice be in vain?" She clenched her teeth in frustration, but suddenly shouted loudly, her voice echoing through the forest. Lady Isabel immediately turned around and then fell silent. Her eyes widened as she looked at Chen. Hanun smugly stepped on Chen's body. The man deliberately raised his voice so Isabel would hear that her loyal servant is about to die. "Are you just going to leave him here?" He tries to muster his last strength to smile at Hanun. "Fool, your lady has already gone far away." He said nothing and directly thrust his sword through Chen. Hanun smiled wickedly. Then he started to pretend to be disappointed, probably thinking she had abandoned her loyal knight. She is quite ruthless, so now Hanun is deliberately provoking Isabel to appear by harming him. "I will cut off your head." Just as the sword was about to strike Chen, Isabel couldn't hold back and shouted, "Stop." She didn't want to see anyone else sacrifice their life for her, so she chose to appear, even though Isabel was very scared and tears kept flowing nonstop. "Are you targeting me? Then just kill me and let Chen go," Hanun calmly replied. "I'm sorry, but I won't do that," Isabel exclaimed in shock. "What?" He calmly explained that we have decided to kill everyone involved or who witnessed this incident. "No way." Hanun delivered a psychological blow with a reproachful remark. "If you hadn't run away, everyone could have survived and been happy with their families." He slowly uttered all 4 words. Images of those who sacrificed for her keep flashing before her eyes. Manhwa's anguished face is etched deep in Isabel's mind. "Shame." Hanun sneered and spat out the last word, "Shame." Isabel's face darkened for a moment, her mind completely shattered by the venomous words spoken by him. She kept blaming herself, thinking that all the innocent people who died were because of someone like her. Hanun seized the opportunity and swung his sword at her. "Finish this." In the midst of danger, suddenly another voice rang out. "I understand." Hanun shouted in surprise, "Who is it?" A dark branch gently sways in the cold, snowy wind. The voice from earlier echoes again, shifting. At that moment, a foot suddenly appeared from somewhere, gently stepping onto the branch. Hanun clenched his teeth, trembling with rage at having his moment ruined by someone else. Eric calmly sat on this branch, raising an eyebrow and replying, "Just a passing demon." In his fury, Hanun shouted curses at the bastard. The story goes that Eric, you received a mission to make the winter perfect after completing your first task. After preparing to leave the snowy mountain to carry out the mission, a bloody scene suddenly appeared, revealing the snowmen. Manhwa was also among the victims, and all of them were harmed cruelly. Meanwhile, Isabel is searching for the Snow Mountain King to cure her father's illness. She was chased by a group of green wolf assassins, led by Hanun and his companions, who were sent by her uncle, and it was at that dangerous moment. Hanun shows contempt. "Eric, the demon Satang, who do you think you are to interfere in my affairs? Are you a devil worshipper? If you hadn't come this way, you might still be alive." Then Eric suddenly leapt up, shooting out from that branch. He jumped away with such speed that the other guy couldn't react in time.
By the time he regained his senses, Eric had already rushed forward and landed right in front of Hanun.
He exclaimed in shock, "Magic!" Hanun quickly stepped back, keeping his distance. He roared in anger, "Who the hell are you?" And Eric asked politely, "Is everyone okay?" And Isabel was startled by what he did. She looked confused and quickly replied, "Still okay, but Isabel is worried. Are you also okay?" Eric slipped and fell in front of everyone. He clenched his pain and replied, "Of course. Do sorcerers usually land like that? Did he just fall? Why isn't he getting up? It's so humiliating." Eric got up, his whole body trembling with shame. He helplessly sighed to himself. If there had been no slippery snow, he could have made an impression on them. Isabel looked at Eric's back and suddenly remembered something. "Isn't it you who went missing?" She silently vowed that she couldn't let him fight alone like this. Isabel shouted a warning, "Run away, you can't win this." At this moment, Hanun also spoke up. "Miss, didn't I tell you that we wouldn't be coming back for any witnesses?" He stared intently at Eric, then ordered his men to kill that demon.
All of them, after receiving the order, charged towards you like arrows shot from a bow. Isabel screamed in fear.
"No." Eric bowed his head and muttered, "Yes, mercy is a gift." You look at them with fiery eyes full of hatred. Truly, scum like you are a waste. Eric immediately unleashes his first move, the Storm Dragon. He shouted and directed his power at them. Hanun's subordinates were momentarily confused. They didn't know their limits and just charged at Eric. In just a few minutes, all of his henchmen were swallowed up by a burst of light. Then, Eric clenched his fist and decisively punched the central point. The cracking sound marked the moment they all fell. Having just managed to get up, the scene before his eyes made him gasp in amazement. Even Hanun couldn't believe what he was seeing.
"What the hell is going on?" he shouted angrily. "What are you all doing?" "Kill him quickly, don't give him a chance to strike." The remaining henchmen immediately charged forward. "Die."
"Who gave you permission for that?" Eric's eyes blaze with intensity as he glares at them, his gaze sharp enough to swallow everything. Countless swords instantly appeared, their blades aiming directly at Hanun's subordinates, piercing through each of them one after another. They scream in pain, break free. One of them, terrified by Ellis's power, quickly runs away, begging for help. But still, he couldn't escape the tragic fate like the others. Only Ellic alone could easily destroy all of Hanun's subordinates.
"Who the hell are you?"
"You already know who we are, right?" Eric only responds with a contemptuous smile.
"I don't care who you are, so why don't you kneel down?"
Hanun gritted his teeth, trembling with rage, but he still boldly declared, "I will kill you." "That man over there, who is he?" He defeated the Green Wolf Pack easily. "No, that's not the issue right now." Isabel carefully assessed him through her observations. He was definitely a powerful mage, but he looked very dangerous if she got too close. Hanun could no longer hold back. He clenched his sword tightly and charged at Eric. Hanun became like a madman, swinging his sword wildly and shouting non-stop, "At least I have to kill you." Eric was quite surprised by Hanun's speed in attacking. He's that fast. Seeing the situation grow tense, Isabel suddenly rushed out and shouted to warn him. "Keep your distance from him. You quickly execute another move, strengthening your weapon." Thanks to his quick reaction, Hanun was immediately pushed back by the blast. Eric also managed to keep his distance from him. Hanun was about to swing his sword for another attack, but his plan was quickly seen through by you. Eric swiftly moved ahead of him. Ice shards, giant blocks of ice, continuously rise from the ground. Hanun laughs loudly and says, "Do you really think you can stop me with this kind of magic?" He charged straight at the rising ice pillars and swung his sword to smash them all. Just as Hanun thought he was about to reach Eric, he shouted, "You're dead, you bastard!" At this moment, he remains very calm, rushing straight at the man without hesitation and with a stoic face. When he sees Hanun's sword tip close to his body, Eric suddenly screams and leaps onto the pillar. An enormous iceberg suddenly appears, absorbing all of Hanun's attacks before bouncing the blow back onto him. Hanun wondered in confusion, "Why isn't it breaking apart?" Eric just smiled faintly and asked, "Do you know what's more important than that?" You touch your head as a sign and say, "That's the head you're about to bury underground." He immediately breaks out in a cold sweat upon hearing that.
"What? That bastard!"
Then, the ice blocking Hanun's path suddenly shot up and directly struck a fatal blow to his head. The fierce battle finally came to an end. Just as Eric said, Hanun's head was buried deep underground. After the battle ended, he stood silently for a moment in the snowy forest. He kept muttering in disbelief that he defeated the Green Wolf group instantly. Isabel also agreed, never expecting such a powerful mage to be on the hill. She quietly hid behind a tree, watching him for a while longer. Surprisingly, he didn't seem to be her age, but Isabel was very curious about Eric. How can he be so strong? He's so young but already so powerful. He can easily match Tasa Naresta, one of the new 3 constellations. So why didn't I know who he was? He truly is a divine being. Eric still stands there. He calmly takes a deep breath, then Eric gently lifts his face to the sky in the vast snowy forest, only hearing his deep sighs. Eric remembers those who sacrificed, not only Manhwa, but also other creatures. He slowly opens his eyes, silently praying for them. Please, be quiet. Mei-Fi feels uncomfortable, so he quickly interrupts. Hey, they keep staring at you, why don't you say something to them? They've looked so much that I'm getting chills just watching. Hello? Mei-Fi helps Eri to speak up. Hello? You stayed silent, unsure of what to do because Alec appeared suddenly without introducing himself. All 3 of Isabel, Chen, and S hold their breath waiting for him to speak. Eric forces an awkward smile and says, It's been a while, hasn't it? Chi tightly grips his sword, always on high alert. Even if he helps us, he's still a complete stranger, so we shouldn't let our guard down so easily. If he has no other motives, he will be just as dangerous as they are. Just as Chen was about to act, Isabel suddenly knelt down, surprising Chen. She is a princess, yet Isabel kneels before Eric, bowing her head respectfully to express her gratitude. Thank you, our savior. Chen was surprised. The lady also seemed confused about why she was kneeling. Eric hesitated and waved his hand, saying it wasn't necessary to do that. Isabel, not caring, called out in a harsh voice. Chen and the others immediately obeyed. Chen and the others knelt down together and expressed their gratitude in unison. Thank you, our savior. That kid made you even more flustered. Eric hurriedly explained, everyone would do the same as I did, so please get up. Mei-Fi crossed her arms, looking very pleased with Isabel's attitude, as if she knew how to behave, unlike those 2 bastards earlier. She boldly stepped forward and made a request to Eric, sounding quite rude. But can I ask my savior for a favor? You're so scared you're turning pale. Eric trembled and asked, Where should I go? Isabel seriously took his hand. I want to entrust this to you. You. His voice trembled. My hand. Seeing her determined attitude, Eric felt a bit embarrassed, his face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Inside, Eric wondered if this was the quiet night gradually settling in, with the bright moonlight softly illuminating the towering mountain ranges. The faint clatter of the carriage echoed through the quiet forest. Eric sat facing Isabel in the carriage, resting his chin on his hand, appearing to be lost in thought. Mei-Fi sighed and softly reminded him, I can see you're smirking. You bastard, dismiss her now if you're about to. Eric immediately raised both hands to cover half of his face. At this moment, he felt extremely happy inside, just as we hoped. Eric looked at the gold coin in his hand because I was given something extremely valuable. A few minutes before he got on the carriage, Eric was surprised to realize that Isabel had slipped a gold coin into his hand. This village, you stare at it intently for a while. And is it also a green lion? Eric asked curiously. Are you the young lady of the Kyo family? Isabel nodded and replied, Yes, it's a shame. Only then did he realize that was the reason she was so beautiful. From the moment she was born until now, she has been known as the fragrantless flower. Isabel Quay, even when her unparalleled beauty made the prince fall head over heels and propose to her, she was still discarded simply because she is a fragranceless flower, a person born without any special talents. Since she was a child, Isabel has been used to swallowing her pride in the face of mockery. If the flesh and blood of a lion have no fangs or sharp teeth, then they deserve such an end. Eric feels a bit regretful for her fate. I heard that after her marriage ended, she lived alone in her homeland. Isabel's face was covered with various wounds. She could only silently bow her head, waiting for his response. To dispel the awkward atmosphere between them, Eric quickly introduced himself. My name is Rick. It is an honor to meet the only daughter of the Green Lion. She shyly asked, Why is it an honor to meet someone like me? Eric gently reassures Isabel with a warm smile. You should be proud of yourself, right? From what I can see, your perseverance isn't something to be ashamed of for the Green Lion name, because this is the first time Isabel has been praised by someone. She blushed and quickly replied, Thank you. He skillfully brought up her request. Oh, right. You mentioned something about a mandate, didn't you? Isabel nodded and replied, Yes, I have nothing right now, but she firmly made a request. Could you escort us back to the capital? Chen exclaimed in panic. Miss, we haven't found that place yet. Isabel turned back and explained, Chen, I don't want to lose you all because of my greed. First, I need to go meet my uncle to discuss this. He was helpless against your determination, young lady. Hearing that, Eric became curious. Then he secretly glanced at Hanan and made a guess. Maybe these knightly people are also part of the Ku family. Is there something hidden within their clan? Eric frowned, suddenly recalling something he had heard, that the Green Lion was suffering from a rather difficult illness. She must have been looking for a cure and forgot. She also told me about it before. At that moment, a bold idea suddenly occurred to him. Wait a minute, can I make the Green Lion King owe me? At this moment, Eric imagined a bright future where he and Haman happily shook hands. The flattering words keep ringing in your ears. If the Minger family is rebuilt and becomes indebted to the Green Lion, and the Minger family is rebuilt and signs a contract with the Green Lion, Minger can cure the Green Lion's illness. Mober and the Green Lion smile at each other as they shake hands, strengthening the bond between their families. You think it will be a really wonderful scene, right? Eric smugly thought. You smile proudly, thinking to yourself, I am truly clever, always keeping a cool head. Isabel saw that you remained silent for a long time, and thinking you wouldn't agree, she made another offer. Since it's really difficult for us to get your help, I will give you twice what I just offered. Consider it a reward for completing the mission. Eric didn't reply, only stared intently at the gold coin in his hand. Isabel asked nervously, I guess it's impossible, right? She stepped forward to withdraw her request. That's embarrassing. Then suddenly, a smile appeared on your face, which confused Isabel. You held her hand tightly and immediately agreed to her request. I will escort you safely, my lady. Returning to the present, Eric was sitting in the carriage with Isabel, Chen, and Ed, heading back to the capital. Mi-Fi curiously asked, so there is a treasure hoard in Sin's nest? Why do you still need money? Eric uses his telepathic thoughts to reply. I've calculated everything. And then he pursed his lips, silently cursing inside. Don't say that if you've ever been hungry before. He looked at him in silence, and Mi-Fi showed an puzzled expression. Eric glared angrily at him and patiently explained, What am I supposed to do now that I have no money on me? It might not matter to you because you're a half-demon, but humans need money to eat and sleep. You think you understand what it's like to be in need? Mi-Fi replied calmly. This is a human issue. Eric's face showed interest. He covered his mouth with his hand, marveling at that ability. This telepathic connection is pretty convenient. With just a little energy, I can talk to whoever I want. Mi-Fi sneered and said, I only teach you because I find it very annoying. Whenever someone around you is silenced, you stay quiet too. Eric couldn't help but tease him. I know why you hate being silenced. You're so nosy. Mi-Fi angrily shouted, How dare you? He changed the subject. Just forget about it. Are you planning to just sit there quietly all the way? You look worse than you think. What should I do now? I'm so bored. Throughout the journey, Isabel kept a close eye on him. She wondered if he was silent not because she entrusted him with the task. Isabel bit her lip to let Elk do as he pleased, but now she needed his help. She thought to herself that if her uncle kept sending stronger assassins, the three of them would never be able to outsmart them. The scene shifts to Isabel's grand castle, looming under the dark night, as the relaxed figure sits on the throne, listening to subordinates report the situation. He was surprised and exclaimed, Has Team 6 been wiped out? The fully trembling intelligence officer bowed his head and admitted his guilt. I'm sorry, please approach him slowly. The man coldly drew his sword. If you apologize, Mao shouted angrily, you shouldn't have done anything in the first place, and now you're just apologizing to atone. Quickly and decisively, he swung his sword through the kneeling subordinate, severing his head from his body. The other henchman appeared immediately to clean up the scene. After dealing with that guy, Bao calmly turned and asked, Han, where do you think Isabel will go? He carefully analyzed because the traces of her leaving the snowy mountain have been confirmed. Han guesses based on what he observed that she is probably heading back to the capital. If she is returning to the capital, does that mean she wants to negotiate with me? He smirked and replied, probably so. He dismissively said, what a foolish child. How could an unskilled girl dare to negotiate with me? Mao quickly swung his sword while shouting his name. Han quickly retracted his sword and threatened H in a stern voice. You only get one chance. The clopping of hooves gradually faded until it stopped completely. Chen signaled the horse to halt. At this moment, Isabel had just woken up. He immediately informed her upon seeing this. We've arrived at Le Center, miss. Isabel, feeling refreshed after a good sleep, stretched and said, We reached our destination in just 2 days of non-stop travel. Mi-Fi suddenly hugged her lower back and complained. My whole body hurts. Eric replied in surprise. A flying ghost like you. You don't know that the correct posture helps relax the nerves. For some reason, why are you going against the flow? Eric hadn't finished speaking when he was already captivated by the scene before him. You're curious if they are inside the castle. Hen loudly orders the Blue Wolf Squad 2 to assemble. His subordinate's name is confusing, asking about the flag. He hurriedly explained, Do we really need to deploy the strongest team for such a trivial matter? The lady's return to the capital means accepting defeat. That subordinate hadn't finished speaking, but Hen immediately and decisively took his head off. A hunting dog must behave according to its status. He is calculating Isabel's move. She must definitely pass through Le Center if she wants to go from Snow Mountain to the Imperial capital. Hen raised his voice to order them to leave, and Eric's face suddenly turned grim. He gaped as he looked ahead. The blue cloaks immediately caught Eric's eye, embroidered with the head of a lion. The subordinates all turned to look at him, their eyes as if they wanted to swallow everything. They obey Hen's orders absolutely. To the city of the dead. Isabel was not very surprised. I had anticipated that the journey would not be easy, because the Lord rules this place. But to this extent, Chen anxiously asked, "Should we go back, miss?" She firmly refused. No. Just then, their carriage caught the eye of one of them. He patted the man next to him and pointed towards the carriage. Isabel carefully explained, "We've already attracted their attention. Doing this will only make them more suspicious." She came up with an idea to leave this carriage behind and secretly escape to find another place. Eric suddenly spoke up, cutting her off, saying, "No." Isabel was stunned. "What? What did you say?" he whispered. The explosion erupted. Immediately, the carriage easily passed by the guards without being questioned. He remained unusually calm. Chen quickly drove the carriage away from there. Isabel sat inside, trembling with fear. In just a few minutes, all four of them had safely escaped from that deadly trap. Chen continues to ride the horse through a large tunnel, and as they exit, a bustling neighborhood appears before their eyes. Eric quickly stepped out of the first carriage. Isabel asked curiously, "What spell did you just use?" Eric calmly explained, "It's just a simple illusion spell that changes our appearance. It's no different from a hypnotic effect broken with a light shock. So we need to be careful." She truly admires Elk's talent. "Thanks to you, Rick, we are safe inside the city again." "I truly thank you from the bottom of my heart." Before leaving, he carefully advised her to stay the night here. "I will come back after taking care of some matters." "All right, I will return safely." Mi-Fi leisurely follows Eric, feeling very curious about why you need to use magic when you could just kill them all. You calmly reply, "I don't want to start a fight without knowing anything about the enemy. And I also need to conserve mana for emergencies." "What do you think the vows and soul contracts are for? Isn't it just because you're lazy? Anyway, you need to get to the academy or something quickly, right?" Eric nodded and replied, "Yes, but I need to find out something." Your mouth twitched immediately. Eric asked Mi-Fi something. "It's been a while, but you still remember, right?" "You tell him your plan. I need to know Din's situation to prepare for eliminating that old man." Mi-Fi shrugged and said, "I don't know who that is, but it's unlucky to be targeted by someone like you." He suddenly became interested in a group of children playing in front. Mi-Fi notices something unusual when looking at the children. "I have a question. I can sense something like mana from that night. What is that?" Eric immediately understood what Mi-Fi meant. "I guess your time hasn't come for the spiritual energy chain to appear, so he doesn't understand it." Seeing his confusion, I quickly explained it to Mi-Fi. It's simple. Mana is originally a blessing for mages, but over time, even warriors can develop methods to use mana on their bodies. Eric explains in more detail so he can understand. If mages cast spells by creating a magic circle in their hearts, warriors strengthen their bodies by accumulating spiritual energy chains around their dantian. Not only that, but he also continued to provide additional information. Similar to the division of mage ranks, 6 circles are a master mage, 7 circles a grand mage, and 8 circles a sage. The martial artists are divided into 1 beginner chain, 2 novice chains, 3 expert chains, 4 powerhouse chains, and 5 master chains. To make it easier for you, Lady Isabel's knight is around the beginner level. Mi-Fi asked further, "Only 5 levels exist." Eric nodded and replied, "Usually yes, but there are exceptions. Only 1 person can cycle through more than 5 stages." He then asked curiously, "Who?" Seeing Mi-Fi's curiosity, he just smiled faintly. "Golden Lion, he is recognized as the strongest person on the continent." He looked disappointed upon hearing this and said, "A boastful nickname by human standards. No. This time he might be able to fight evenly with my grandfather, one of the strongest people in MBER history." Mi-Fi whispered, "I see you two just talked all the way here, then suddenly stopped and said we've arrived." Mi-Fi was very excited and then revealed a sinister smile on his face. "I'm looking forward to meeting him." Eric sighed in frustration. This old man is so stubborn again. Then he reminded himself again that he didn't need to pay attention to the old man. The more important thing was Eric happily asking, "Can I buy all the newspapers from the past month?" He silently vowed to find out what had happened in his absence as the scene shifted under the blazing sun to reveal another magnificent and grand castle. Din's impatient voice echoes that the matter is still unresolved. Riv kneels on one knee, bowing respectfully. "Sorry, the Nerester guards are like an impenetrable fortress around the hospital. But thanks to your discovery that the hideout is being monitored by the high levels of the academy and the press, you have an advantage over the other candidates in the race for the principal position." Din sighed and said, "I can't predict what will happen if I don't gain the excavation rights to the hideout. I want an overwhelming victory."
He appears very confident, as if ready to do anything the old man commands, so please give the order.
Din chuckled softly, secretly planning a scene change, then covered his face with his hands and sat on the table. He made a request to add more pressure on the narrator. He calmly reports the current situation. Young Master, the transfer of the excavation rights of the high-level academies hang, and the press is under immense pressure. Moreover, this situation is no different from you stabbing the senior professors of the academy in the back, who are very furious. Shin suddenly burst into tears, which made everyone confused. Young Master, please stop crying. He vents all his frustrations on CEC. My sister tortures me every day, while that damn Eric never contacts me even once. His hands tremble slightly as he reaches out to touch the papers on the desk. But I have already warned myself then. He suddenly stood up from the chair and gritted his teeth, saying I would continue to endure until I return. The scene shifts, and Eric quickly grasped the situation from a month ago, just by reading the news. Din remains as cunning as ever, while Shin is facing hell for my sake. You know how to manipulate public opinion, huh? Old man Din. Mi-Fi quietly observes Ek and says, I'm getting more used to that expression. You clench your fist tightly, then confidently say, keep rising higher and higher. It will only make my debut more spectacular. Eric suddenly stops, thinking for a moment. After all, I do feel a bit sorry for Shin. What can I do for him? While he was thinking of how to make it up to Shin, suddenly a bright flash lit up outside the window, and in an instant, a deafening explosion erupted right where the light had just appeared. The loud noise suddenly startled both Eric and Mi-Fi, and they immediately turned towards the source of the sound. Outside, chaos erupted instantly, with the desperate shouts of the nearby residents continuously ringing out. There's a fire! Hurry with water! Everyone was panicking and running everywhere. There were also children crying out. The mother of a nearby resident kept shouting, Someone save us! As Eric quickly got up and threw open the door. The scene before his eyes immediately leaves him stunned. The entire neighborhood in front of him seems to turn into a hellscape, everything engulfed in flames. What the hell is going on? Are you really sure you trust Rick, miss? Isabel calmly replied, he's the one who saved us. He carefully voiced his thoughts. Maybe he's not one of Pa's subordinates. But what if he's an assassin sent by another master to seize the main estate? Chen tried to persuade Isabel, I'm not entirely sure about this either, but we should still be cautious. She remained silent, thinking to herself. I understand Chen's worries, but it seems he's been overly protective of me ever since we were at Snow Mountain. Isabel slowly turned around and agreed with his words. Chen, I understand what you're trying to say. Chen was very pleased to hear that and quickly said, Yes, young lady. Then Isabel should give the order firmly. But don't say that anymore. Doubting Rick is the same as doubting my decision. Her firm attitude left Ed and Chen speechless, unable to argue. Isabel recalled the moment Eric stood still under the snowy sky. From her own observation, she was certain of one thing. She trusted him. Only those who listen honestly can show that expression. Chen was helpless and continued to say, I understand now. Isn't he just a money-hungry mercenary? Isabel just smiled and shook her head in denial. No, he genuinely wants to help us. She looked surprised, meaning she was analyzing based on what she observed. Even though he wasn't paid, he still helped us. That shows that no matter what we ask, he won't help us. S responded, but his expression changed when he realized we are family. Isabel explained that he had considered that our family's reputation might be damaged, so he intentionally lowered himself. He happily replied, I understand. He did it to protect the reputation of the Green Lion. I see. Before she could finish speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out outside. The whole neighborhood was suddenly engulfed in flames. Simonon, satisfied, said the fire looked so dazzling. He rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue, then laughed like a madman. A coil of fourth-tier primal magic containing primordial heat surged. As expected, it's worth it. Beskop sighed in disappointment. Even now, with everything that's happened, are you still able to laugh? Simonon sways the magic scroll in his hand, blaming him. Hey, Beskop, didn't you just agree with my decision earlier? Why are you suddenly so serious now? You also know how much I've invested in this, right? Beskop frowned at him, secretly cursing. He's an idiot, but I really couldn't think of a better way. He hopes that with her personality, no matter what happens, she will try her best to overcome it and help everyone. Simonon excitedly asked, What should I do now? Burn more? Beskop carefully reminded that Team 6 has been wiped out. According to Hen's calculations, my enemies still have at least 3 or more people remaining. He said there might be a mage among them, so we have to be careful. He looked serious and replied, Well, even if it's the 6th team, I can just close my eyes and burn them all in one shot. You and Han are overthinking this. Since we've come this far, I hope they are strong enough for me to have some fun. BCO was quite annoyed, but he went along with him. Then let's get started. Simonon orders his subordinates to find her. Despite the chaos still raging through the neighborhood, they were determined to track down Isabello. He ordered that, except for the girl in charge, everyone else should be killed. With a worried shout, she yelled, "Miss, you must run and hide! If it was the green wolves, their target is you!" Isabel slowly got up, and the first thing she said was to confirm the safety of her two knights. "Are you both okay, Chen?" The sudden chaos unfolding before her caught her off guard. Damn it. The sound of the villagers' desperate screams echoing in my ears. "It's on fire! It's on fire! Help me!" Isabel looked up and froze in place. The people outside keep shouting, "My shop! Run away!" Everyone is panicking in this dangerous situation. They just hold their heads and scream. The innocent people perished one after another in that fire. Isabel trembled and asked Bello, "Is this real? What do you want?" When she was at a loss for what to do, Chen suddenly shouted, startling Isabel, "Miss, be careful." A small explosion suddenly went off right beside her. Because she let her guard down for a moment, Isabel was immediately thrown back by the blast. Luckily, she reacted in time. Isabel lands safely on the ground, while the large rocks pressing down on her, he desperately begs her not to give up. "Please run away, please!" Isabel's fury erupts, her teeth clenched tightly together. She trembles as she grips the sword on the ground, her entire body filled with helplessness and a relentless desire for strength. "I want to fight this to save everyone," but she slowly got up in utter helplessness. "I don't have enough strength, nor enough talent to stop them." Isabel bit her lip so hard it bled. "I don't want to run away. I don't want to live such a shameful life." Eric's image suddenly flashed in her mind, and Isabel suddenly remembered the words of encouragement he had given her. With a fierce desire, "I want to become someone like him." Isabel suddenly spoke with a powerful voice. "I am a member of the Kyo Empire's protective clan." She decisively swung her sword and declared that she would die if necessary. Isabel's eyes became resolute. She shouted, "I will fight to the end." As Isabel finished speaking, another deafening explosion erupted ahead. She closed her eyes tightly in fear, her whole body trembling involuntarily. Suddenly, everything around fell silent. Isabel curiously opened one eye. The raging flames from earlier have suddenly frozen into large chunks of ice. She exclaimed in amazement, "What?" Isabel looked around, puzzled, and asked what had happened. Eric suddenly appeared, standing tall like a hero blocking her path. The mysterious energy emanating from him was wildly rushing toward the still-burning flames. He controls a gust of wind carrying freezing air that slips through the flames. In just a few short minutes, the entire neighborhood is still engulfed in flames. Now they are safe from the danger. The people around are overjoyed. They keep cheering with joy. The fire is being put out. We are saved. Isabel is still confused and doesn't fully understand the situation. What is this? Only when she saw Eric's familiar back did her hanging heart finally settle down. Isabel's tears immediately welled up. She quietly gazed at that steady shoulder from afar. Isabel sobs as she calls out Rick. Eric remains silent without responding. She silently wondered how long it would take. Isabel still held on to a faint glimmer of hope. But if possible, she quietly expressed her only wish, that one day she could stand beside him. Eric decisively rushes forward like an arrow shot from a bow, furious at the actions of the Blue Wolves. As a knight to kill innocent civilians, Mayfie chuckled softly, quietly watching him from behind. The strong are often good at suppressing their anger, but once it erupts, it's hard to extinguish. Mayfie chooses not to get involved in Eric's affairs. This is something I know very well because I have faced them in the past. Unlike ordinary people who often make mistakes when they lose their reason, after countless confrontations, I have learned that they are calmer, more patient, and stronger. Mayfie slowly speaks up to remind them. It seems they're more numerous and stronger than the last time we met. Do you think you can win? Innocent civilians are all turning their eyes toward Eric. You respond calmly, it will be difficult. I don't know how long I can keep my energy up. Eric pointed out his current obstacle, and now he can't comfortably use magic in front of ordinary people. He suggested to you, so why don't you run away? Eric calmly said, my family has a saying like that. Then he immediately uttered the words left by his ancestors. Those with power have the duty to fulfill their responsibilities. Ellen's entire body radiates a powerful, killing intent as if to devour everything. He confidently declares that this is why the strong are always the leaders in every battle. In summary, Isabel decided to negotiate with her uncle Pavel, and Eric chose to go with her after receiving her request. Furthermore, Pakel lost his subordinates to Eric and sent a team of elite blue wolves who, in their attempt to kill Isabel, turned the city into a sea of flames. Isabel was furious and had no choice but to draw her sword, even if it meant risking death in the fight. And at that moment, in a situation where death was unavoidable. In that life and death moment, Eric still stood firm like a steel pillar in the storm. He silently watched the city burn in red flames.
Suddenly, Eric's eyes flashed. Immediately, a fierce whirl of magic erupted around his body like a raging tornado ready to be unleashed.
Seeing the blazing golden magic against the dark sky, the elite blue wolves froze in shock, speechless.
Simon stammered, "The scrolls I bought with my sweat and tears should have been the seventh ring."
Where did someone like him come from? Did he come out of the magic tower?
BCOP, what should we do now? We can't afford to get involved with the magic tower. He cautiously warned, "I know all the wizards in the magic tower, but I don't recognize him no matter what. We must be careful." Goon coldly suggested, "We just need to kill the young lady and retreat."
Simon licks his lips, a cruel look on his face. What if that wizard intervenes?
Immediately after, they charged forward at lightning speed. Hearing the rushing sound, Isabel panicked, her whole body tense up instantly on high alert. She quickly casts a spell, light bursting around her body, ready to face the relentless attack of the enemy. Beskov's voice rings out coldly. "Then kill him." This moment, Isabel felt overwhelming anxiety and her legs gave out, but luckily Eric arrived just in time to save her. She gasped in surprise. "Eric, turn around," his eyes steady as if to reassure. It seemed Isabel understood, her face gradually softening with quiet trust. And then they both shot forward like lightning, escaping the encirclement in an instant. The people behind are stunned and noisy. One of them shouted, "They're fleeing!" He quickly ordered, "Formation A, Team 3, follow me." Eric holds Isabel tightly and runs without stopping, his mind racing with the thought they have over 40 enemies. He silently calculated that he had to lure them to a place without people. Suddenly, a deafening siren pierced through the air like tearing the atmosphere. Immediately, countless figures from all sides rushed in, blocking the escape route. Eric cast a spell, his figure flickering like the wind as he darted past them. But another pack of clever blue wolves immediately blocked his escape route. "You had to stop." The sound of footsteps scraping the ground followed by a cloud of dust rising into the air. In just a moment, all routes were sealed off with no way out. Behind Eric, an excited voice rang out. "I see you now." Simonin casually rested his sword on his shoulder, a smug smile on his lips. "It's your first time hunting a wizard, so you're a bit excited." He frowns and asks, "Where did you hide the young lady?" "You think I'm going to answer you? You guys are really stupid," Eric sneered. "Of course you wouldn't know, because all you do is chase after me like a pack of dogs." Simonin gritted his teeth and growled, "You want to die." Immediately after, he coldly ordered, "Cut off his head for me." Instinctively, he raised his hand to cover his eyes against the blazing magic streams, secretly thinking he had already used up a lot of mana to extinguish the fire across the city. Eric frowns anxiously. "The mana of the dragon heart has increased significantly after absorbing the seal, but my body won't withstand it like last time if I push beyond my limit." He pondered that he could still restart then, but now everything would be ruined if he died even once. A stream of thoughts kept flashing through Eric's mind. "There are 30 of them, not 40, right? I heard they will all come out even if they only have to deal with one person." Just as Isabel said, the axe instantly appeared in his hand. Eric quickly charged forward, already planning to kill their leader fair first. But as soon as his body touched the stream of light created by the Green Wolf team, Eric felt something very strange. He was panicked inside. What was that? "My body doesn't move as well as when I fought Snow Mountain King?" Mayfee sneers. "Are you sure you defeated Snow Mountain King?" "That's it," Eric immediately argued back. "No, I'm sure that back then my body moved exactly as I intended." At that moment, he suddenly sensed something was wrong and continued shouting insults like an idiot. In an instant, a sword shot straight toward him at terrifying speed. "Do you think the game pieces on the chessboard will work in real life?" Eric irritably snapped. "If you won't help, then take this." I'm furious and shouting, "All of you get lost." A huge burst of light suddenly exploded, shining fiercely and striking the enemy directly. Simon immediately raised his shield to defend, then charged forward to attack, mockingly saying, "What kind of fool mage fights in close combat?" "Why don't you use your all-powerful magic then?" Eric snapped angrily, grinding his teeth, his eyes flashing with a cold glare as if wanting to tear the person in front of him apart. Immediately launching an attack, shards of freezing cold ice shot forward at high speed. Simona sneered in disdain. "You're only capable of this much?" Eric, looking annoyed, breathes heavily as if about to explode, his eyes blazing with fiery anger, full of murderous intent. He keeps attacking, his sword whistling through the air with each move. He quickly swings his sword to counter. "Give me some more fun." Eric panicked and quickly bent down to dodge as a barrage of sword strikes rained down on him like a raging storm. Simon is excited, attacking relentlessly in a frenzy. You bravely refuse to retreat, charging forward to risk everything against him. In an instant, two streams of magic collided. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, illuminating the entire corner of the heavens. He drew the Lathan sword and slowly stepped forward,
Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Simon cast a contemptuous glance around, sneering that Eric was lucky to escape like a rat. Soon, the elite green wolves had surrounded him, and now he was caught in a trap. Suddenly, a spark flashed, soaring into the sky, blending with his cold voice. That's the end.
Then the cannons roared, and the light tore through the night sky, blooming brilliantly like giant flowers against the dark backdrop.
Simon was startled and spun around, looking confused. What the hell is going on? Fire? Seeing that the opportunity had come, a smug smile appeared on his lips. At this moment, spiritual energy erupts and engulfs Eric's body. Are you all gone now? Seeing the glowing circle appear beneath you, they trembled in fear. The magic circle. He couldn't believe El possessed such terrifying power and turned around shouting loudly, "Let's go!" But the scene before him left Simonon stunned, his eyes filled with horror. He muttered, "Huh? How can a human have those eyes?" Simonon was stunned, roaring to kill him before he activated it. He sneered coldly, every feature exuding ruthlessness, as if he had foreseen the fate of these people. He was furious, raising his sword to charge forward and stop him. At this moment, the magic circle blazed even more intensely.
Eric shouted, "Do you want to kill me?"
He remembered the conversation while running away with Isabel.
Eric asks how they fight. She replies, "They always fight in groups even if they only kill one person. Just like their name suggests, they are like a pack of wolves. So I just have to herd them to the square and wipe them all out." Her suggestion surprised him, and if it involves setting a trap, even better. A sudden idea flashes through Eric's mind as he softly mutters, "A trap?" Seeing Elk silent, Isabel nervously calls out to Eric. After a moment, he spoke seriously. "Isabel, I'm sorry, but can I ask you a favor?" Then the plan was carried out as intended. A spark shoots straight into the sky. The sound of fireworks exploding echoes loudly, and blinding light tears through the quiet night. It blooms like a fiery red flower, illuminating Eric's figure as the start of an impending storm. His words are etched in her mind. After she evacuated the civilians from the square, Eric continued, "Tear this magic signal control core apart." His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he declared fiercely, "I will kill them all. Kill." At this moment, the magic rages fiercely, covering the entire space like a storm descending. Eric's voice continues to echo through the square. In an instant, everything is engulfed in ice, and the elite blue wolves are frozen in place. You praise it, the magic circle really holds mana very well. Below, Simonon is frozen in thick ice, stammering in amazement. "No way!" Eric is right in front of him, speaking sarcastically. "How stupid are you not to see that I drew the magic circle?" Seeing your cold hand pressed close to my face, Simonon shouted in panic and pushed away. Eric gritted his teeth and said, "You won't die peacefully." Suddenly, someone rushed into your planned formation. B-Cop coldly said, "Not bad, but your luck has run out." Eric's eyes immediately fixed on him, his whole body tense with alertness. Under BCO's command, the henchman quickly rushed in, forming the B formation. He silently calculated in his mind that he had lured us closer to kill us all with the magic circle, so he must be confident and plan carefully to succeed. Seeing your expression, BC slightly frowns, surprised inside. Is he actually smiling? Does he know we're hiding and watching him? The man looks confused, his eyes flickering. No way he knows we're here. If he knew, he wouldn't have used the magic circle. Beskip suggested I would spare you if you handed over the young lady. Eric replied calmly. Is that so? But the problem is, you clearly declared that I have no intention of letting you live. Then, magic erupted fiercely, like a raging storm rushing straight at him. Eric's voice was cold as he said, "You shouldn't have done that. Corrupted knights will not be spared." BC tightened his grip on his sword, ready to attack. Then, the guy charged at Eric with lightning-fast speed, shouting loudly, "Protect your body with spiritual energy and maintain the formation." Quickly counterattack to dull the enemy's blade, but their sword remains sharp and unaffected. It brushes past with great power. Eric quickly ducks to avoid, stunned and thinking to himself, is the lightning bolt useless? Beskip continued to wield his sword, determined to fight to the end. He immediately raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips, quickly casting a spell to blow him away. But all of them are useless. Elk felt a sudden panic in his heart as the whirlwind was also much weaker. Are all magic outside the ice system weaker because of the sealing curse? Do I have to obtain the seal in its system to use them? Eric thought helplessly, assuming so, but is it really easy to cast the sealing curse? No, it's extremely difficult, he muttered. Unlike the ice mountain full of ice energy, it can't unleash all its power in the middle of the city and consumes too much mana. At this moment, Eric clenched his hands together, still focusing his magic, his thoughts continuing to echo, but suddenly they were unleashed, rushing straight toward the opponent. The man immediately raised his sword, hurriedly blocking the attack. The magic stream on the sword quickly weakened, the light dimmed, and then disappeared.
Suddenly, the two hands clenched tightly together, eyes shining, and a feeling of joy filled his heart. There is indeed a way! Just after Eric's shout, he quickly leapt back and ran away.
At the same time, a stream of magic swiftly shot towards the enemy. Seeing the danger close, BC roared in anger and blocked it.
His sword clashes with the ice bullets, a shrill, ringing sound echoing non-stop. B-Cop keeps swinging his sword, quickly deflecting the incoming ice bullets. Eric also did not show any weakness, continuously launching magic attacks. He couldn't dodge in time, and his hands immediately started bleeding. Beskop angrily raises his finger again, ready to strike the next blow. Eric closed his eyes tightly, his whole body focused to the maximum, gathering his spiritual power for an explosive release. He and his subordinates quickly charged forward, his voice full of anger. Enough playing around, I don't have time to waste with you guys, so I'll end this here. Beskop's voice continued to echo, saying he would kill you all. But after a moment, when he saw no reaction from his teammates, he was stunned and turned around.
What?
Beskop panicked, sweat pouring down his face as he realized his body was gradually freezing. Just a light touch of the ice poison would turn him to ice instantly. El sneered, your mistake is blocking back instead of rushing in to fight. The whole body trembling with fear.
I've never heard of a curse like that before.
I reply calmly. What are you surprised about? Eric said smugly.
I just added a curse to the ice spell.
The first squad leader really is the dumbest of the bunch. He shouldn't have just sent us.
I admit you're very skilled, but you'll soon regret messing with us.
BC chuckled coldly. You will soon die at the hands of the captain. He coldly said, so that's him? Eric, furious, unleashes all his spiritual power and delivers the final blow to the one who plotted this. He was stunned, eyes wide open, mouth agape, completely overwhelmed by the sight before him. You won't be alone on your way to hell. Eric's eyes flickered with murderous intent. I will send him down to meet you soon. Then, a deafening explosion erupted. In that moment, somewhere else, Simonen's voice rang out. Seize it. The man was surprised. What is this? He knelt on the ground, sincerely explaining that it was a scroll containing a 6th-level fire spell circle.
And we escaped because Beskop held him back. But Simonen continued, the Green Wolf team is the swordsmanship of Lord Pao Coelho. You will be the next Green Lion. You can't just run away with your tail between your legs. We can.
He continued, run until your feet are blistered. Set fire, and if that's not enough, burn yourself and run away. Simonen's face showed a cruel expression.
Even if the young lady dies, it doesn't matter. Use your life to burn this city down. His voice echoes into the sound of explosions.
We are the noble blue wolves, your Pao's ace in the hole. How can we bow our heads and run away like cowards? Those words reached Eric and me's ears. Run away. Run until your feet are red, and set a fire. If necessary, use yourself as bait. He grins smugly as he looks at you. Simonen's voice continued to ring out. Even if she died, it wouldn't matter. Even if she sacrificed her life, she would turn this place into dust. Mi-Fi grinned mischievously. It looks like they're about to do something crazy again. You turned around in surprise. What? Why? Eric quickly concentrates his spiritual power, scanning and searching for the remaining members of the elite Blue Wolf team. He suddenly soars into the sky, dust swirling chaotically. You're furious, grinding your teeth and cursing, you bastards, Mi-Fi firmly said. In this world, the only species capable of surpassing demons in manipulation is humans. He shouted in criticism. No matter how civilized they pretended to be, their true faces are always the same. Eric rushed forward, scanning everywhere, his face full of worry. Currently, only 3 blue wolves remain. I can't see anyone else. What's more dangerous is that the magic secret is in their hands. A thought flashed through his mind that it had to be at least a 6-circle spell. Just a small mistake, and the whole city would turn to dust. On the other side, Simon grinned triumphantly, waiting to see how they would stop this. At this moment, Eric saw him, his mind tangled, sweat beading on his forehead. Simon raised his book triumphantly, a smug look on his face. It's all too late now. Suddenly realizing there's an ambush, he spun around. At that moment, a flash of a figure suddenly lunged at Simon, then his arm was cut off, blood spraying everywhere. Eric frowns and says, On the mountain I had a suspicion, but I didn't expect you to be so fearless. A moment later, Isabel appears, clutching her sword. How dare you steal what I gave you and run away? It seems my A+ grade crafting skill is pretty impressive after all. That silent manual really is effective. Suddenly, she sensed danger approaching and instinctively looked up. Simon charged at Isabel with a fierce knife. Die now. Immediately, his body was frozen solid by your spell. Ice cold, Eric sneered. Seems like you tried, but you're going to die anyway, so what's the point of tiring yourself out? Why the attitude? You just raised your hand and got all tense. You're already ugly, and now you're even more disgusting. I'm tired of this. Let's end it. He smirked. Do you think that's the end? Eric exclaimed in surprise. What? Simonon continued speaking.
Have you forgotten about those two? Let's go back to earlier, when you were still focusing on your magic.
Eric's eyes scanned the square, not missing a single corner. Simonon recounted, When you were still circling here with me, my subordinates had already prepared everything. He excitedly declared, Even though I lost to you, our green wolf ace of the Lord will never be defeated.
Simonon exclaimed excitedly, Your wizards are too careless. This place will soon become a hell filled with vengeful spirits.
He smiled and said, I've stopped them. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. What? Eric asked.
Did you just say I should use the magic I am most proud of?
You remember the moment passing by Simonon, holding a scroll, standing proudly on the rooftop, looking down. At that time, Eric had noticed something unusual, a slight smirk on his lips, everything just as you predicted. Immediately, Eric unleashed a barrage of ice bullets that shot out from his side, taking down the remaining enemies. You see, don't you? His face turned pale and bloodless upon hearing Eric's words. Even your trump card is gone, Simonon muttered in despair, unable to believe this was real. It had to be a joke. Then he tremblingly turned to Isabel and begged, Please, miss, listen to me. If you spare my life, I will definitely speak well of you to him. Pao saw her grab the hilt of the sword and was so scared he broke out in a sweat. We only meant to scare her a little and then humiliate her in front of him. I am the leader of the Blue Wolf Team 3, and I am sure he will listen to me. She interrupted Simonon's apology with a slash of her sword, blood splattering, and warned not to tarnish the family's reputation any further. Immediately, his head dropped to the ground with a thud, eyes still wide open, unblinking in death. Isabel slumped to the ground, nervously apologizing. I was too impatient. He immediately knelt down and asked Han if she was okay, saying I was planning to hand him over to you from the start. Are you hurt anywhere? Even though her whole body was trembling from the cold, she forced herself to reply, I'm fine. Eric is worried. Her body must be in shock. Just wait a moment. Then he quickly uses his spiritual power to warm her up. Isabel softly called, Eric? He immediately replied, I'm here. She hesitated and begged, Can you spare a blue wolf? Isabel recounted that she never once expected the knights from a family that had never wanted to be associated with someone as useless as her. Even if they respect Isabel, that respect is only because she is the daughter of the Green Lion. That's all. As for the Green Wolves, they sometimes show respect to Isabel, but mostly they don't. They always stare at her with cold eyes. In those eyes, there was only contempt. However, Isabel remembered when her father was imprisoned, he wondered, why was I allowed to live? Bao replied, because we want to send a message that now those green wolves are afraid of her. Isabel firmly told my uncle that he would never become a green lion. Eric stood silently, staring at her. Of course, to be precise, they are actually afraid of him. Right now, Isabel is filled with deep thoughts, if I also had power. The endless thoughts echoed in her mind and her abilities. Isabel clenched her fists and silently made up her mind. I can't let this happen. I have to be stronger. Complaining about fate is useless, she thought firmly to herself. I must overcome this weakness to gain strength. Suddenly, he softly asked, Where will you go now? Isabel smiled. I will go to the place where my father is nurturing his future plans. Eric exclaimed in surprise. Do you want to expand your influence? Yes, she nodded. I will ask old acquaintances who once owed my father for help. You're encouraging and making a wise decision. No one dares to approach the Green Lion. These words inadvertently touch Isabel's hidden feelings. Yes, because the Green Lion is there. She silently looked at the person in front of her, but if her father doesn't wake up, it will truly be a fierce battle. If Eric helps us, maybe, but the lion must not be involved with witches. Isabel remained silent, and besides, I owe Eric too much already. I don't want to rely on him anymore. It's time to say goodbye. Suddenly, he handed over a stack of papers and said, Take this. She reached out to take it and asked, What is this? The documents, Eric said calmly. I apologize for the abruptness, but I heard that the illness the Green Lion has seems similar to a blockage. I wonder if it can help in any way. You're smiling with squinted eyes, but that's the medicine for the illness. Isabel was stunned, her eyes wide open, exclaiming in shock, What? Then the two quickly examined his wounds, frowning and trying to suppress the pain. What do you mean? Chen was surprised. It's morning sickness. Eric raised his hand, a warm magic flow emanating to heal S's injuries. He spoke up. I would like to introduce myself. Isabel was stunned. Let me introduce myself. My name is Eric Minger. His next words stunned her, her eyes wide open. "I am from the Minger clan." Eric proudly lifted his head and clearly stated his identity. Duchess of Radiance. Isabel gaped. Radiance. That is the title bestowed upon Eden Minger, the Lord of Twilight Magic. The title was bestowed after his great victory over the demon race, symbolizing his shining bravery on the battlefield. Although the title is just a title, just the name of him is enough to create a symbol of glory. The Radiant Archmage. She asked, curiously, "Do you mean the person still in a coma at the Royal Magic Hospital?" "But I heard that person has." You cut in. "I can't explain everything in detail, but I did suffer from a blockage before." And now Isabel looks panic-stricken at the scattered papers in her hand. Now Eric calmly continues. "What you're holding in your hand is the medicine that helped me recover. The Green Lion's condition seems similar to this illness. Maybe it can help to some extent." Your voice continues to echo. "Isn't it true that you want to repay the old grudge? It would be a shame if the Green Lion didn't witness that scene." She was stunned, her heart heavy, silent, and speechless. Suddenly, tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks. Isabel choked back tears. How could I possibly repay this kindness? Eric gently stroked her head, his eyes full of comfort. "It's okay." He smiled shyly, "and later I will ask her again to repay this kindness." The sunlight shone brightly upon them like a beacon of a new, hopeful beginning. The boy gently looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes full of affection, tears streaming down her cheeks. "So that I can repay you in some way. This time I will call you Rick." "Oh no, Lord Elk," Isabel suggests. "Do you want me to help you become a hero?" At the same time, in the ruined and chaotic square, the atmosphere was noisy and tense. A hurried voice shouted, "Move aside for the patient." Someone else shouted, "Hey, come here and give me a hand." Mifai asked nervously, "Is it okay to reveal my identity like this?" He didn't answer, only silently pondering that Pao would do everything to find him. Eric thought to himself that he had killed many of Pao's blue wolves, and that he was definitely someone who hated losing intensely. Anxiety rose in my heart, and my magic is very special. If I tear apart the academy, my identity will definitely be exposed. So you might as well prepare for the act because your secret will be exposed anyway. In my mind, I thought that helping the Lion Mage would be a good step toward restoring the Mingor clan in the future. Mifai is not convinced. Not only have you gained too much fame, but you've also paved a solid path for yourself in the future. I thought you were just good at magic, but everyone is calculating behind the scenes. Are you leaving now? Won't you stay a little longer? Eric politely replied. I've caused enough trouble for everyone. It's time for me to return to my life. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you. If you hadn't eliminated those bad guys, we probably would have, Before he could finish, another voice suddenly spoke from behind, making him startle and turn around. You've been through a lot. I don't know how to repay you. Eric frowned. Why do you look so guilty? I told you I am just doing my duty. The man quickly introduced himself. I am Chen, a knight of Queo, and I will never forget this kindness. You frown and complain, saying there's no need for that. Mei-Fi sighs. This guy only does that for future love. Eric silently screams in frustration, then asks, what do you plan to do from now on? Chen, I will respond immediately. Even if the troublemaker is Pao Queo, it is still the fault of the Queo family. I have no hesitation in expressing my intentions, so I vow to help everyone here until the very end, and then I will go to meet the young lady. Mifai sneered, so their family wants to win the public's favor while covering up Pao's major scandal. She looks innocent, but is incredibly cunning. Eric spoke in a low voice, only uttering a brief word. Responsibility. His subsequent words made him fall silent, his gaze gradually turning cold, as if he was contemplating something profound. That is the responsibility of a noble. At this moment, everyone has gathered to see off Eric. Someone exclaimed, Thank you, sir. Wizard. A child looked up at you with admiration and exclaimed, I want to be a wizard like you when I grow up. The person next to you waves and says, Come again next time. Thank you very much. Everyone was filled with emotion and gratitude, and waving goodbye. Mifai is furious. That damn excuse is just a cover-up. Eric walks slowly, his shadow gradually disappearing into the bright sunlight. He mutters to himself, Now it's time to meet Din. The scene shifts to the director's office at Eden School, where Din is so furious he's speechless. The old man points forward and shouts loudly, I told you to go get the excavation rights for me. Even if the Nearester family tried to block the way, what the hell did you do? River stammered in fear. I'm sorry! Din angrily questions, Please, Nearester, why does he dare to block the way of the mentor? I will never let him set foot in the academy again. The old man growled, We must get it at all costs. Even if we have to bribe the press or pay off officials, we will find a way for me. Following the order, he left, the door slammed shut, leaving Din sitting alone, frustrated. Staring intently at the newspapers on the table, Din gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it." Immediately, magic erupts and burns the pile of newspapers. The old man mutters to himself, 3 days left until the principal election. If I don't have the authority to excavate by then, I'm doomed. Soon, they turned to ashes, as if they had never existed. At this point, Din was gradually regaining his composure, but his heart still churned inside. "You didn't realize you've been standing there all along? Could you repeat what you just said?" His lips curled into a twisted smile. The old man glanced at them with a cautious look, and his voice continued to echo. "So, you finally want to cooperate?" El has finally arrived at the capital. In the magnificent castle and bustling streets, bright lights illuminate everywhere, but behind the glamour, what awaits him is not only a splendid capital, but also countless dangers lurking in the shadows. At this moment, Din coldly said, "You plan to make me the principal? How do you intend to help me get promoted?" Cat Diem Tin replied, "Everything is ready now. I just need your agreement. Have you made your final decision about cooperating with us?" "Old Van, how can you do something that even we can't manage to do?" he said irritably. "Since you no longer trust us, it seems we don't need to negotiate with you anymore." "Din, huh?" Your dark eyes stare fiercely at the other person. "You're not the only candidate for the principal position." Din quickly clarifies, "I trust you. So what do you want?" he calmly asked. "It's simple. Support us. Siesta, right? Those provocations. Isn't that much simpler than what you actually want?" "Principal?" The old man pondered for a moment before replying softly. "Is that all?" The shadow of his figure flickered uncertainly, and he spoke excitedly. "That's enough." His cold eyes flash with a fierce glint as he smiles with satisfaction. At the same time, whispers began to spread throughout the capital. Kim asked softly, "Have you heard?" "What did you hear?" He hurriedly continued, "La Center is just a small city. I heard that recently the Green Lion family has caused a lot of chaos." Chip frowned and said, "Is it just because of internal conflict?" The fact that those lions openly use violence and don't care about ordinary people isn't uncommon either. Kim whispers, "You don't know yet. This time many people died and houses were burned down." He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "That's so cruel." Kim excitedly continued, but then a wizard appeared and wiped out the entire bunch of bastards. Chip was stunned. Is there really such an amazing wizard? Who is he? Eric sat squeezed between the two, his limbs stiff, sweat pouring down like a shower. He excitedly continued, "According to rumors, he is quite a handsome young man. I heard that from now on he will be called the hero of La Center." "You're obsessed with Philip, with that mocking tone. Since we arrived in the capital, all we've heard about is you. Those guys really go crazy over those so-called heroes." Eric chuckled with a grimace. "I'm also hungry after being back in the capital for so long. Why are you talking like that?" "I already told her to drop this matter, but she keeps making a fuss." Suddenly, you remember what Isabel said earlier. "Do you want me to turn you into a hero?" You were startled and blurted out, "She has an idea." Her voice continues to echo. "There's nothing better than having a heroic story to boost the public's favor." Isabel confidently said, "I'm sure this will help you. That reputation will benefit you a lot in the future." She smiled confidently and gave a thumbs up as a promise. "Of course, thanks to that, I will also establish a solid position to put pressure on my Uncle Paukeo." Back in the present, Eric silently wondered, "Will this really help me, miss?" The whispers and gossip keep going, leaving you speechless. Don't stay silent. I hear he even saved that fragrance-free flower. The daughter of the Green Lion almost became a princess consort. Oh, I wonder if those two are dating. So what will happen next? I heard the Crown Prince still likes her. Have you heard about the hero of La Center from the Western Three Stars? I heard he's heading to the capital. I wonder who it could be. I heard it's a shame for a prestigious wizard family. Eric quietly sighed. They're turning a hero story into a love story. He quickly got up and left, secretly praising her, but she really is incredibly skilled at reading the situation and creating the right moment. Whether it's about heroes or love stories, they both serve to promote one's name. Eric muttered to himself, I should go somewhere else to eat. You relax your muscles carefree, not noticing a figure watching you intently from behind. Eric secretly thought it would be great if I had Isabel's talent for reviving the family. I wonder if she has reached a safe place yet. You turn back and softly call out, Wake up, Mi-Fi, let's go somewhere else. Before he could finish speaking, the man charged straight at Eric. He was stunned, his heart pounding. He's here! He throws a powerful punch. Eric quickly stepped back to avoid it just in time as the magic burst out in a dazzling blaze, leaving everyone stunned. What's going on? Someone on the other side said in confusion. Did a fight break out? Someone exclaimed in surprise. No way. Could that Paukeo guy really still dare to cause trouble in the capital? Then he shouted, Everyone back up! In the thick smoke, the man threw a punch directly at you. Eric crouched to dodge, then looked up, his heart tightening. the scent of mana, his eyes cold, his voice rising. "You dare to dodge too?" Looking at the opponent's fist, Eric said coldly, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "It seems you're taking this joke a bit too far," the man shouted angrily. "Do you know how many terrible things I've gone through because of you? If you still have a conscience, you should go to the capital to reconcile and at least get punched once." He grits his teeth, his voice full of hatred. "Don't you think so? That damn traitor's face is all veins from anger." He screams, "That man is the third son of the Narrister family, the one who punishes Eric for his ingratitude. Please, Narrister." Suddenly a scream rang out. "Oh my God, look at who it is." "You raise your hand to stop him, my wonderful, adorable friend." Zin he angrily scolds and curses. "You damn son of a bitch. What's going on?" The person next to them reassures, "It's just a friendly greeting between friends." Then they sit down at a table in the corner, politely asking each other for favors. "After wiping your ass, I can't rely on someone whose morals are beyond saving like you." Mi-Fi quickly appears. "I like this friend of yours already." Eric takes off his shirt and fights. "If you can't be saved anymore, why don't I buy you a beer?" he sneered. "Are you still freeloading off me now that you have a proper family? Get lost. This is the last time. That damn bastard. What is your relationship with the daughter of the Green Lion?" he quickly explained. "It's okay. And these guys aren't the type of relationship like that." He waved to call the waiter. "It's okay. Count me in. I'm not easily fooled. Please point to the menu. We want a glass of iced tea and a run of beer." A plate of caprese pasta with cured meat is gone. Although smiling kindly on the outside, Elang was cursing himself inside. That bastard. He must have sensed the different mana aura from me, but didn't ask a single question. "You're probably waiting to reveal it yourself." I asked in surprise, "Why do you look so serious?" "You're nothing like him, just complaining." "That's disgusting. Please don't do that anymore." He agrees and criticizes. He's right. "Your expression is really disgusting. Just point at the food and urge it to come out. Eat before it gets cold." "You're showing off and making a face. What do you mean by disgusting? You haven't been told lately that you're handsome?" "Just a reminder, you still haven't paid back my punch." Eric looks serious. "Besides that, is it really okay for the play being prepared to go exactly as you instructed in your letter? What if you lose everything because of this?" He gently shakes his glass of water and says in a deep voice, "Don't worry, right now there are only two things that matter to me. Drag that bears who tried to kill him into hell and witness the mighty resurrection of the Mbinger family. He firmly declares it, and I will make both happen at the same time." "All right," he nodded slightly. "I will continue preparing what you requested." Then suddenly he remembered something. His eyes filled with shock as he realized how much he had suffered because of it, and he hurriedly looked around in panic. "Damn it, that's bad. My witch family must have heard those rumors too," Eric casually asked. "The witch, that one over there? Just be afraid and trembling all over. That's right. After hearing the rumors, that crazy dragon fanatic must have gone completely insane." I feel a rising sense of worry inside. Our plan will be ruined. The scene shifts to the grand mansion shrouded in darkness, creating a silent and mysterious atmosphere as hurried footsteps suddenly echo. "The promotion order has been sent to the academy already?" Hanabi reports nervously. "Yes, it has been transferred to Dinbarex, the Elemental Magic Institute." Tasa snapped angrily. "How could he let this happen? Get him to the hospital immediately." She coldly turned back. "And Hanabi, give me a brief report." "Yesterday there was nothing but mockery of that monster in the papers, and now everything has changed." He hesitated before answering. "Why do all the newspapers write like this?" Hanabi gently flipped through the newspapers. "Dinbar, you have received the promotion order and have regained your wings. The order to postpone the appointment of the Academy's principal. The Narrister family's statement regarding the promotion. The pressure expected to fall on the Hisogram family." Tasa remains silent. "Even if the Hisogram family puts pressure on us, Father won't overlook this." "What about the request?" He hesitated. The young master didn't give any specific response. She was so angry she was trembling. "What did you say?" I frown in frustration. "After loudly claiming it was your friend's friend, now that guy is silent." Magic quickly erupts around me. I will change our destination a bit. Hanabi nervously avoids. "Yes. You still don't understand? The promotion order isn't ours nor the Academy's, so how dare they deceive us? Should I go meet those scheming and cunning bastards?" The principal of Eden Academy, even though it seems like just a normal head of a magic school, holds a very significant and powerful position. Not only is it on the same level as a marquis, but this title also carries great influence in the academic and political circles, comparable to the owner of the Hagram Tower, the Grand Mage Knight of the Empire, and many other titles. The Star Witch, the honorable position for Eden Marenberg's heir, today is the day of the principal's selection. Inside the large auditorium of Eden Academy, someone was speaking clearly from the stage at the center. "Thank you all for traveling from afar for the future of our academy.
As you all know, discovering the Dragon Pearl's lair may not happen again. And I, Barex, am present at the center of this historic event.
Just as he was confidently declaring, "If you choose me, I will establish a system that allows us to continue discovering
Extraordinary things," someone from afar bitterly shouted. "He thinks the Academy is already in his hands, while other candidates haven't even arrived yet."
That person is none other than Shin. But at this moment, he's a bit worried, grinding his teeth and wondering, can Eric handle this alone? As he says this, he involuntarily recalls his conversation with him.
Eric, the approval rate from Director Barks is way higher than that. I know you have a detailed plan, but bribed supporters won't work on them.
While Shin was still speaking, Eric suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Well, then they can do whatever they like." As Shin's memories ended, Lolly approached to congratulate Din. That was a great speech. The principal, convinced by him, happily burst into laughter. "I haven't been chosen yet, so why are you elevating me like this?" "I will follow Siesta's wishes.
Even if you don't behave like this, don't worry."
And with that, he quickly and subtly shooed him away. "Since the other candidates are speaking, please speak later." La also quickly said, "I will trust you then." As soon as he left, Din revealed his true arrogant face and muttered to himself, "Yes, you will become the principal, so there's nothing to worry about. I never intended to help you from the start." Inside, he was filled with contempt and mockery. "I will soon stand shoulder to shoulder with the master of the Manhwa Tower. Why would I help a group with no foundation like you? He just doesn't know." While the old man was lost in his own thoughts, Lowly at that moment had a look full of danger. "Crushing you all will be as easy as flipping a switch when I become the principal." His smile grew wider, filled with a sinister meaning. Returning to Shin, as soon as the host finished speaking, he immediately fell into contemplation. The speeches of the 7 candidates had ended. "The voting will start soon, so please be seated. Look into the space in front of you," as Eric quietly worries. The spot he's looking at is the empty seat in the middle. Just then, a sudden sound echoes from somewhere, and XH is surprised to see something.
Below the stands, a familiar figure strides in confidently. When they see the red hair, the heads of the noble families are a bit surprised.
"Sister, why are you here?
You don't know where this is?" "Lady Nerister, this is not a crazy camp."
"The voting seat is only for the leaders of Hexagram." She fearlessly and directly retorted him. "Why do you think I don't know?"
"I know very well. Because I am attending on behalf of the Nerister family head, I believe I am the rightful one."
Tasa sat down confidently in the vacant second seat and responded very calmly, fully aware of what was about to happen. Seeing her like this, I suddenly felt uneasy and panicked inside. How does she see herself? No way. Does she know something? To avoid further noise, the host quickly spoke to calm everyone down. "Please pay attention. I want to announce the voting process before the selection begins."
"I suggest everyone sit down and remain silent. You all should have received this magic stone."
"You can view the candidate's information using this stone and vote for one of the 7. The results will be announced once everyone has voted." As soon as he finished speaking, Din, feeling extremely excited and eager, muttered to himself that he had been waiting for this day. His promise could attract the attention of anyone involved with the Academy, and might even give him a chance to collaborate with the Magic Tower and with the royal family.
And not only that, I have already discussed with all the selection representatives, so everything is settled. And based on the actions of the selection representatives, Din was absolutely certain it was decided.
After the voting period, Riv also spoke up. "Now I will announce the results.
Except for the votes from the Mbinger family, the most voted person is the one whom Din eagerly awaits to be called at the decisive moment." Just as Riv was about to give the answer he desired, a voice suddenly interrupted.
"Wait a moment." Suddenly, a mysterious person in a black cloak appears out of nowhere. Seeing that person, the entire audience suddenly became noisy and confused. They were full of suspicion and questioned who dared to interrupt the sacred selection process. Only I seem to know who that person is. I exhale a breath of delight. Not only she, but it seems even Shin knows how to cheer. "Step forward. Eric?" As soon as he finished speaking, the person who was just called revealed their identity. The head of the Minger family, Eric Mbinger. From his words, Din's entire body involuntarily broke out in sweat as a noble duke and a chosen representative. Eric took off his hat and cloak, smiling charmingly, and said he was here to exercise his small but important voting rights. After his introduction, the entire hall started to become chaotic. "Eric!" the other nobles exclaimed in shock. "The shame of the noble magic family. They are confused and bewildered, questioning what is happening. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to be in a coma?" And of course, Riven was also surprised, trembling as he called out your name, Eric. Under the constant flashes from both sides, he calmly walks straight toward Riven as the paparazzi keep taking non-stop photos of Eric. You seem satisfied with this reaction and smile softly.
At that moment, Din, who thought he had secured victory, was trembling with fear and sweat. How did this bastard get here? Before the other nobles could react, the other students started protesting loudly. Intern Eric, what's going on here? How dare an ordinary intern cause trouble at the principal's selection ceremony?
Hearing what they said, you slowly spoke up to protest. Do you look down on the laws of the Empire?
At this moment, I am no longer an intern at the academy. As the black cloak disappears, Eric, dressed elegantly, declares that I am a representative of the Empire and a candidate in the selection.
The empty seat in this middle is MBER's seat. Isn't the owner of MBER allowed to congratulate the new principal? At this point, there's no choice but to force a strained smile and ask Han. Although I am glad that Minger's health has improved, I wonder why you acted that way when the voting had already ended. While he was still speaking confidently, unfortunately, the vote was over. Eric quickly interrupted to announce the Eden Academy selection rules, Section 2, Clause 2.
He looked directly at Riv and read aloud with suspicion about the candidate before the end of the selection ceremony.
As he spoke, Eric headed straight for Din. The election could be held again if the majority of members agreed. Seeing your action, his eyes slightly narrowed and his eyebrows furrowed. Eric brushed past Riv, patting him on the shoulder once, and said, I am the Marquis, Eric Minger. As he spoke, Crumpip, Bapu. The crowd seemed to hold their breath, tension revealing the candidate for principal, Bar. Eric smiled charmingly, but with hidden danger, revealing he was disqualified as a candidate due to suspicion of fabricating important documents and plotting to assassinate the Duke of Light. In the quiet of the hall, he calmly responded without hesitation. It seems you don't understand the seriousness of what just happened. Can you prove that I am a criminal? He calmly retorted to him, because since you are participating in the election as a representative of the prestigious magic family, we must follow the proper procedures, as you said. Then Din immediately signaled to the others to inquire, My dear election members. The old man looked up at the High Council and subtly asked, Do you all follow Eric's unsubstantiated words? Lord Mbier, do you? Although on the surface he tried to appear calm, inside he was extremely shaken. Eric Mbinger, he seems to be hiding something, but no matter what you do, the outcome will not change. Looking at the calm and confident state of the council members, I silently think to myself, how dare you mess with me? Kid, I will show you what politics really is. After a long moment of silence, the old man, feeling satisfied, turned to Eric with a taunting look. So I don't think anyone agrees with you. What will you do now? In response, you remain very calm. Why are you so hasty? After hearing what I said, he decided it's not too late. Hearing your words, he chuckled and replied, You insist on spouting those insults in the middle of the Sacred Nine Heavens election. But before Din could finish speaking, suddenly the old man's voice rang out from somewhere, causing him to freeze. Do you really mean there's a dragon's nest there? This is a magic orb emitting a recording of Din's voice. No, we have to deal with Elk as planned. Keep his magic relay as a keepsake. Seeing that object, the old man stiffened slightly, and that voice was from closely examining the image on the orb, with Din secretly exclaiming in amazement. From that moment on, after playing the recording, Eric began to reveal the truth. Contrary to what the public believed, Director Barks did not assist in Director Narister's great discovery and mine. Instead, he wanted to destroy me and steal my family's heirloom. Based on what I said, sweat beads formed on Din's face. Does anyone still believe? Eric looked at the others with a deep, commanding gaze and asked, Are my words still baseless accusations? Master Din quickly retorted with his trembling voice, No, he is blaming me. How dare you deceive everyone with dark magic? Hearing that, Eric found it ridiculous to be accused of deception. How could I have tricked a 7th Circle mage? Hearing this, Din was a bit incredulous and confused. Are you saying I belong to the 8th Circle of Magic? At the same time, the spectators watching for a while start to murmur and discuss loudly. That's right, an ordinary complicated spell can't fool everyone here. It's even more laughable that a patient with a ceiling disease could belong to the 8th Circle of Magic. They seem to doubt what they've heard and are speculating. So the director really tried to kill the Count of Spirit Light? And of course, Deanne is currently extremely panicked inside. That crystal ball is the thing I gave to Riv when I ordered him to kill that guy in the hideout. How can he keep this? Just as he was confused and at a loss, a hiccuping sound suddenly reached his ears. He glared at the figure emitting that sound, cursing under his breath. You bastard! At that moment, Riv tried to suppress his hiccups and reminded himself, now that the election council members are having an important discussion, please remain silent. As his words ended, he cursed inwardly with anger and resentment. Damn it, Riv. How dare you betray me? The time rewinds to Shin and Elk's meal at the restaurant, with him resting his chin on the table in boredom revealing. That's right, we caught a suspicious person wandering around the hospital last night. Reven,
Hearing this from him, Eric was very surprised.
Really? That bastard Barks probably ordered him to do something again. Poor guy. I gently shake my head and say no, but this time it seems like he has something to say. He said he had something to give you and would wait until you woke up. Surprised by this answer, Eric was a bit pensive. Really?
And Riven's actions were driven by a loud, angry voice shouting at the school at that time.
Find a way to take it, even if it means using the press or bribing the higher-ups. That voice belongs to Director Din. His head was full of veins as he pointed and ordered them to find a way out. His anger made Riven so scared that he ran outside. But Din still shows no sign of stopping and keeps going on and on. Those bastards keep bothering me, I know. Even that damn Riven is useless. These continuous words of contempt from him made Riven so angry that he clenched his teeth and trembled. And at that moment, he couldn't bear it anymore and rushed away, which turned out to be the key to Eric's plan. You smile happily and wave your hand as if greeting someone. Luckily, Riv kept a piece of evidence safe.
Of course, the evidence I have is enough to destroy Barks, but this makes it easier. And the person you waved at was Riven. He was momentarily startled and waved back without realizing that Eric was a bit puzzled by his actions.
But why did Riven record the conversation just in case? Maybe saving him from the hideout was worth it. And that's not all. He continued to accuse Din of other crimes. According to the law, the ownership of the Dragon Lair dungeon belongs to the person who finds it first. But Director Barks claimed the right to exploit it without my consent. The more he listened to your accusations, the wider the old man's eyes opened in horror. So not only was he sentenced for plotting to assassinate Duke Tin Quang, but he also tried to steal the Minger family's heirloom and the rights to exploit the lair. After listing all of Din's crimes, Eric turned to the council members and made a proposal. I am not only demanding the disqualification of Director Barks from running for office, but also that he be punished for his sins. As soon as you finished speaking, the council members started to chatter nervously. What should we do now? Do I even need to ask? Without the right to exploit, Director Barks would be worthless. At this moment, the oldest man in the council suddenly asked about his concern. But Elk, I can sense the mana within you. Are you no longer under the seal? Hearing the old man's words, the others realized the problem and followed suit. I also heard that he was in a coma, but he seems to be fine.
Someone even hinted at asking me, the representative of the Nerister house, if I knew anything. What's going on?
Her response was in a completely natural state. I don't know if the person related to the Minger family representative is my younger brother, and it doesn't really matter, right? Although the evidence is clear, Din still refuses to give up and keeps trying to argue. I am sure that the crystal ball has been tampered with.
I'm sure that when I analyze it, the truth will come out. The old man gritted his teeth, desperately trying to salvage the situation.
Damn it, if this keeps up, the principal's seat will disappear along with my head. I just keep denying and begging Siesta for help. Just as he was confused, a strange sound suddenly echoed from somewhere, attracting his attention. Din looked at the couple in front of him with confusion. Lai Hu Li. Why is he standing next to Shin? Only now does he realize the problem. As Lazuli put on his glasses, his true identity was revealed. That bastard is none other than Kak. Shin's gang returns once again to the scene of the restaurant. Shin feels a bit helpless expressing it.
Anyway, Kat is really struggling because of that.
He relieves stress by playing with Barks. Eric quickly retorts, calling me cunning, but how could that be? And that Siesta guy isn't that bad either. As the curtain fell on the act, Din looked at Elk's triumphant smile with anger and resentment.
Did you plan everything from the start? Did Baresta get deceived by such a scoundrel again?
Immediately after, Eric turned to look at the election committee, startling them all. The members of the election party looked respectful, as if everything had been settled. He ran his hand through his hair and smiled brightly like the sun, announcing, "We can hold a re-election now. Does anyone want to buy the position of principal?" A while later, the new election results were in, and the newly elected person was standing on the podium giving a speech. "Thank you for entrusting me with the noble position of principal of Eden Academy." At this moment, Mi Fai, the head of the Minger family, shows a hint of disdain and criticism. "I have no words left. I didn't expect you to be so blatantly deceitful. Are you brave enough to stay, or are you leaving?" Eric replied with a carefree smile. "If it weren't for moments like this, how could I get my share? I have to postpone the academy patrol and my scholarship program, what do you know? And then, are you just going to leave that human like that?" He looked very ashamed. Eric seemed to realize who he was talking about and exclaimed, "That bald old man."
"Sorry, did you hear my radio broadcast?"
"I didn't mean to send it to you. Sorry about that. You still belong to the 7th Circle of Magic, even though you're bald. Being able to hear my radio is amazing, but why didn't you say anything? You can use the radio, right?" Despite your endless chatter, Din just silently looked at you with a furious gaze. "Well, being able to hear it must mean you're pretty talented." "I understand." He didn't understand it because of talent. It was only when Eric's mocking words became too much that he finally understood. Was it because he was bald? And that pushed Din to his limit. He immediately recited a thunder spell that struck where you were. Furious with rage, he unleashed his power and shouted, "You little brat, how dare you mock me!" Seeing this, the people in the audience screamed in panic. "What's going on?" Director Bar, they all panic and scream as they run away. And Director Din seemed to be blinded by hatred, a satisfied smile on his face as he gritted out, "Die." Faced with this dangerous situation, Eric was not afraid, but looked up at the lightning with a gentle smile. And then the lightning struck down on him, causing a deafening explosion. Eric calmly looked up at the lightning, a faint smile forming on his lips, then used his marked hand to cast a spell. Immediately, a magic circle resembling ice blocks assembled itself in midair, blocking Din's attack. Seeing the blinding light before them, the election witnesses became stunned. They gawk in amazement, unable to believe it. Looking at the barrier above their heads, their confusion and curiosity only deepen. Who is the one blocking the 5-star spell circle? But Din shows no sign of stopping, and he continues to recite the spell, preparing to attack again. At this moment, a sudden sound of something jumping echoes through the air, and a familiar figure rushes straight toward Din to face him head-on, leaving the oldest elder in the council utterly stunned. They exclaimed, "The person from La Center, he can block a 6th-level lightning spell." Then the others realized who he was and said, "Wait, this person?" They looked at Eric with awe as he landed on the ground and exclaimed, "How can a cripple from the Thuat Tin family use magic?" Eric looked up at Din with a slightly amused smile, quietly calculating. "I thought the old man was older and would be easier to deal with, but he's still a 7th-level mage, so it'll take some time to handle him." I looked at the person attacking me and thought to myself. However, as Elk's thoughts flowed, a pair of hands raised and snapped their fingers. I think he has forgotten where he is right now. Ding! Immediately, a pillar of fire appears out of nowhere and strikes directly at the spot in front of Elk to block Din's attack. Staring at the blinding flames before him, Elk confidently declared that if this old man kept acting so irritating, someone would eventually get fed up and take him down. And from within those dazzling flames, a giant pair of wings gradually appeared. Following those giant wings, I proudly stepped forward amid everyone's amazement. The phoenix is a magical firebird. Seeing her, Elk's eyebrows slightly furrowed, the youngest 7th-level mage capable of summoning a phoenix. While he was lost in his thoughts, Tassa seemed to sense his gaze and subtly glanced over. I don't know if Tassa's sister is involved in this, but the battle will start right now. Thinking so, a powerful voice loudly declared that all his actions would be considered acts of terrorism and punished accordingly. Din barks. Following that sound, the people from the great noble families and the black-clad individuals immediately appeared to block Elk. "Stop right there." Heightening their actions, Din instinctively froze in Elk's cry, "Oh, 6 noble houses and esteemed ones." It seems Riv also didn't expect this move, so he was a bit surprised, followed by a series of loud noises and shouts. "The owner of M. Binger has been attacked. Quickly capture BX." On the other side, Mei Fei looked at the black shadow lying on the ground with a bit of helplessness. I don't know if calling myself the Demon King is correct or not. The figure he sees is Eric's battered and wounded body. If you were born a demon, you would surely become the new Demon King. Hearing me, Fai's words, a faint smile played on his lips. "Don't you recognize him?" Eric looks at Din, who is tightly bound by chains, with a satisfied expression. "This is the fate of those who stand in my way." Time passes quickly, and after that day, the bustling town was filled with whispers. Did you hear anything about what happened at U.S. Academy? About the commotion caused by Eric and Binger, the one who's in a coma? What can a bastard of the magic family do? That gossip is from a fancy restaurant only for gentlemen.
No way! Do you even understand who Eric and Binger really is, you fool?
What are you talking about? Under their curiosity, someone quickly got to the point. I heard he was the one who saved La Center. Huh? Dean Barres was expelled from the academy, then arrested and charged with murder. He was surrounded by reporters, constantly being questioned about the matter. And Eric Minger, Eden Minger's grandson, a mage defending the Demon King. The image of that day, his battered hands emitting a faint residual magic, appears in their eyes. They just don't understand how he could cure illnesses that are considered incurable. Could it be that he discovered some secret when he entered the Dragon's Cave? Eric Iambier causes the Nearester family to face appropriate punishment. The scene shifts somewhere else, where Shin, holding today's newspaper, reads aloud clearly. The M. Binger family is gradually regaining its honor as a hero has appeared, despite being mocked by many. But it wasn't long before he got angry and complained, "Why the hell do I have to read this stuff to you?" Eric pitifully pouted and said, "I'm a patient, and the spot Barks hit still hurts a lot." Hearing that, Shin immediately got furious and scolded. "Don't be afraid. You are just good at pretending to be a hero." Don't you see my guards suffering so much?
Just as he said outside the villa, the reporters are pushing and begging to meet Mr. Eric Imbinger Narrister. Please open the gate, we have the right to know. And they look at the person stretching comfortably in front of them, complaining.
Those journalists should know the truth about this island's missile. You're just playing petty tricks. But now you've become a legend in people's mouths. Where did you learn those things? Eric carefully stepped down from the bed and replied calmly.
You think I've just been playing around these past few months?
At La Center, the lioness's daughter. At this point, you suddenly hesitated and your face gradually turned red. Immediately after, Eric suddenly refused to talk about it anymore, making me want to get angry. I don't care. But he temporarily set that aside and asked about something else. Also, you don't plan to cause any more trouble, right? Eric didn't hesitate and replied, I don't know. Shin just felt a bit helpless and told me he didn't know what you were planning to do. When he heard his next words, your eyes flickered slightly. But let's leave that for now. My father wants to have dinner with you. Shin Winterester's father is a 9th-level mage, a great wizard with immense power, and also the head of the Narrister family that leads the Magic Tower. Even Eric's grandfather wants to take him as a disciple. This person is a genius among geniuses, and neither Elk nor Mei Fi can say what they saw. Their mouths agape and trembling.
What the hell, you're really a bastard. Only Shin stays calm and clueless because it seems he's used to it.
Huh? What? Eric still trembling, he replied, I know you're very rich. If I had known it was this impressive, I would have stolen all your love long ago. He really is a spoiled rich kid. In front of them is the main house of the Narrister family.
Facing Eric, he reluctantly exclaimed, Is this really a house? It must be a whole city, that's right. As he spoke, he gradually imagined himself standing before a gate leading to a mysterious otherworldly place, realizing that this is the Narrister family estate along with the Magic Tower, the place he must go. Elk's eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes full of determination, ready to smile with amusement. Then he slowly took each step forward, murmuring about overcoming a certain day. At this moment, Eric and Shin are moving inside the castle. Suddenly, he remembers something and says, Oh, right, your sister is also there. Hearing that, he paused briefly and asked, What? Why are you only telling me this now? Please give Haiji's letter to your brother. Do you know how busy I've been lately because of you?
You should have contacted her earlier. Eric took the letter and tremblingly opened it to read. My dear little brother Eric, I hear you're planning to go to the Narrister family estate. Don't cause trouble for them until I arrive, and get ready. And at the station, a familiar figure arrived and hurried to the destination, carrying a huge suitcase whose contents were unknown. And on the Narrister side, when Elk reads the last line, his face turns pale and drenched in sweat.
He will die. He bows his head in despair and cries out, It's over! I'm doomed!
Seeing you like that, Mathai could only sigh. It seems there is a demon king among the Mbinger members that I do not know.
Because that person is making you, worse than Satang, tremble with fear.
Please stay by his side and encourage Eric quickly. If he doesn't cause trouble, she's like an angel. Have you completely forgotten that she worked herself to the point of nearly dying just to get you into the academy? Hearing this secret from him, Mei Fi had even more reason to poke at you. I know, but the problem is with you. Of course I am grateful to her, extremely grateful, but if you saw her true nature, you wouldn't dare say those words. At this point, you suddenly stop and look towards the approaching person, still criticizing, without noticing the danger coming closer. Come on, your sister is better than my sister. Do you think that old woman was called a witch for no reason? While he was busy complaining about his sister, her personality completely changed after everyone praised her as a genius, and you still can't see her as a real person. So I suddenly stepped closer with a friendly smile. You believe I once said I would give you a really tough beating, right? Hearing her voice, Shinli's eyes immediately showed fear. If you wanted to be beaten that badly, you should have just told me. And then, after the sound of something cracking, Tassa took the lead. Eric gratefully thanked her. Thank you for helping out with the principal election. Right after saying that, he immediately turned to mockingly ask to grow up. He pouted and retorted, I don't want to hear that from you. I don't know if they're teasing each other, but they politely say, It's nothing. You should be able to handle everything yourself. Am I right? Hearing that, Shin finally voiced her question. But why would such a stubborn lady do something like that? Could it be that you're interested in Eric? Before she could finish speaking, Tassa subtly hinted to him. That last punch was too weak? He couldn't help but protest loudly. Are you really going to act like this in front of your friend? She replied with a completely calm expression. Oh my God, who was the one lying to you earlier? Just then, Eric suddenly saw something, and his eyes widened in shock. Then he disappeared into thin air just as Tassa's warning rang out. Once we pass through Lam Vu Chan Kung, we can reach my father's place. There are traps set, so stay alert and carefully follow us. It's very difficult to escape from here, even for a 6th circle mage. It wasn't until then that they realized you had disappeared. At the same time, Eric was standing bewildered in a completely white space. What is this? Tell her to come out. Where did you two go? Eric hurriedly runs around, trying to find everyone as the darkness gradually surrounds him. Where did that crazy bastard run off to? Surely at a time like this, he's no use at all. After running for a while, Eric suddenly realized something. Where am I? In front of you is a large amount of magic forming 2 rings surrounding a black hole in the center, like an eye. Magic has reached this level? Is the Nearester family that powerful? All the elements are filling this empty space. Eric stares intently at the center of the eye, assessing. Some parts are strong, others are soft. Some are sharp, and others are thick to the point of pain. They may seem like different magic elements with nothing in common, but they blend together at one point thanks to the wind element. After a moment of surveying the surroundings, his eyes widened with desire as he thought to himself, I don't know where this is, but as long as there's research, I can make it mine. Just then, a huge cloud of smoke suddenly appeared behind him and spoke. You're looking at something pretty interesting, kid. Eric jumped in surprise and looked back. Is someone watching me? The man who just appeared behind the smoke asks again, do you know what you're looking at? Or maybe you don't know what it is, but you're still looking. Hearing the old man's blunt words, Eric felt like he was hit right in the heart and muttered to himself. I was indeed lost, but looking at someone else's magic without permission is a mortal sin. If they are controlling this space, they must be at least a grand mage who has reached the 7th circle of magic. What should I do now? The mysterious man saw that you remained silent and chuckled a few times. Can't you hear what I'm saying? I'm sure you responded back. Can't you hear me, kid? Eric just ignores the old man's words and tries to calm himself down. Honestly, this is Nerester's sister's fault for not guiding me properly, so I have no reason to be questioned. I'll pretend I don't know anything and get out of this maze. But it seems that person has figured out your intention and shouted out. Are you planning to ignore this old man and run away now? I can hear the gears turning in your head. Hearing this from the old man, Eric no longer hesitated and immediately cast his magic to hide himself. Before this action of yours, Augustine's follower was stunned and confused. The old man slightly admired your intelligence. Could it be that inside the fog, you used it to hide by exploiting your own mist? Thinking about it, Augustine suddenly muttered with a hint of admiration. Yuden, you died too early. But it seems you left behind quite an interesting child. After escaping the old man's surveillance, Eric continued wandering through the endless space. If it weren't for that elder, I would have already decoded it, but unfortunately, I might get into big trouble if I stay here any longer. As soon as you finished speaking, a sudden shockwave erupted, and the one responsible was Augustine, who had been watching you all along. He created a gust of wind that lifted Eric into the air to play. Things were just starting to get interesting. And you were about to leave already? Because you desire something that isn't yours, you have to pay the price, right? At the same time, outside Nerester's house, Shin anxiously urged us to move quickly. What should we do now, sister? We have to tell father. Before he could finish speaking, someone appeared and spoke. The Lam Vu Chan Kung opened. The person who just appeared is the head of the Nerester Weinerester family, and he looks angry as he questions. What on earth happened? I saw him trying to call for my father, but quickly correcting himself. Father, the Lord is not here. Hai doesn't pay attention to him and continues questioning. Aren't you going to guide him properly? He hurriedly looked for a reason to answer his question. He disappeared before we even stepped through the entrance. Hearing this answer, Hui's eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. He disappeared before entering the palace. And then he looked at the mysterious magic circle in front of him, confidently asserting that Uncle had a hand in this. Hearing that, Shin was completely surprised and confused, wondering why he would do that, while W, feeling a bit helpless, sighed and muttered, the man's condition must have worsened again. Seeing that, he mustered all his courage and quickly suggested, we can't just stand here watching. He's a guest visiting the Nestor family under the title of Lord M. Binger. Before Shin could finish speaking, Tassa quickly interrupted to praise her. You're really adorable. Surprised by her unexpected compliment, he stiffened a bit. What? I slightly smirked and replied softly that yet he made your younger brother, who is even more indifferent to his own family members, worry this much. But her eyes and words carried a slightly dangerous look, an aura of fierce energy from this generation. Even now, I am even more curious. Seeing this expression of yours, I feel a chill down my spine. Who is the one worried? Surprisingly, not only her, but a W also said the same thing. I'm also curious. And his words naturally made Tassa furrow her brows, her eyes glinting coldly. He feels a bit guilty and secretly sweats nervously as he listens to every word the new Lord of M. Binger utters. At the same time Y speaks, Elk inside that inner space is struggling immensely. How prestigious is the wizard family with a position comparable to a master of the Magic Tower? Immediately after the loud explosion, Ellis's thoughts quickly appeared, calling me Phi, the car, and that old man. You grit your teeth, rubbing your palms together to spark flames, muttering angrily at all the old people around you, then quickly raising a barrier to block the avalanche, frustrated with yourself. You're all crazy. After setting up the defenses, Eric looked at the scene in front of him to calm himself down. Calm down. First, assess the situation. The mana here isn't limited to just one attribute, but the Nerister family is known for their wind attribute. In other words, he only uses the wind attribute to shape other elements. The hot wind carrying the fire attribute turns moisture into steam, while the gentle breeze gathers in one place to create fog. And when the cold wind carrying the ice attribute froze the fog, the strong gusts penetrated to stop its movement. But after some analysis, he still couldn't find a way. If that old man is strong enough to control the wind to that extent, creating a storm would be nothing for him. Did he also shape this mountain out of wind? But that did not dampen Eric's determination. Even though he didn't intentionally hurt himself, he was provoked to decode the part he hadn't finished earlier. Eric also feels it at the center, but apart from ice magic, all his other magic is very weak. Eric will use Augustine's method to transform the mana flow in wind here with his own mana and ice magic. And if you go deeper, to reorganize the mana flow, connecting the soul's speed and the seal to reduce mana waste. Thinking of this, he involuntarily remembered the movements during his fight with Hanun. At that moment, he had accumulated mana in one of his hands and, following his previous plan, released a massive amount of magic like a volcano erupting. Isn't it possible to use other attributes with my ice magic from that point on? Ending the memory, returning to the present, Eric still stands firm before the battle as the wind blows through. Then, he began to channel his magic, and suddenly a beam of light appeared in front of his chest. Eric slowly extended his hand forward despite the fierce wind blowing from behind, and then a blue light, like a blazing flame, burst forth. A large amount of ice magic was unleashed from Eric's marked arm. Not only that arm, but the other arm also unleashes its power. Together, the energy from both arms forms an infinity symbol. The light emitted by Illis's magic illuminated the entire area, and also dispelled the dark, smoky mist. And then, a mark resembling the one on Illich's hand immediately descended from the sky. Seeing it, Augustine eagerly and excitedly called out, "Minger?" As the darkness gradually fades, the shining light and the proud silhouettes slowly appear. And then Eric returned to the real world, leaving Nerister's sisters in stunned amazement as they both stammered in shock, calling out Eric's name. It seems almost unbelievable. A 6th-tier mage needs at least 24 hours to break free. I quickly responded to what he said next. Even I needed 4 hours and 52 minutes, but you only need 46 minutes. Unlike the surprised faces of the two others, Mei Fei looked a bit scared. Not only that, but his demon ring seal level had increased to 5 stars. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "That was a high-level magic that impressed even me, but he not only deciphered it, but also stole it and developed it to this level." Seeing them like that, Eric felt a bit sad and sighed. What's wrong with everyone? Why doesn't anyone ask if I'm okay after almost dying? Just then, someone stepped forward to praise him. Amazing. Why excitedly exclaimed, "I should go to the new principal election. I just heard a few days ago that your congestion illness is gone." He saw the large amount of mana flowing through your body, revealing that you are already at the 6th circle of magic. Hearing that, he exclaimed in amazement, "6th circle? Really, Eric?" And Tassa was heartbroken, sighing in disappointment. Did my record get broken by my younger brother? After a moment of reflection, he approached and shook hands with W, saying sorry for the late introduction. I am the host, MBER. Eric Mbinger also happily returned your greeting. I am the master of Nerester, Winterester. Please forgive what you have just experienced. I'm sorry you had to face such an unfortunate situation unexpectedly. Hearing this from him, Eric politely replied, "There's no need to apologize. It was a good experience for me. Thank you for understanding. So, even if it's a bit messy, welcome to the Nerester family home." Seeing the warm welcome from those before him and hearing Shin's urging, he gently curled his lips into a slight smile. "Let's go, Eric. Your mother and sister are waiting." But then suddenly, he lowered his head and muttered, "Family?" That expression isn't one of disappointment or boredom, but of emotion in Ellis's eyes. He immediately responds happily, "Yes, I'm here." At the same time, in the Kuei family castle, Isabel looked at the man sitting on the bed in shock and exclaimed, "Father?" She happily ran over and hugged Han, crying loudly. "Dad," he gently hugs Isabel and consoles her with a kind smile. "Is it true that a mature young lady like you still acts like a child?" Then he releases her, gently pats her head and asks, "Han, how could you wake me up?" "The doctors couldn't cure my illness either," Isabel replied, wiping away her tears. "If it weren't for Lord Eric helping me, I wouldn't have made it." Hearing his name, Herman exclaimed in surprise,
Eric. After Isabel recounted everything, Herman happily burst into laughter.
Indeed, a prestigious magic family. She agreed with his words and added her support. That's right. The Minger family has always been the light shining through the darkness. But then suddenly she panicked and shouted, "Why is Dad suddenly going somewhere? Shouldn't Father rest a bit more?" Hum calmly adjusts his outfit in front of the mirror and says, "How can I prioritize my health right now? If I have such talent, I must find him no matter how far across the continent I have to go." And as he spoke, he donned his majestic armor because in this decayed world there is a child as righteous as him. Hum's smile, like a blazing sun, declared, "Isn't that even more reason for me to go?" In an instant, the scene shifted quickly to a high place where someone was sitting, looking at the corpse before them. Then he signaled to Han, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "The killing of Lam Long, Isabel's escape." He gripped beneath the carved lion head armrest of the chair and said in a gruff voice, "He was cured and Lam Lang came back to life, then exploded right before my eyes. Was it all caused by that wizard?" Han quickly spoke up to follow him, sure that he had cast a spell on his body. Hearing that, the mysterious person who seemed a bit familiar continued to question. "And what about him?" He hurriedly answered, causing his body to tremble slightly. "He is traveling with Lam Ung and seems to be trying to contact Eric Binger, who is currently at the Nearester family residence." Receiving an answer from Han, he found it a bit amusing. "Lam Ung didn't attack me immediately, but first summoned his distant brother. And that mysterious man was none other than Pao." The man sneered with contempt. "Master Lam, you must have become weaker." Without hesitation, he immediately ordered his subordinates. "My brother and that damn Mbinger are not allowed to meet. Kill him as soon as he leaves Nerester's place." Pao's sharp eyes seemed to bore into Hen as a warning. "Don't forget that I haven't killed you because of that little trick you have." Under this subtle warning from him, he clenched his fist until the mark on the back of his hand glowed with a magical aura and responded, "I will remember this." At the same time, Eric was standing in front of a magnificent and grand castle. The blazing sunlight shines down on the walls and towers, highlighting the majesty and grandeur of this place. "Please proceed slowly, I urge you." "Let's go. Your mother and sister are waiting there," he softly replied. "All right." Behind El Mayfile, heavy footsteps echoed, as if these legs were still unfamiliar to him, growling and cursing under his breath. "You bastard! Are you even human?" Hearing this, Eric quickly whispered in concern, "What do you mean? Is he a demon?" "Me?" Phi shook his head, "No." He wondered, but if he was just an ordinary person and not a binger dreamer, how could he have reached that level? Miphi continued without referring to any non-human creature. "You sigh in relief and mutter, 'You scared me.' Do you think humans just sit around for thousands of years while you're sealed away?" Eric began to point out the other lords of the Magic Tower, the great Lion family patriarchs, the Royal Intelligence Agency, and the Revolutionary Army. The Beastmen Alliance opposes. Hi, there are quite a few of them. "So do you think that's why people say this era is full of monsters?" he wondered. "So you're saying that not only the Golden Lion, the strongest in the continent, but there are many others as powerful as him or even stronger?" Miphi chuckled happily, "So it seems there's another reason for my great dream to awaken in this era." At this moment, the magic slowly emanates from him, a savage life where countless monsters devour each other to become the king, and then that power erupts fiercely. And the chaos and disorder they bring. My joy comes from defeating everyone and walking in victory. Miphi is very quick. They are already in front of a room, and he keeps talking non-stop. "I must push you as hard as possible to regain your strength as soon as possible." Seeing Eric completely ignore him, Miphi got annoyed. "The adults are talking to you." As he stepped inside, he saw his mother and two younger siblings waiting there. Suddenly, my sister pointed at our brother and shouted, "Mom! Mom!" This idiot dropped the food again because he was looking at Eric. The boy yelled in frustration. "What? Stupid? How dare you call your brother stupid in front of Illich?" He frowned irritably and shouted, "Can you two be quiet?" Mom gently smiles and softly reminds you, "Why are you so noisy in front of Hero?" "La Center, haven't I told you that good children should be quiet during meals?" The well-behaved girl replied, "I did say so, I will be good." The boy also agreed, "I will be good too." The scene in front of him reminded him of his childhood. Haidai pouted, "Why do you keep teasing me?" "Do you want to be scolded, Eric?" the boy snapped and told on his mother. Mom, this stupid girl keeps trying to hit me." "Didn't Mom say not to argue during meals? When Dad defends the kids, they have to be a bit mischievous." "Honey, you keep talking. I will be the first one you teach when you become a great mage." "Little sister." Dad told Eric that today he has to read 100 wizards' thoughts he must have. Eric objects. "No, today I will play with Dad. Hey, today I'll also leave Eric with you." Eric fell silent, his eyes filled with deep sadness. Suddenly, his mother's voice called out, bringing him back to reality. "Is the food not to your liking?" Eric was startled.
Really? You answered so quickly.
No, it's very tasty. I'm just a bit dizzy from how delicious it is, she said with a caring tone. I'm glad you like it.
I was worried we weren't being hospitable enough because you looked so sad, so I quickly served a big plate of noodles for you to eat.
Of course not. My eyes sparkle with joy. Having dinner with others is a very happy thing. After the meal, they moved to another room to chat. Hot tea with a pine aroma was poured generously.
Y said,
I heard you will transfer the exploration rights of the hideout to us. Eric nodded softly. Yes, I have owed that favor for a long time. He took a small sip of tea, his mind filled with countless thoughts, while the boy's scrutinizing gaze was fixed intently on the man before him. In the end, Y revealed his long-held secret feelings. Do you hate me? Hearing these words from him, Tasa exclaimed in panic. Sir? I frown, remain silent, and take a small sip of tea to hide my embarrassment. Eric understands the collapse of Mbinger. It's impossible for a family with a 1,000-year history of winning battles to become like this overnight. That truth is deeply ingrained in his mind. The oppression of the royal family, the political manipulation by the 6 Hesagram families, and the betrayal of those who trusted them all happened under the guise of politics. And if he asked whether I hated them, I wouldn't know. Eric answers straightforwardly, I don't. Everyone has their own circumstances. You know that the Narrister family did not contribute to the fall of your family. They just can't help because of political reasons. I could blame them for just watching. But would I have the courage to do something if I were in their position? Mephi mocks. Why would a common Narrister be so cautious around an Mbinger?
1,000 years ago, the 6 Hagram clans were no different from flies buzzing around Mbinger's tail, and since both were clan leaders, they were on the same level. Eric whispers.
Well, arrogance alone can't keep me alive. It's not really his fault either.
Minger lost his power a long time ago. He was truly surprised by someone who lives for power like him.
Is there any reason for you to go this far?
You're opening up, and even if it's your friend's house, this will be the place I will overcome someday. I need to confirm what kind of people the sorcerers and their lords are. Then, Y suddenly suggests, tell me what you want. That statement made Eric become guarded, his eyes full of suspicion. Y affirmed that the Narrister family would fully support the Minger family.
You are stunned and scream. What is it? His voice continued to echo. Don't worry too much about it. It's for the right to explore and also a gift from me to my son.
Mephi sneered. So he's also a formidable guy. Is he trying to use this opportunity to get close to you or to help the struggling Mbinger family? Eric retorted. That's good for me. My foundation will be stronger if the Nestor family wants to support me. But I believe other members of Hesagram and others will try to stabilize the Nestor family if they support me. He continued. Why would he want to help the weak Mbinger family even if it might put him at a disadvantage?
I have no idea what he's thinking. Tasa hesitated slightly, her eyes widening a bit. Master, then what? But at this moment, a powerful aura was released from an unfamiliar figure outside.
In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed, and the ceiling suddenly had a large hole.
They looked up in shock at the scene before them, as golden rays of sunlight shone through the hole and illuminated the entire room. Elk was stunned inside. How could this be? What kind of madman would do this to the Narrister family's house? Very quickly afterward, the stranger slowly approached. When you saw that guy, you were extremely terrified, your eyes full of rage. A thought that he couldn't believe arose in Eric's mind. He clenched his teeth in anger, secretly thinking it was that person. His eyes shone brightly as he coldly declared, "Become my disciple." Eric recalls hearing that his father was so greedy for wealth that hundreds of people lived in the main house as guests rather than vassals. And the true power of the Narrister family lies in the Elder Council, fighting alongside those monsters. That explosion drew the attention of everyone in the castle. The elders quickly gathered. Seeing the figure before them, Dong Thun shouted, "Elder, this is the Master's study! This action is very disrespectful. Please step back immediately." Your voice continues to echo, and the leader of the Elder Council is the great master who taught all the mages of the Narrister family. White Mage Augustin Narrister. Eric is a strong person, perhaps even stronger than Winarester. Augustin admits his mistake. "Oh no, I was too hasty. Please forgive me." Lord. Win suppresses his emotions and tries to stay calm.
This isn't good. What brought you all the way here? The old man decisively pointed at the boy and said, As I said, I came here to make that cheeky kid my disciple.
He calmly introduces himself, saying, "You are talking about the one standing next to Shinsao. He is one of the 4 dukes of the Empire." Eric interrupted politely and introduced Duke Mber.
He emphasized his background as Eric Mbinger.
Eric bowed politely in greeting. "Greetings to the leader of the Narrister clan elders, Master Augustine. It seems that Mephi's brewing conspiracy is about to fall apart." You stammered and frowned in confusion, asking what you were doing. Then Augustine spoke up and asked if you recognized this old man.
How could I not recognize the great elder of the Narister family? My late father often mentioned you before he passed away. He said that if our family had a pillar like you, it wouldn't collapse so easily. He wondered why.
But your father has nothing to do with me, Eric replied casually.
That's nothing unusual.
You're quite famous after all.
Augustine sneered.
You have a sharp tongue. The cunning kid smiled insincerely. Isn't that why you want me to become your disciple? I'll take that as a compliment. Thanks. Then the old man made the offer again. Clever kid, now that you know who I am, it's easier to talk. So will you become my disciple? Eric refuses. How could the head of the Binger family become a disciple of the great master of the Narister clan?
I truly do not deserve such an offer. Please, Your Excellency, withdraw it.
Augustine trembles with anger as he questions you. Isn't it true that you were taught by my Lam Vu Chan sect?
I only learned that by chance when I escaped, so please understand, Eric said sarcastically.
After taking my magic without permission, and wasn't it you who caused me trouble first? Elder Yuan, these words made the rage inside him flare up. Please continue speaking. I really can't listen anymore, Augustine shouted angrily.
Be quiet.
Immediately, a surge of magic erupted fiercely beneath him, illuminating the entire room. Augustine shouted, You must obey your elder's words, right? His words leave Eric stunned. You talk too much. In that moment, a dazzling light shone down, making Augustine's body look truly majestic and heroic. The scene before him left him in shock. Is it a starry night sky? Then Eric was stunned to realize no, it's too white to be a night sky. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy shot straight into Eric's neck, leaving him stunned and thinking rapidly. Teleportation? No, Eric muttered. It's just physical movement. This isn't a speed a mage could achieve. In an instant, he lost all awareness as the old man swiftly grabbed Eric tightly. Amidst the blurry magic, although you could see him being taken away, there was no sign of any reaction. Augustine happily laughed and said, You are mine. Then Eric was taken away, leaving everyone in shock. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you just stand there when your friend was kidnapped? Please explain.
Sister, don't you understand what kind of person Eric is? That bastard caused my early death, she exclaimed in surprise. Why the card?
Answer quickly. He's just a fool and at the same time, Mayfie sneers. You've left me speechless again. It seems I have another successor victim. You're really brave to choose that old monster as your master. The magic lines vanish as if they never appeared, and he says, No, to be a pawn. In another place, Eric slowly opened his eyes, the faint light filtering through his eyelids, making him frown. The heavy sensation enveloped his body, and Eric blinked, trying to make sense of everything. Augustine's figure loomed before him. You're awake. Eric sprang up instantly, quickly creating distance, eyes wide with surprise. What the hell is that? Suddenly, I felt something was wrong, I whispered, softly. Eric lost his balance and tilted completely toward the cliff. In that dangerous moment, he rushed forward. In an instant, Augustine grabbed your collar, his eyes fixed intently on the person in front of him, and he warned sternly, Be careful, Augustine softly said. I almost lost my first disciple in 90 years of my life. Eric glanced at the deep cliff behind him, secretly thinking he had decided to bet everything to fully exploit him because he was the great master of the Narister family. But I can't believe he kidnapped me while I was pretending to be doing my own thing, just to make him find a reason to take me as his disciple. Am I sure I haven't messed with the wrong person? Eric's whole body trembled violently as he silently reassured himself. Stay calm for now. The mana moves, but after waiting for a while, nothing happens. You're surprised and think to yourself, why your mana isn't moving at all? As if you've gone back to the time when you were blocked. The old man praises you. It seems you've figured it out. Your senses are truly sharp. Eric is angry. What did you do to me? Augustine gently soothes. All right. I'll tell you the details after you leave. Don't regret it. Do you see anything down there? As soon as the boy finished speaking, the old man let go. I didn't see anything. Augustine stands above, his cold gaze looking down. Then go and see for yourself. Everything happened so quickly that Eric couldn't react. Only now does he realize in horror that his whole body is falling freely. That damn old man. In that split second, Eric tries to stay calm. The magic instantly gathers in his hand. At this moment, the swirling magic beneath his feet lifts Eric into the air. He finally lands safely, but Elk's story is far from over. The giant darkness threatens Elk with its fangs after he visited the Narister family and was enlightened at the Lam Vu Chan Palace. Meanwhile, Paul, who missed the chance to become a Lam Mage due to Eric's interference, sent the leader of the Lam Lang team, Hen, to prevent Lam Lang, who had awakened, from meeting Eric. Meanwhile, Eric was kidnapped by an insane old man and fell into a dangerous place with his mana sealed. Augustine doesn't care. Let him fall into danger and enjoy himself. Eric grits his teeth in anger. That damn old man. Mi-Fi immediately appears, sarcastically saying, "So you finally found a worthy opponent, huh?" The boy asks in surprise. "Mi-Fi, how did you get here?" He replied casually. "Finding you is as easy as turning my hand. Do you realize how important I am yet?" Eric desperately begged for help. "Forget about that. Save me. If I die, you will die too." So? What can I do to help you now?" He immediately demands you to teach him the seal of the true sin so we can escape from here. He suggests, "You think you're fooling who? Your mana is blocked. You might as well use the mana in the air." Hearing that, Eric focused instantly, and a gentle magical aura wrapped around his body. He immediately absorbed that flow of power. After Eric's scream, it spirals violently. Mi-Fi roars in triumph. "You got fooled once, didn't you?" That power was so great that it pulled the earth and rocks toward it, with each stone rushing rapidly toward him. Soon after, a devastating explosion occurred, shaking the heavens and earth. From within the thick dust, the pitiful figure of Alec appeared. A thought crossed my mind. I'm really lucky I almost died from the mana seal. It feels like being clogged up. Eric, exhausted and panting, ignored that and wondered where he was now. I know the terrain of the entire continent, but there's nothing like this, similar to the Lam Vu Chan Kung. Suddenly, Augustine's voice rang out. "This is the Lam Vu Mekong. The Lam Vu Chan Kung is just a part of this place." He continued and said, "I have sealed Na's mana, but you still draw mana from the air to cast magic. Looks like I've chosen quite a talented one." You snapped in anger. "I almost lost my life." "Why did you do that?" "You said you wanted me to be your disciple." Augustine continued speaking. "And I still want to, but I won't teach you anything related to Narister." "Like you said, I can't teach you the Narister family magic," Eric wondered. "So what exactly are you trying to teach me?" The old man said slowly. "Even though I am the leader of the Narister Elder Council, I am also the principal of a school called Grassland." Augustine explained that its magic is passed down to only one person and has nothing to do with Narister. "I guess you won't have any objections to learning it, will you?" The boy pondered. "Ras what? I've never seen it in any history book before." Suddenly, Mi-Fi uttered a name that made Eric startle and turn around. "Rasland." He remained silent, unable to believe it was still active. Those bastards are really persistent. You look surprised and ask, "Did you hear about it already?" "I've never heard of it," Mi-Fi replied immediately. "They come from the West and are a major nuisance while we are still active. They use martial arts instead of magic." Eric is curious. His father keeps asking questions rapidly. "They were active 1,000 years ago in the West, that's all. But what is martial magic? Is it similar to the martial arts of that master?" He frowned and replied slowly, "It's also similar to a fighting art that uses a flow of mana as a foundation to strengthen the body." Mi-Fi asserts that basically it teaches you what you need most. Right now, Rasland is a school specialized in harmonizing various types of magic, so it's perfect for balancing the chaotic mana within you. He sneers that even finding your master is lucky. The world really isn't fair. These words fill Eric's heart with joy. I don't know what to do with all the chaotic mana inside me, but this is definitely good news. So this is why that old man sealed his mana. Endless thoughts raced through my mind. I can't believe I have the chance to learn perfect knowledge for myself without being caught by the Narister family, and there's no better opportunity. "So you will teach me the martial magic of Grassland?" Augustine replied. "You knowing about martial magic, even when there are no more records of it, continues to amaze me." The old man's subsequent words immediately made your body tense up, eyes filled with suspicion. "In that case, let's get started," Mi-Fi explains. "You're in the territory of the Blood Wolves. They are 3 times stronger and larger than normal wolves." Augustine cautiously reminds you, "I'm sure you know that the martial magic of Grassland is taught through real experience, right?" So the old man speaks coldly. "Survive." In just a moment, countless fierce wolves burst out from the mountain crevices. Eric shouted in panic, "This crazy old man, you're sealing my mana. What am I supposed to do?" Augustine said nothing more, only silently stood there observing. At this moment, behind him, a man had been standing there for some time. "Boss, do you think it's okay to keep watching? From what I hear, he's just a rookie who has only been learning magic for half a year." Augustine confirms. "You're here, he's truly a rookie in experience, but not in skill. Oh, thank you for lending me those ruthless ones. If they taste that human's blood, it will cause a big problem." Seeing the bloodstains all over Eric's face, the man worriedly thought, isn't his disciple in trouble? He carefully warned that he would die if things continued like this. Inside Augustine's heart, he was sure that he would overcome, and he exclaimed, "Just watch!" At this moment, magic swirled in Eric's palm, a faint light beginning to spread out. The magical power exploded as he delivered a thunderous punch to the savage face, shattering its fangs and splattering blood into the air. Augustin exclaimed proudly. "Isn't it what I told you?" The old man's voice was full of excitement, and he was very different. Augustine's eyes sparkled with pride. "I believe he can pass my test and fulfill Grassland's wishes from the past year." Suddenly, his voice grew serious. Augustin asked for help, but he was still too weak. The old man continued, "GT, you will have to step forward as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Even the Imperial Secret Service cannot uncover all their identities. Their actions align with the Tower Masters' magic and alliances, and they exist solely to free the continent from the brutal rule of the Empire, the most notorious terrorist group, and the former leader of the Revolutionary Army." He nodded in agreement. "I will do it because it is your request. That man is the Beast King." He hesitated, but he was very excited to have a new disciple. "That person is Julity Tens." You ask cautiously, "Are you okay with losing him?" Augustine's voice echoes in the dark cave. "This is the territory of the Koklang. They are 3 times larger and stronger than ordinary wolves." After a brief pause of about 2 seconds, the old man continued, "You also know that the martial magic of the Grassland region is built on real combat experience, right? Then go and hunt all the Koklang living here." As you gasp for breath from exhaustion, Mei Fi calmly says, "The last time you defeated one was just a luck, but this time it's going to be tough for you, especially in your current state." Although not friendly, he warned them, and they will be more cautious after seeing their kin killed. Now, luck can no longer be relied upon. Hearing that, Eric thought to himself, "Mifai is right, you can only absorb the surrounding energy once or twice. That crazy old man, how could Elk kill these things empty-handed? If only he had the weapon he used on Snow Mountain again." If he had known earlier, Eric would have trained his body more. Wait a minute. Strengthening techniques are about training the body. Suddenly, you remember, that's right, the body enhancement technique is based on experimenting with many factors. The body enhancement technique that Ellic is studying is actually about strengthening the body. It seems like he has found a way to win, so El just needs to imitate it, right? The body technique passed down by the descendants of King Ho Vuong Quang is a combat skill that makes bones as hard as steel, greatly increases strength, and also teaches the user how to fight using those abilities. Honyan, the king of all monsters, once said that the body is a miniature version of the world created by God. Just like the flow of water in nature, breath and blood circulate through every corner of the body. The human body transforms based on how they breathe and think. And from the thoughts constantly circling in the mind, countless subconsciousnesses are unlocked. Among them, there is a subconscious chosen by instinct. The transformed body will act according to intuition. After mastering the body enhancement technique, Eric thought to himself, "I don't expect anything. Just accept this world." Instinct and intuition, a combat skill based on the clash between those two. Thinking of this, Eric carefully observes the beast in front of him. He has no plan or reason at all. Eric only knows that this choice is the right one. The next second, he launched the decisive strike, which was the combat skill of a werewolf. This horrifying scene left Mei Fi stunned. After a while, he kept a close eye on Elk and spoke. This crazy bastard. While Mei Fi was still lost in thought, his terrifying attack charged straight at Kok Lang. Then Mei Fi continued to marvel, how could a human want to fight like a monster? The Kok Lang group also got angry and kept attacking Eric. Just as he was focusing his mind, Mei Fi suddenly realized, wait, but he couldn't believe it, and muttered to himself, how could he do it? As Mei Fi finished his sentence, the remaining Kok Lang was completely destroyed by Eric. You keep breathing heavily and exhausted after the bloody battle. Seeing that, Augustine slowly speaks. Just as my disciple expected, you've defeated 2 of them. Maybe I should increase the difficulty of this round. But since you've been struggling so much, I'll give you a hint. You'll see some moss growing in the shaded part of the cliff. Pick them. Before he could finish speaking, Mei Fi cut him off. That old man is crazy too. He must be very excited to see your current condition. Hearing that, Eric angrily told him, don't put me in the middle with that old man. After resting, Eric calmly moves forward. Damn it, it seems he's ready to continue the fight. He wants me to hunt down all the wolves, right? With a very confident tone, Eric challenged to see who would win. In a flash, he darted like a lightning bolt into the dark cave. The Kok Lang also quickly began the battle. The confrontation between Ellic and the fierce wolves continued non-stop, and so 10 long days passed one after another. Suddenly, a question he had asked Mifai suddenly came to mind. This is the flower that contains demonic energy, right? And then, his past answer also appeared. Yes. I don't know why it's here anymore, Eric gently praised. So beautiful. Is that red moss? Hearing that, Mei Fi slowly explained that it is a plant from the demon world called Resurrection Herb. While actively fighting, he continued to reminisce, wondering if consuming it would restore his energy if it contained demonic power. He hesitated and replied,
For humans, it has no effect other than some medicinal properties, but for you, I'm sure you are the one who possesses the seal. No, maybe it will help you strengthen the resilience of the seal. I bet that old man didn't bring you here for nothing. But why did it appear here? Maybe this place is connected to that demon. Holding the flower with no demonic energy in hand, Eric silently marveled that it was indeed a rare opportunity, but he was still angry about how that old man put him in danger. However, thanks to him, Eric was able to increase the resilience of the seal and recover a lot of energy. After defeating all the Lang monsters, he continued to practice strengthening techniques. Although it took quite a bit of effort, he kept moving forward. Eric whispered, "This farce is finally over." When he saw the remaining beast, he curiously asked Han, "Are you the last one?" Suddenly, a curious sound came from its back. The next moment, Eric saw something. "Humans, your feet?" As you were captivated by something, Juliet's voice suddenly rang out. "You've surprised me again. I heard from the Elder that you're the strongest in Eden Academy, but I didn't think you would show such a terrifying display." As soon as he finished speaking, he boldly jumped down from Kok Lang's back in front of Eric. Despite the stunned look on his face, Junity decisively spoke. "I have decided if you can defeat this Kok Lang, I will take you as my disciple." From above, Augustine's furious voice echoes down. "The crazy bastard, I don't know when he suddenly appeared so loudly and noisily." Augustine angrily shouted. "Do you know how hard I fought to find that kid, and you still try to take him from me?" This familiar figure surprised Elle, who called out, "Master!" And the next moment, Junity also refused to back down and shouted loudly, "That should be me. Who said that? Do you know how hard I had to work to raise those little monsters because of you, and now they have been destroyed? I will have to go find wolf pups from the southern lands of the dragon within 5 years, feeding them resurrection herbs, and then—" This scene makes Mei Fei openly criticize. "I'm not that ugly, am I?" Eric was speechless too, you can't say otherwise. Immediately after, you spoke up to stop their argument. You shouldn't bother asking for our opinion. Before Elk could finish speaking, Junity eagerly rushed over. "Sorry, I saw such great potential that I got a little carried away." Looking at those wanted posters, you probably already know who I am, right? Do you want to become a disciple of this Beast King? Hearing that, Eric refused without hesitation, surprising him. No. Then he calmly explained, "I may have a quirky master, but I am already Augustine's disciple." Ellis' kindness made Mei Fei find it hard to believe. What's wrong with him? Even Augustine is deeply moved. Aren't you paying attention to their attitudes? "So I can't become a tool." Junity immediately interrupted, saying, "He will teach you the eye technique." He smirked confidently. "The technique that allows you to control monsters at will, and also the one that grants me the title of Beast King. You saw me controlling the white tiger and the fierce wolf, right?" Hearing that, Eric quickly changed his face, realizing that having only one master was nothing but a hollow social rule. "I humbly seek your guidance if you don't mind." The firmness of my request only makes Junity more pleased. "The Dreambinger tribe members are quite straightforward. I am very pleased." The scene of chaos unfolding before Augustine makes him tremble with anger. "Damn that bastard!" As if he's too used to Eric. Phi sighs and comforts him, knowing it well. There's no way he knows what respect is. "Poor you." Eric happily smiled and said, "So now please teach me the photo." Before you could finish speaking, Junity gently replied, "No." He eagerly issued a challenge. "Haven't I already told you this before? I will take you as my disciple if you can defeat this deadly wolf." Mastery of mana control is essential for those with the Eye of the Image. Demon magic efficiently uses the flow of mana to amplify the power of the eye technique. It looks like you are supplementing your mana by consuming resurrection herbs. But this is the final test. If you can defeat this one using only magic martial arts. While Junity was still rambling, Eric launched a swift and decisive attack. In just a moment, the beast next to him was struck down. It was knocked away by a simple yet direct punch, a scene that made Augustine very proud and left Junity so shocked she was stunned. Mei Fei had already foreseen this scene and simply snorted coldly. Immediately after, Eric calmly asked, "Are you done?" Despite being very surprised, he hesitated before replying. "Yes, that's right." After a moment, Augustine slowly approached him. Eric glanced at the old man and spoke, finally appearing pleased. "Are you satisfied now?" After finishing, Eric watched Augustine carefully. The old man didn't answer him, only remained silent for a long time. Next, Augustine gently praised. "Well done, it seems I can finally..." Suddenly he stopped and began to concentrate his power around Eric. At the same time, the sky brightened. Augustine also replied, "I will teach you about the hatred of the Dark Chronicle then." Then, they left the cave and walked along the path covered with revival grass. Eric's steady footsteps had already reached their destination. As he arrived at another cave, he asked curiously, "Where are we now?" Augustine immediately replied, "The Dark Chronicle Temple." The answer surprises Eric. "A temple? So you sensed the strange aura here?"
a gloomy and desolate flow of mana. Isn't this the demonic energy? Mo-Fi also realizes that there is a demon realm here. Hearing that, Eric was even more surprised. Demons. Demon realms. Isn't that territory only something the Demon King can create? The next moment, he said seriously, "No wonder the resurrection herb, which only grows in the demon world, appears here. Is this energy their territory?" But as far as I know, he mainly occupies the eastern side. As soon as Melfi finished speaking, Augustine asked, "Do you sense it?" Before Eric could respond, the old man confirmed, "I am certain a descendant of the Minger clan, the demon hunters, can sense it." You didn't deny it, but instead asked curiously why the Chronicle Temple of Darkness is actually a demon realm. Yet Augustine calmly explains that you might know, but the Dark Chronicles come from the distant east, crossing here. Hearing this, Eric silently thought, isn't the Eastern architecture a language of the East? Seeing your confusion, Augustine continued, the founder of the Dark Chronicles was originally an alchemist searching for herbs in the East. One day, he lost his wife and daughter to a demon king, and finally chased that bastard all the way to the west to take revenge. Because the demon king was very powerful, the founder changed his plan. He not only combined Eastern knowledge with Western magical knowledge without distinction, but also merged the power of demons to become stronger. Then Eric slowly asked, "So you're saying that the founder's hatred has continued until today?" The old man replied, "That's right, it's been nearly 1,000 years. Hearing that, you immediately made a guess. Because you accepted me as your disciple, that means the revenge is not over yet." Augustine calmly denies it. "No, the revenge is over." This answer leaves Eric completely stunned. Is it over? Is it really the end? Who could have done this? As he slowly led the way, the old man spoke casually. "Isn't it obvious already?" Eric froze for about 2 seconds, his eyes wide with horror and terror at the scene before him. After stopping in front of a dark area, Augustine gently finished his unfinished sentence. "It was me." Fimu stands behind him and makes the remark. His background might be ordinary, but he's actually quite strong. I can't believe he managed to capture him. This strange name must be incredibly skilled. His words made Eric fall into deep thought. If even Melfi couldn't recognize the Demon King, he must be incredibly powerful. So how strong was your master in defeating him? It seems Augustine has figured out your question. Well, this isn't something I should boast about to my disciple. The battle that day could have gone in many different directions, so it's hard to say who truly won. That's why, just like our founder, I have set a new goal. I will determine the winner of that battle through a disciple who will someday succeed my position. In Eric's stunned eyes, the old man calmly replied, "My disciple, you will be the one to decide the outcome." "Is he stronger, or are this old man's teachings more powerful?" Eric asked curiously. "Do you mean I have to fight that thing?" The next second, Augustine calmly replied, "Yes, precisely. I want you to fight its seal because you can take the monster's seal, even if it's a human." His blunt honesty made him highly cautious. "How so?" Without hesitation, Augustine gently reassures, "I know what you're worried about. There's no need to worry. Why would a master reveal his disciple's secret?" Nevertheless, Eric remained very cautious, glancing at the old man, while Mei-Fi also pondered deeply. Seeing that, Augustine slowly unwrapped the bandage on his left arm. "All right, since master and disciple must trust each other, just watch." This action of his immediately makes Giletti panic and scream. "Listen, boss, about that." Immediately after, Augustine calmly said, "Every wizard has a secret technique they cannot reveal to others. Me too." As he spoke, he threw his cloak aside. "I have it." In an instant, Augustine's strange arm was fully revealed before them. The old man introduced himself with a dark, starry arm. The dark, starry arm is different from the stars that live in the light forest. They live in the dark underground and are followers of demons. Considered demons themselves, they have been wiped out by the Empire. While Eric was still stunned, Augustine slowly said, "You know that grafting parts of other creatures is forbidden dark magic, right? And it's even more severe when it involves a demon." Then the old man put on his cloak again. Besides Giletti, no one else, not even Lord Narrister, knew this secret. Now we know each other's weakness. "Are you sure? I discovered your secret while searching your body when you fainted, just to make it easier to teach you. But if you don't like it, I apologize. But now that I know you can absorb the demon's seals and activate them, I definitely can't let you go because of this hatred." Like a true gentleman, Augustine calmly leaves the choice to Eric. That's just the greed of this old man. "Then from now on, do as you wish." Hearing that, Giletti and the White Tiger both turned their heads and stared at him with eager anticipation. Even Mi-Fi was curious about Eric's answer. At the same time, Eric fell into deep thought. Greed is just that. Maybe it's simply a desire to be satisfied with something that has already disappeared for him. But isn't greed a sin? Or is it just having a goal? Just like you, my master also has his own goal. How could Eric refuse someone who is pursuing their goal? As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully lifted his foot and moved forward. Eric solemnly clapped his hands together without hesitation, bowed, and made his decision. Master of MBER, Eric Mbinger, greets the heir of the Dark Chronicle, Lord Augustine Nerister, as his disciple. With this choice, El's face looks very relaxed. Augustine also quickly responded with satisfaction. Thank you, my disciple. Then, he curiously asked, so I just need to absorb the seal of the Demon King, right? What is his name? After a moment of thought, the old man replied, I don't know exactly either. During its journey from the western coast to the Empire, it would appear with a new name each time. But we call it Rage Beast, Augustine said as he glanced at Du. Rage Beast, Du. Eric calmly repeats the name and prepares to act. Beast of Fury. The scene before him moved Augustine to tears, but he was already ready. Then I will begin. You tell yourself that even as a demon king acknowledged by Mephisto, if you can absorb the seal of such a creature, you will do it. Will do. Thinking of this, Eric suddenly hesitated. He will do it. But then Eric quickly asked Mephi, how do you absorb the seal? Mephi exclaimed in surprise. You don't seem to know how to do it after all, unlike your earlier confidence, he answered with worry. If he asks that, how can I refuse? I suppose you mean that demons become stronger by stealing each other's seals, right? Then what should we do? He grew even angrier at Eric's innocent leniency. Did you learn how to eat before you started? Stealing seals is just like eating with us, so how could I teach you? Inside Eric, a storm was brewing. This is bad. Here, the magic doesn't react at all. During the brutal sealing, it happened naturally because suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Could it be? Without hesitation, Eric immediately executed the absorption technique. As soon as he unleashed his move, Du's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Then, the patterns on its body shone brightly, causing the entire temple to tremble. Although Augustine and Agility are feeling completely opposite emotions, they both watch the scene before them intently. The aura of power emanating from Du causes the charms to scatter chaotically everywhere. The dark magic flow quickly approached Eric and surrounded him. Eric remained calm and thought that what he prioritized learning during the training week was not only martial magic or body enhancement techniques, but also how to regulate various types of mana within his body. With a very confident look, Elk thought to himself that he had tested it by connecting the seal of Aelin Thoifap. Just as Eric finished speaking, the scene around him changed, proving it worked. It seems the dark magic flow has led Eric to a strange forest. In this mental world, does he have to pass the test and be recognized like the case of Snow Mountain King? Eric kept looking around suspiciously. Is there something here? If you're stabbing around, there should be insects or birds, but there's nothing here. He didn't think it was just because this was a mental world. The silence was too complete, as if everything had been swallowed by something. After a while, Eric realized there were some spots with the sound of wind rustling through the swamp. The palm leaves rustle. Something unusual is happening. Dim, but intense. There is a hard-to-reach predator here. Before he could think of anything else, he was drawn to something strange. The movement of the surrounding trees suddenly appeared abnormal in Eric's eyes. You keep moving forward but still feel the danger. Is something moving just now? Is it in the forest or in the sky? Even though I know something is lurking, I can't find any proof. I can't sense it anywhere. As expected, Du suddenly appeared right behind you. There is an interesting human here. Previously, Eric became a disciple of Augustin and Agility after passing their tests and was tasked with absorbing the Demon King Du after learning dark magic from the Dark Year Chronicles. But the sharp teeth of the Demon King are aiming at X's neck. Eric faces Du and silently thinks that its shadow and teeth flicker faintly through the rays of sunlight filtering through the leaves, while the rest is endless darkness. I need to fight like I did against Snow Mountain King. I reconsidered. No, I still don't know how to absorb Du's seal. I should observe the situation first. Maybe there's another way. I'm not sure I can win. Suddenly, Du spoke. Mingo usually acts first and then reports, but you seem unusually patient. Eric wondered in surprise. That's not the only strange thing about you. At the same time, Du whispered that something was off about you. He continued, an ordinary person with a seal. And isn't that the seal of Mephistopheles? And even though you are of a lower rank, you still have another seal. It's a dragon's heart, and you still know how to use spiritual speech? To him, I'm just prey. Eric considers. All right, go ahead. I'll attack as soon as he does. Suddenly, Du spoke. All right. As an ordinary human, I wouldn't bother. But then a shockwave hit, causing Eric to stagger back as a set of sharp teeth appeared. Du appears, fierce and ferocious, opening his mouth wide and shouting, You seem worth it. Du says, Dream binger child, keep craving. Eric was stunned. Huh? Keep craving more. Fill your greed and ambition. You find yourself unable to move your body. Then he snarled, "If you do that, you'll see me again." Returning to reality, Eric was momentarily stunned as he raised his tattooed arm. Nephi wondered, is it over? Augustine hesitated as well. I think so. Nephi looked at him and said, that crazy guy actually said his real name. So the seal is this easy to remove? It can't be, right? Nephi quickly solves the mystery for him. That's all he can do because he's been forced to keep the seal from dying for a long time and has reached his limit. He made your body numb to revert to your previous form, and he even gave you a lower seal than the original. You silently thought, he said I will meet him again if I continue to crave. Does he mean I should upgrade this seal back to the original form? Eric asked. You have a new family, Mayfie. Can you tell me his real name? He replied. I won't lower myself to reveal the bastard's name to survive. Augustine suddenly spoke. The real name of Du is the evil god. He continued. His rank probably dropped after losing to me, so it might be quite intense. Nephi sighed. This person is crazy. No one asked him to interfere, and he even knows the true name's value. He must be possessed by someone. Eric silently wondered if he should ask his master if Mayfie refused to speak. But then why did he suddenly? Augustine spoke again with a sinister tone. The old man explained, the seal of evil. Augustine continued. Du Nguyen originally was a demon named Ngu Kui. They are bottom of the food chain and always fearful of death, but still greedy because of their insatiable hunger. The old man explained, that's why you can sense danger like a demon when you have Du's seal and can quickly find the enemy's strength and weakness to counter them, Augustine said, tearfully. The awakening of the sixth sense through mana circulation, something martial magicians always seek to imitate. The old man hesitated, his heart pounding and all his senses tingling with excitement. Augustine emphasized, I call it the demon sense. The Dark Chronicle has finally obtained Du's seal and the demon sense. Now you just need to upgrade this seal and fight Du. The importance and how to use this seal are details you won't find in any book. I don't know how hard Dan Yen-Su's ancestors and masters struggled to obtain this knowledge. Dan Yen-Su's dreams and ambitions for 1,000 years have been to achieve this one goal. Eric uses his power and speaks in a fierce voice. Beneath his shadow and Du's shadow, he surrounds his body. Eric wondered if it was his turn to bear this heavy goal. Suddenly, distant movements erupted, with rushing sounds and sparks flying. Master, are you saying that the demon's senses are when your heart pounds and your instincts tingle? I wonder why it suddenly gets triggered like that. Suddenly, Shin appeared out of nowhere and called Eric by name. Eric was stunned and asked, How did you get here? He replied tiredly, It doesn't matter, there's a big problem. And outside, Eric was stunned and asked, Huh? A scene change at the villa? Miss, you need to go out and see this. I ask again, what's going on? Has the military training finished yet? Her body trembled anxiously. Tasa ordered, Stop her first, I will go meet her myself. Elsewhere, Hiji is carrying a suitcase to meet Ek. She softly asked, Do my brother Eric Mbinger is here? Eric and Shin quickly disappeared like a gust of wind. Shouldn't you have tried to stop Ms. Tasa earlier? I'll question you instead. How could I possibly stop that crazy witch? And besides, why are you blaming everything on me when it was your mistake? He muttered. The situation is really bad. Her aggressive nature has flared up again because of you. They continued to fly away quickly, thinking of Tasa and hoping nothing would happen. Meanwhile, Tasa was also gliding through the wind. She was secretly hoping to say that the Duchess's divine light had sacrificed her very life for him. In other words, her sister lacked the magical talent that her brother, suffering from a blockage disease, possessed, making it difficult to produce a true talent from a fallen family. I wonder if the person the Duke's aura fears the most is his sister. Surely it's not just because she's his sister. She wondered what kind of person her sister really was. Scene change. Hiji picks up her suitcase and walks over. She gently smiled and asked, May I ask if my little brother Eric Mbinger is here? The guard replied, The Duke's divine aura is present here. Someone else spoke up, but she couldn't join without an invitation. Hiji stammered, Sorry, why is that? Could you please call young Master Tam? I'm sure he knows I'm here. The two guards replied, No. Additionally, we received a request from the young lady that she is not allowed to enter but tourists. Hearing that, she was surprised and asked, The sister of Shin? Why would she? Suddenly, Tasa descended from the sky and said, It's a pleasure to meet you. Hiji turned around confidently and introduced herself. I am the daughter of the Narister family, Tasa Narister. My name is Hiji Mbinger. I've heard a lot about you from Eric and your younger brother. She continued, I've heard that you are a charming and strong person, like a blazing fire. But it seems those rumors are quite accurate. Nice to meet you, Tasa. Thank you. Hi, Dai was speaking gently when suddenly she coldly questioned me. But may I ask why you blocked me? I can't think of any reason for you to do so. Tasa also quickly responded,
This is the main residence of the Nerister family, the leading family among the 6 clans managing the Magic Tower.
This isn't a place where anyone can come and go freely, right? She continued. Yellow hair and blue eyes are typical features of the Mbinner family, but she might be in disguise. Moreover, if she truly is the sister of the Bright Marquis, she still needs to go through some formalities.
Haidai asked, "So in this case, what do you want me to do to prove it?"
I say firmly.
"If you truly are the sister of the Marquis of Brightness, it means you are also a member of a magic guild family, so I will only believe you if you defeat me in a magic duel. Unfortunately, I am not capable of using magic." Upon hearing that, she laughed and said then Haidai asked again, "What about spiritual energy?"
She warned her that she would get hurt. I replied arrogantly. "I'm curious about that," she said while snapping her fingers. "It's simple. An explosion went off." Tasa spoke, initiating the identity verification process. Both of them suddenly disappeared. Tasa briefly smiles, while Haidai, holding a large hammer, asks if she's sure she can stand firm against something so huge. She continued to ask, "Have you ever played tag when you were a child?" The shards of dirt and rock flying from the hammer blast hurtled toward me. She easily uses magic to burn them and says, "I haven't played in a long time, since the last time I played, but Shin and I played together many times during childhood." Tasa uses magic and calls their names. She throws fireballs at Haiji and says, "I have never hidden it. And what about you? Are you skilled at this game?" Haiji remained unshaken, firmly gripping the hammer and replying, "I have never failed before either. But that's because my relentless desire to win keeps flowing within me." She reached out and threw the hammer with great force, the hammer soaring with incredible power toward Tasa.
Haidai said, "I always catch them again and again." Tasa leaned back to dodge the hammer. She looked towards Hai, shimmering in the light. Tasa silently pondered. It was surprising that a member of the Thuat Tin family was a martial artist, but it was unimaginable that she could wield a 100-kilogram hammer as lightly as silk without using spiritual energy. She looked at the hammer and then realized that it was truly a member of the Mbinger family. The sign on the handle of the black skull hammer was the clue that quickly revealed the truth to her. So, the sister of the Marquis of Bright Light is actually a member of the most powerful mercenary army. The hammer strikes forcefully, causing a massive explosion.
Heidi asked with a smile. "So the score is 1, right?" Tisa confidently replied, "I won't hold back this time." Suddenly, a magical wind was created, and a voice rang out, pushing it away. I ask in surprise, "What is going on?" Haidai casually says, "Everything is just getting better." Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Eric by the neck. Everyone was utterly shocked. Eric struggled to say, "You still look as healthy as ever, sister." "Sister." You hesitated, seeming to think that you and Tasa were having a good time together. "Should I step in between you two?" "It will be a problem if we get the repair fee. Now stay calm and let me go." "Haiji, speak clearly." "Eric." She slightly turned her neck, a cracking sound echoing. "Hi." Dai widened her eyes and said, "Let's have a little chat." Tasa frowned and focused her gaze. She clutched the paper tightly and pondered. Tasa asked if it was correct. The name Hijim Binger appeared on the paper, but it couldn't be confirmed. Hanabi stammered and replied, "I am sorry. According to the intelligence gatherer, the information is highly classified." She clasped her hands together and said, "Well, just as I expected, the Black Lair is indeed the strongest underground mercenary organization. Their enemies are proportional to the missions they've completed, so I'm sure their identities are also classified." She narrowed her eyes and continued, "I will seize this opportunity to become a peer." Tasa silently considered in her mind that it would be hard to meet even one member of Black Lair because they have no relations with anyone outside the Grey Lion family. And what if the young lady of the Minger family is a member of Black Lair? She smiles and thinks this reason alone is enough to have a close relationship with the Minger family just because of Duke Jedi Star. But in that case, Nerester must have nothing left to lose, right? It seems we have made the right move. Transitioning scenes. Heidi jumped and said, "Fine." She swung her hammer powerfully. Tasa asked, "Are those two still playing chase?" Meanwhile, Eric ran and said, "Please, let's talk." Haidai coldly replied, "You seem to be doing very well with that fame." "Now you can use magic, right?" she continued. "And you've also learned how to oppose now." Hai slammed her hammer down where Eric was, who quickly jumped away and shouted, "I'm serious." Eric seriously thought that if it weren't for Preda, he really would have lost his life. He continued to think, "She's been like this since she was a child. She would break my leg every time I caused trouble so I wouldn't mess up again." Mifai also sighed. "I've never seen you struggle like this before. She's worthy of the Minger family name." And he added, "But I think I can also sense a quite different aura from a Minger family member." Eric was startled and looked to the side. Haidai leapt up high, swinging her hammer. Mifai comments, "I've never seen anything as interesting as this before." She asks, "Little sister of mine, let's see if you can dodge this move." Eric casts a spell and shouts to block. Hai strikes the hammer down hard, but luckily the shield protected him. Her strength makes Eric struggle and grit his teeth. "Are you serious?" he says, sweating profusely.
How can you expect me to dodge a move like that?
Eric clenched his eyes tightly, then opened them to see Hiji holding her hammer out in front of him. She stood still and unmoving.
Hiji said. When she heard that I had achieved some basic accomplishments, I felt a bit relieved. She continued, I know you've had a tough time with mana blockage, but you've still tried your best, so I want to support you as much as I can.
But now, you've plunged into danger, losing control of yourself and remaining unconscious for days. And after waking up, you disappeared for several months without a word about where you were going.
Haidai asked, do you remember the last time you contacted me?
6 months. I haven't heard from you for 6 months. Heidi questions him with tears in her eyes. Do you know how worried I was? Eric quietly reflects. She always protected me too much. She scolded me about everything I did, saying it was dangerous, and she was always by my side. I thought to myself, I don't like that overprotectiveness, but I understand why she acted that way. Eric quietly thought to himself that after his parents died to take care of someone like him who causes trouble, he remembered his past and how Hai had to grow up too early. Then Eric quietly thought, our family's character has become a bit too extreme. Suddenly, he seriously spoke out, I have found our family's mission. Even when I lost consciousness in the dragon's den, and when I disappeared after waking up, it was all for the sake of the family mission. Eric honestly told her, sometimes I think I don't need to revive our fallen family. It has collapsed, and I wonder if all my efforts are meaningful anymore, I insist. But after everything I've been through, a thought crosses my mind that this world could be filled with chaos at any moment. Eric continued, it would be disrespectful to our mother, father, and ancestors who fought for our survival to hide as an MBER member. He declared firmly, I will head north, where the mission our ancestors left us awaits. Eric speaks with determination. No matter what that mission is or how dangerous the path ahead may be, I will still pursue it. You just said while thinking of images from the past, just like our ancestors did, until our family, this world, and everywhere you step, shines. Eric solemnly declared like the stars. Hai fell silent upon hearing his proclamation. Then she smiled, tears gently falling down, and Haidai asked Eric, if you stay silent and leave again, I will really crush your legs. Is that clear? What do you mean? I hesitated. Eric asked her back, aren't you moved? Yes, Eric, I have grown up now. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Isn't it right for me to say something like this? Mifai said, that's so embarrassing. She should have hit him a few more times for me. Du added, luckily, she still has a way to escape my control. This time you said some impressive words, huh? But how can I trust you after everything you've done? He replied, I am still hoping that next year will be the day of that bastard's death. Forget about that. Humans are truly always moved by the smallest things. Meanwhile, under the bright moonlit night sky in a desolate field, Exel looked at the box shaped like a pair of small red wings. The box in his hand emits sparks as Exel mutters about the resurrection of Lord Yahello. The eagle's wings spread wide, with each feather pattern appearing intricately detailed, exuding a majestic beauty. Amidst the vast sky, only echoes of the powerful wings of the eagle can be heard. Time quickly passes, and 3 months later, Eric has undergone a harsh training on the peak of Mount Dog 5. Suddenly, the eagle flaps its wings forcefully, heading straight for him as it charges forward. Eric's eyes are covered by a band of white cloth, but he continues his work calmly. A sudden flash of blinding light streaks across, directly illuminating the band on Eric's eyes. Then he quickly extended his arm to catch the powerful strike of the eagle. Juliet suddenly appeared, and he exclaimed in surprise, you learn fast. Juliet praised Eric highly. I didn't expect you to master the image label so quickly. As he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind Juliet, then the shadow swiftly shot up like a gust of wind. It was none other than Augustine. He suddenly attacked Eric to test him, but now Eric is much stronger and only uses one hand to block Augustine's strike. He was pleased to see Eric pass the test. It seems you have also grasped the demon sense. Augustine carefully assessed. You have learned everything possible here. From this moment on, real combat will help you awaken faster. Eric sighed in relief, ruffling his hair before plopping down on the ground and asking, so is it finally over? We will never see each other again, right? He replied calmly, you were begging to become my disciple just yesterday. Judity is a bit annoyed by his attitude. You really are a formidable disciple. Have you all forgotten that this was supposed to be training to torment me? Anyway, I have learned a lot from you all. Thank you. Master, are you flattering us? Good grief, he chuckled and warned. Aren't you the one who said you would head north right away? Remember to bring us a gift, okay? Eric said softly, teasing the two of them before leaving. What the hell? Never see each other again. Then, Eric's voice suddenly grew softer. Still, he deliberately lingered a little to remember the faces of Augustine and Gility. Eric only said a few words of advice before leaving immediately. Take care of yourself. The two of them. After seeing Eric walk away, Judity finally asked curiously if this made him feel nostalgic. Leader, about the days when I roamed everywhere with Zet. Augustine replied slowly. Every day is full of joy while I am still vigorous, and now I am spending the few remaining days clinging to this place. Judity was a bit curious. What would Set say if he were still here? He guesses he would be complaining about us sitting here waiting to die like old men. We haven't even reached 100 years old. He burst out laughing. Lord, we're not even close to his level. Jay nodded in agreement. That's right. Compared to him, we're just middle-aged men. Augustine expressed his regret. Ignoring that, how could he leave these great teachers behind? He guesses he's heading north alone. The old man cheerfully replies, that disciple needs to be taught proper manners. As the scene shifts, I take the documents Eric hands me. She looks surprised and speaks up. You're entrusting me with the excavation of the hideout directly? I step back and thank you. Thank you very much, Eric replied casually. I'm giving it to you. I wonder why you suddenly sound so polite. You immediately informed her of what you had arranged. I've prepared a carriage to take you to the north. It's right at the entrance. She's still staring intently at the paper in her hand. The content there is an agreement about the excavation of the Diamond Dragon's lair between the Firebrus family and the Mbinger family. Eric Mbinger from the Mbinger family. The Firebus Tassa Nerister family. Seeing Tassa seem uninterested in what I said, Eric loudly reminded her, remember to be careful when arranging your studies at the academy. He secretly thought to himself that his sister, who was famous for her love of dragons, was the one he entrusted it to. She was so delighted that she kept her eyes fixed on the words on the paper, her face full of joy. Finally, I got to touch real dragon items. All of them are top quality. I was surprised by Tassa's expression. It was beyond my imagination. But I didn't think she would be this happy. Eric silently stared at her, quietly thinking that since our relationship with the Nerister family is growing stronger, everyone would probably benefit. Thinking about it, there's still someone who owes me. Eric suddenly remembered Isabel's promise. Miss Isabel said she would contact me after arriving at the destination. Has she forgotten about my debt? You better put that aside quickly. Anyway, I was on the carriage first. Han slowly sheathes his sword, then angrily shouts, that damn Pow really hurt me. He coldly gazes at the corpses of Pow's dispatched subordinates. No matter how weak I am, he looks down on me, and I can't believe he thinks this is enough to kill me. At this moment, Isabel's voice suddenly rang out. She relied on her thoughts and analyzed that perhaps he was getting impatient. He has weakened after losing too many blue wolves. Isabel slowly approached Herman while explaining, and he knew that if the Lord joined the MBER's forces, he would be in danger. After hearing his daughter's voice, Herman turned around and saw Isabel walking with 3 others. V, hearing this, excitedly reached out and ruffled her hair. He marveled and praised her. Wow, our girl is really smart. That's right. Brother V wondered why we don't stop this game and just go to Pow to kill him. Isabel hesitated and said, please don't treat me like a child anymore. Gray agrees with him. That's right. The 3 of us will go together. He immediately burst into laughter with a slightly reproachful tone. I told you, the problems of the Quio family will be handled by me. You 3 just need to protect Isameo. Han's face suddenly darkened with deep hatred, and he coldly declared, I will meet this duke myself to thank him. Isabel, Vex, and Gray immediately became serious. All 3 attentively listened to his words. Herman continued speaking and decided on a plan to deal with Paul. After the scene change, Exil suddenly stopped, raising his voice like a father asking why Pow has not yet been appointed as a Lam Su. Hua calmly replied, there is a small issue. He reassured Excel not to worry. The plan still faces no obstacles. He stepped forward. Excel thought for a moment, then slowly responded, I thought destroying a blocked Manalam sorcerer would be easy, but considering the decline of the Mbinger family might hinder us, he impatiently demanded, since it's not the right time to confront the Minger family, quickly appoint Palqueo as a lamb sorcerer. Captain of the Green Wolf team, Hen's face gradually darkened. Exel paid no mind and continued to say that once he becomes a lamb ho, both his body and his power will be taken away. He furrowed his brows tightly and looked at Excel with sharp eyes. He is determined to quickly accomplish his goal to contribute, even if only a little, to Lord Azel Onbet. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts, startling the entire flock of birds. They flapped their wings wildly and took off into the sky one after another. He impatiently replied, I told you not to worry. The scene shifts to a vintage carriage slowly stopping in an open field not far from the bustling city, when suddenly Eric's panicked shouts are heard. No, it's impossible. I plan to go quietly to the north. I appreciate the effort to prepare such a big carriage, but I don't need a coachman. They reminded him that my name isn't Coachman but Eric, and even if he kept begging, it was no use. Then after some thought, he decided to change the subject. Sometimes going out with friends isn't so bad, I just want to show my anger. He reluctantly replied, I'm only here because my father asked me to, okay? Not only that, but Eric's sister Hai is also on the car. He sighed in exasperation. Sister, you should go home and rest. Why are you here? She said with a teasing smile. What's wrong? Don't you want your sister to come with us? No, I want to. You were so happy just to be with your sister that you wanted to jump for joy. What makes things even more complicated is the presence of Augustine. Agility. Master, old people should stay put instead of wandering around, he muttered disapprovingly. So you don't allow the elderly to go out and have fun? Augustine took a deep breath and said, I should teach you how to behave while still on the road, breathing in some northern wind. Judity sat cross-legged and casually accused Eric. You hurt our feelings by leaving us behind. Me. Phi grits his teeth, showing his displeasure. Looks like it's going to be a noisy trip. I hate being bothered the most. Wow, this is really fun. 7 people are the perfect number for an expedition. He looked up, about to speak, thinking this was just a family trip or something. But Augustine cut him off. He kindly introduced himself, saying, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Augustine, Elk's master. Hai also happily introduced herself. I am Hiji, thank you all for taking care of my younger brother. The boy is so fragile that he needs a cute creature like this to help him, and the old man asked in surprise. You think the species of the Demon King is cute? That's interesting. Can you stop frowning already? Elk, am I the one who wants to go somewhere? His eyes immediately shifted their attention to Hai, who was happily playing with the 2-headed white tiger and eagle. Eric then turned to look at Master Juliet, who was smiling and chatting happily. Not only that, Augustine was also smiling at him. Eric suddenly froze, immediately realizing something. As he looked at the scene before him, Eric couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes widened with clear delight. That carriage slowly rolled along under the sunset. Then Eric suddenly took out a sparkling blue stone, a smile spreading on his lips to reveal his happiness inside. Eric clenched the stone tightly in his palm, and at that very moment, he seemed to feel warmth spreading into his heart. Maybe a family like this isn't so bad after all. Transition scene, Wai Ungdung sitting on a chair, slowly stirring his hot tea. After taking a sip of hot tea, Hui gently placed the cup on the table and asked, Wai inquires about the situation, so everyone has gone north. He respectfully bows and replies, Yes. The butler looked a bit worried and carefully asked, Clan leader, is there some good news? Wai quietly gazed outside through the window. Isn't it quite interesting? Look, he's signaling to the others. That ridiculous combination. Hai smiled in a way that moved others. She gently reminded him, Eric, I told you in front of the elders to pay attention to manners. Hai-ji set an example for you to learn from. Look at that. Now that's a true man of integrity, Eric said with crossed arms and a sarcastic tone. That integrity is just a joke, and it makes her angry. Hai-dai politely asked for the opinions of those present. I am planning to discipline this mischievous younger brother. Would that be all right with you all? Augustine immediately replied, No, just leave us alone. Dui Tian agreed with him. That's right. Discipline should be taught by the family. She gently bowed her head to express, Thank you for your understanding. Eric has no idea he's about to face a danger. Really? At this age, I still have to relearn discipline? As soon as he finished speaking, Hai-ji forcefully slammed her hand onto the chair he was sitting in, a sinister smile on her face and a fiery gaze that seemed ready to devour Eric at any moment. Eric, take a walk with me for a bit. Her fierce aura made Eric panic. Hai-ji, it's just a walk. Her eyes fixed on the hammer in Hai-ji's hand, she put down that terrifying thing. Without giving Eric a chance to regret, Hai-ji immediately pinched his ear and dragged him away. He cried out in pain, Hai, let me go! Mi-Fi watched the whole process from the side, sneering with a smirk, never expecting to see Elk being dragged away. Mi-Fi laughs heartily, enjoying himself. They focus on controlling the carriage, each movement precise and decisive. The carriage had only just started moving when he suddenly noticed something ahead. They quickly stopped the carriage. After the carriage came to a complete stop, Eric found it strange and stuck his bony head out to ask what was going on. The village chiefs, along with Day and Yar, rushed forward to block the carriage, each holding a sharp knife in hand. He roared loudly, You dare to step into our territory! The village chief, Day and Ar, shouted together, Hand over everything now! Then the atmosphere grew silent. Eric and the others looked at them with puzzled expressions. Seeing their expressions, he also felt puzzled. Eric, with an innocent and guiltless look, continued to stare intently at the village chief. He got angry because of you? And the village chief shouted sternly, threatening him. You bastard, do you want bloodshed? Eric immediately gets off the car, sighs, and thinks to himself, what a hassle. A large hand suddenly rests on his shoulder. Eric Judity confidently said, "Let me handle this." He assessed the situation and secretly felt pleased. This is my chance to show Elk how skilled his master really is. Julity takes Bok Ho outside. Village Chief J and R were immediately frightened and stepped back. They shouted loudly, "A tiger?" Julity exudes a fierce aura and warns, "Eric, watch carefully now. I will show you why they call me the Beast King." Eric reaches out his hand and softly mutters as he channels his energy, "Ice." A giant iceberg immediately crashes down, knocking Village Chief J and R back with its immense force. All three of them are so frightened they turn pale and can only tremble as they sit on the ground. Juliet looks a bit sad and softly says, "Eric, I can handle them." "Why are you interfering?" Eric saw Juliet's intentions and immediately scolded him. "Are you planning to turn this place into a sea of blood?" After a brief observation, Eric concluded that those guys were definitely not bandits, just some impoverished villagers from a nearby village. Chief Lang immediately knelt down on both knees right in front of him. Then J and R also kneeled down and begged for mercy. "We still have family at home. Please have mercy and spare us," Eric said calmly. "If by chance we are just helpless good people with no power to resist, you look at them with a bullet-shaped gaze and then ask if they are still begging like this." The village chief remained silent, glancing at R. Eric also stayed quiet, patiently waiting for their response. He didn't think much and immediately slammed his head to the ground to atone. "Master Mage, you are right," enro called out softly. "Chief." He struck so hard that blood was pouring from his nose. The village chief begged L to forgive the two of them. "But they only came because I forced them, so please just punish me instead." Ril quickly spoke up. "Village chief, why are you saying that? He only did it for the sake of this village." Jay also agrees with what he said. "That's right, it's not his fault." The two of them also confessed to the village chief. "Please punish all of us too," Eric said, raising his hand to interrupt. "Let's see if what you say is true." A clear blue sky appears as the scene shifts. White clouds drift slowly across the sky. Under the scorching sun, Eric, Heejisin, Augustine, and Jility follow the village chief to his home. The village chief explained that the drought and famine had made our lives very difficult over the past few years. "We thought that dying of hunger would just turn us into bandits anyway." Nephi looks around and suddenly senses something. "Wait a minute, this energy." He painfully recounts all the hardships the villagers have endured over the years. "It took us 5 days straight on horseback to reach another village, and we can't leave our village to find work because our livestock will starve to death." The village chief suddenly broke down crying. He blames himself, saying, "It's all my fault." Augustine stroked his beard and said, "The unfortunate thing is that the laws of the country don't reach this place. Eric, even if these people have committed crimes or I let them go, they are doing it for good reasons." Eric paused in silence to think. He suddenly brought up a matter. "Isn't caring for the people part of our noble duty?" You nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's not entirely their fault either." Hearing that, the village chief immediately bowed his head to show his sincerity. "Thank you, sir." Nephi kept flying back and forth above Eric's head, making him feel dizzy and disoriented. The village chief took Eric's hand and promised that we would never steal again. He smiled reassuringly and said, "It's okay." Eric couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Nephi, why are you just circling around?" He carefully explained, "Although faint, I can sense the presence of demonic energy nearby." Eric was surprised. Demon energy. After hearing that, he immediately became alert. Eric used all his senses to sense. He frowned, focusing on sensing the air around him. After a long moment of concentration, Eric pondered and gave a reason. This land is too desolate. Indeed, all they see before them is a vast empty land with no grass growing on it. "Is there something here?" Eric was a bit confused. "This is definitely the place, but..." Nephi interrupted him, saying, "I'm sure it's buried somewhere nearby." He made a demand, saying, "Because I helped you, you must give me the magic potion as soon as you find it." Eric was annoyed to have fallen into Nephi's trap. "I knew it, you lied to me." He raised his hand to summon a source of energy. Eric announces, "I need to dig the ground first, everyone, step back," he shouts, piercing through. Eric frowned, his expression suddenly serious, and in an instant a giant iceberg appeared falling from above, destroying the ground below completely. Headmaster Lang was so amazed he gaped open-mouthed in awe. The old man nodded in praise. Wow, in just a moment he dug such a big hole. Then Eric took a running start and jumped straight down into the hole he just dug below. Eric lands safely, exuding a cool aura, and looks down in surprise to see a box beneath his feet. Augustine also followed him and quickly climbed down to Eric's location. "Did you find anything, a disciple?" He nodded in response. "Yes, a box buried deep underground." As Eric opened its lid, a strange purple gas immediately escaped. Nephi curiously approached to observe, The mist continued to pour out uncontrollably. Augustine exclaimed in shock, "Demon energy!"
After all the gas inside the box has been released, a winged goat-headed statue sitting upright inside the box gradually becomes visible. He puzzledly asks himself, why is it here? According to legend, the 4 great demon kings are descendants of the demon gods and also rulers of the demon realm. Their descendants are Mephistopheles, the original sin, Satan, the apocalypse, Lilith, the revolution, and the tyrant who possesses the largest demon army among the demon kings. That is the demon of madness, Azazello. In the past, Azadeo was very greedy to possess the human world. During the invasion of the human world, he not only destroyed 12 villages. Eric raised the statue, asking curiously, "Is this the symbol created by Azel's followers?" Mayfi explains, it was specially created for human sacrifices, and only after finishing did he suddenly realize something was wrong. "Wait a minute, how do you know about Azel?" "Explain, I saw it in a book in the warehouse." If it's all about human sacrifice, then everyone in those villages must have sacrificed themselves to summon the Star of Ao? Mifai turned his head to gaze into the distance, assessing the state of the village. Then he concluded that this seemed to be the most reasonable hypothesis. Alec kept asking himself what the demons were hiding in the human world and what they were planning. Mifai demanded, "Now absorb the magic and pass it to me," many people promised. Augustine immediately stopped you, saying, "Apprentice, investigating the traces of the demons that were destroyed 30 years ago is very dangerous." He gave his opinion, and I think we should bring it to the Magic Council members. He sneered dismissively. It's interesting that Eric actually agreed with Augustine. Mifai nervously asked, "Hey, didn't you promise to tell me already?" He sighed and explained. He said he would give it to the Wizard Council, but if I absorb this demonic energy, how am I supposed to explain it to them? He was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "This matter, Eric is tempting Mayfi. If you tell me how to use M.I.'s seal, I might try," he shouted angrily. "No way, Augustine, go get the box," the old man orders. "Send this to the Magic Council immediately." Mifai panicked and desperately negotiated. "Do you have no other requests? Other than explaining how to use the seal, everything else is fine." Eric still calmly requests Augustine, "Be as quick as possible." A strange voice suddenly whispered in your ear, "It looks delicious." Immediately after, a strange blackish-green aura burst out from Eric's arm. Once it completely escaped from his arm, it quickly rushed toward the box that Shin and Augustine were holding. The mysterious black mist opens its large mouth and swallows the box whole. After swallowing it, the black streams immediately gather together to form Du's body. Seeing that he had stolen what she needed, Mei-Fi hurriedly shouted in panic, "No way, my magic!" Augustine looked confused. The old man asked, "What is going on here?" Du transforms back into dark wisps and slips into Eric's arm again. He pats his head and says, "It seems this thing has deceived me. The evidence you've been searching for all this time has vanished." Mi-Fi's fury immediately erupts. "You bastard, how dare you steal what belongs to me?" Eric didn't care about him and quickly explained, "It seems this village won't turn into a desert just because of one nest, so let's find something else to prepare." The scene shifts to a rough stone wall inside the cave. Faint light from a weak source casting a darker atmosphere, with a few candles burning on the ground, their small flames flickering and illuminating part of the cave. Damien, accompanied by his followers, prepares to perform a dark ritual before the giant archbishop statue. Damien kneels respectfully and then bows his head to the archbishop statue. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual as he was performing the ritual. When the followers saw Damien stop, they asked, "What's wrong, priest?" He calmly said, "There are some heretics who dared to disrupt your summoning ritual." Damien's followers immediately became angry, shouting in unison, "Which heretics would dare do such a thing?" Q Damien's face darkened as he looked up at the statue. Then Damien seemed to become a madman. He shouted loudly in front of it, "High priest, we will deal with those heretics. Please don't blame us." Damien and his followers all swore, "We will surely carry out your great plan on this continent. We will seek your favor again." He turned around and ordered a disciple to relay his command to Joda before heading north, and the entire person of the demon immediately emitted a murderous aura that made everyone's spine chill. "Go meet Ka and perform the summoning ritual." The scene shifts to the sky, beginning to darken. Not far from the nearby river, Elk's group is stopping to rest after a long day. Elk's face shows a hint of sadness. You wonder why no one has paid attention to what the demons have been doing all this time. When the nearby villagers saw the river water rising, they were very happy and paid no mind to anything else. "Now we can start planting." The water level is rising quickly. You feel sorry for these innocent people. They have taken the lives of many innocent people. Augustine approached the boy and gently patted his shoulder in comfort. "Since we have provided evidence to the Mage Council, they will start an investigation soon. Not to mention, everything that happens will be blamed on the local lords." Augustine gazed into the distance and expressed his feelings.
I also want to behead the bastards who caused all this. But it seems this is beyond our reach now. Eric paused in silent thought. The subordinate agrees because the council will intervene, so those bastards will act quickly. The first thing to do is to find the disgusting nest throughout this entire area. His eyes immediately became determined. Eric silently swore to himself and then crushed the bastards responsible for this. The village chief was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down his face. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Eric's group said goodbye to the villagers. Before leaving, he reminded the elder that the drought was over. Take good care of everyone in the village. We're leaving now. Wait a moment. The old man shyly asked, Can I at least have the name of the wizard? He proudly shouted his own name, Eric Mbinger. Everyone present was amazed and exclaimed, The Shining Duke, the hero of Marin, just as we expected. Hearing that name, the village chief felt reassured. Old man smiled. Mbinger, the stars of the empire are shining again. He continued to resume his work of driving everyone on their way. The five of them, Senin, Eric, Hai, Augustine, and Gility, sat quietly inside the carriage. As it just started moving, the unexpected ones called out to him, Eric, I think you should step outside for a bit. Eric immediately poked his head out and asked, What's this time? He sounded a bit hesitant. This. A group of mysterious masked people appeared before the two of them. They hurriedly introduced themselves, saying they were from the royal council. Soon, those people had stepped closer to Eric. Ba-chan crossed his arms and arrogantly asked, Are you Eric Minger? He responded with a cold look, secretly thinking he's quite rude. These people are from the Intelligence Bureau, the Emperor and Royal Family's intelligence agency, run by the Emperor and the Royal Family, for the Emperor and the Royal Family. Everyone knows they are monsters in disguise, willing to use any means from kidnapping and coercion to murder to complete their missions. Their combat abilities are on par with those at the Magic Tower and the Lion Family. At this moment, Eric's mind echoed with this thought, but since they couldn't even figure out the way to such a place, no wonder they hadn't analyzed anything yet or sent a report to Tum before rushing here to find them. He let out a quiet sigh, feeling quite annoyed inside. However, Eric chuckled softly and thought to himself, even if they have an emperor backing them up, starting the conversation like this is a bit too polite. His face showed a nonchalant expression as he spoke dismissively. Yeah, there. He hesitated, his eyes flickering with surprise, stammering to confirm. Yes, that's right. Seeing himself being looked down upon, Ba-chan was so furious he turned red with anger. How dare you speak so casually like that? His whole body is radiating murderous intent. We are agents of the Royal Intelligence Bureau, so civilians like you should show proper respect to us. Eric pretended to be shocked, but Ba-chan was trembling with anger and asked sharply, What did you just say? At this moment, your spiritual power erupts fiercely, showcasing your dominance. Eric sneers. Even if you are part of that great intelligence agency, at best you are only as strong as a duke. The overwhelming aura causes the ground to shake, and he is terrified, stunned inside. What is that? Eric shouted angrily. When did officials gain the right to disrespect the Duke? Soon, his spiritual power surged and condensed into a giant beast. Ba-chan was terrified, quickly kneeling down in panic, wondering how he could do that. His eyes widened in horror as he pondered, is his skill almost that of a mage? After a while, the magic gradually dissipates, the clear sky returns, and Ba-chan glances subtly behind him. Hearing footsteps approaching, the prince subtly signals with a wink. Ba-chan seemed to understand and quickly nodded in response. He swiftly removed his mask and said, We apologize, Your Highness. Then Ba-chan bowed respectfully and asked for our forgiveness for his improper behavior towards you. Seeing that, the enchantress praised him, saying, You always know how to show others what courtesy is. I answered firmly because if I acted like nothing happened earlier, they would see me as a joke and try to push me around in the future. Duong grinned mischievously at me. Next time you make a mistake like this, I will speak directly to the noble harbor master. I will remember that, Your Grace. Although he outwardly pretends to be obedient, inside Pan is seething with anger. He's just a duke's son to show off, yet he dares to act arrogantly towards me. Damn it, you damn brat, just consider yourself lucky. Suddenly, a voice rang out unexpectedly, making him turn pale with fear. I didn't expect anyone to dare disrespect my disciple. Augustine stepped forward, tall and imposing, his voice as cold as ice. If it were me, your head would be rolling on the ground right now. He sweat profusely, muttering, Bach de Augustine Nerester. Ba-chan was overwhelmed with amazement. Could he really be the disciple of the strongest person in the Magic Tower? That's impossible. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that as soon as he got back, he would have to replace all the intelligence agents. Long streaks of sunlight stretched everywhere. They both sat down and started talking. Ba-chan spoke first, asking for permission to reintroduce himself. I am Pa-chan from the 4th Intelligence Bureau. Eric's eyes fixed intently on his opponent, a thought flashing through his mind that the 4th Intelligence Agency had sided with the Crown Prince in the fierce power struggle within the palace. Could it be that the Crown Prince has already caught wind of what's been happening lately? Ba-cha continued. It seems I am wasting your time, so I will get straight to the point. Do you agree? Instead of wasting time saying that, just say it outright. He cursed the damn brat inwardly, but then forced a smile to hide his anger. We have been secretly tracking the remains of demons for some time, and recently we found a group of demons with unknown information. Eric twitched his ear, his tone completely indifferent. Oh, Rigori, right? Ba-chan was stunned. How do you know about that? He narrowed his eyes, his attitude instantly turning cold. Have you forgotten which family I come from? You intelligence agency? He bowed his head, his voice trembling as he clenched his teeth. Minger Eric slightly smirked, clearly amused when he heard the other person say those words. The enemy of demons. Ba-chan questioned them. According to the report, 9 pots of Tom have been found, but only 1 has been handed over. So where are the other 8 right now? You point your finger at yourself. I'm holding them, he shouted. What? That's illegal. 3 said firmly that according to Article 11, Section 2 of the Royal Law, the royal family will keep all items related to the demon race as evidence. Eric immediately countered. According to Article 8, the first paragraph of the property law, if authorized by the Administrative Bureau, a person can possess items related to the demon clan for research purposes. You're joking. I already have a permit from the Administrative Office, and the Intelligence Agency knows too? He trembles with anger. So may I ask you one last question? Ba-chan wondered how you knew the exact location of those wall tiles. Eric frowned and sighed softly. I told you already, didn't I? I am a member of the Mingor family, honestly, he shouted angrily, the answer being too vague. You sneered? So you want me to reveal my family's secrets to the intelligence agency? Ba-chan choked, veins bulging on his face, furious inside. This cunning bastard really doesn't know his place. He kept using the family's secrets as an excuse. Eric waved his hand and said, I think I've answered enough. Let's stop here. Not wanting to push further, he suppressed his anger and clenched his fists. Thank you for your cooperation. Immediately after, the 3 fathers quickly turned and left. I stood silently behind, watching his figure gradually disappear. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Well, I must say, your courage is impressive. Even the all-powerful intelligence agency dares to talk back to you. High-die compliments. You did well, Eric. If you had just stood still earlier and let them do whatever they wanted, I would have knocked each of them out. He ruffles his hair and sighs. Oh my God, these sisters really look exactly alike. Eric, the intelligence agency is very stubborn. Once they bite, they never let go. Can we just leave things as they are? He immediately replied, No, that's not okay. You know that too. I'm not the type to let things end so easily. Hearing this, I panic. What trouble is he planning to cause this time? Eric continued speaking. I'm not the type to let someone be hostile towards me without a good reason. Your eyes flash with murderous intent. You're not going to leave so easily. Before long, night falls, and the full moon hangs high, casting a faint light over the silent space. In a deserted forest, the night wind gently stirs, and the rustling leaves sound like whispers of the darkness, as Ba-tron kneels before a man. I truly am a disgrace. I apologize, he softly said. Lift your head up. Agent Pa-tron, the man exclaimed. The person from the Ho-Then tribe is not you, he said in a deep voice. It must be me, the Crown Prince. This man is the Crown Prince. Right behind, a dove was watching carefully, not missing any gestures or words. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. This dove was the spy, the one you set to catch the big fish. The Crown Prince reassures his subordinates in front of everyone. But I am the one who wanted you to meet the Mobinger family. I am also the one blinded by envy and underestimated my enemy. It was I who acted carelessly. Ba-chan was stunned. I am sorry, but I can't assist with that request. The Crown Prince raised his hand to stop him. But everything that has happened so far has been a personal matter. He decisively pointed out, our priority target is to eliminate the remaining hidden remnants of the demons. Ba-chan bowed his head in acknowledgement. Yes, Your Highness. The Crown Prince stared intently at the person before him. Moreover, you said that Tu Tuak Garut is one of Grigory's subordinates, right? He reports cautiously. Yes, we have confirmed that. They are all demons, and everything related to the demon nests is connected to them. To gain the upper hand in the battle for the throne, we must succeed in defeating the demons in this fight. He spoke seriously. There is no room for mistakes here. Ba-chan bowed his head respectfully and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Then he slowly watched the prince's back as he headed toward the carriage. Ba-chan pondered. He hasn't been able to forget his former fiancée, Miss Isabel. He had no other choice but to choose politics over love for her in order to seize the throne. He secretly thought about the reason why he had hidden his identity and decided to reveal it now. Perhaps it is because he wants to see for himself what kind of person Eric Imbinger is, the one who saved Miss Isabel. A stream of thoughts kept flashing through Pachan's mind, perhaps to give him some peace of mind. But now they have given him a reason to do what he has always wanted to do, which is to completely eliminate the demons. His heart is filled with hope that he is the son leading the nation toward a better future. Thinking of Elk's arrogant smile, Ba-chan was furious, and his mind immediately sketched out the next plan. We must avoid getting involved with Eric Minger, and this complication cannot continue. In other words, we need to eliminate Eric Minger completely. He is lost in his thoughts, paying no attention to the drop of water watching him intently from afar. Then Ba-chan gathered his subordinates. Listen up, Royal Intelligence. This is the territory of demons where monsters fill the forest land. He calmly ordered to search every corner of this place, leaving nothing behind for me, and to eliminate them all. The scene shifts to the Carrot territory, with continuous sounds of bombs falling, gunfire echoing, and blinding lights illuminating the sky. Eric and his team stand above, their cold eyes sweeping over the scene below. He calls out, "It seems they've started. Now it's time for us to move." Immediately, Eric bent his knees and jumped down. The group also rushed after him, like arrows tearing through the wind. At this moment, Eric thought that sending someone to spy on the intelligence agency was indeed the right choice, as it allowed him to gather more information than expected. He thought to himself that although knowing the prince is also hiding within the intelligence agency is quite interesting, the most valuable information is discovering the demon's base. Soon, Eric landed and fought until the ground was stained with blood. The intelligence agency and the Tu Tuak family are two opposing forces. He stared intently at the city wall ahead, secretly thinking he would take this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Eric quietly calculated as the remnants of the demons and the intelligence agency gradually approached each other, planning to seize the nest and escape. He quickly took out his mask, thinking to himself that his teachers would pave the way for their escape. They disguised themselves as the intelligence agency members and entered inside. "Mifai, let's go find something to eat." At this moment, deafening explosions continued to roar, with buildings collapsing, debris flying everywhere, and smoke and fire filling the sky. The raid has officially begun. Eric runs while suggesting that it's only a matter of time before the intelligence agency breaks through here. We need to infiltrate the mansion as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a figure rushed past, causing the two of them to startle and turn around. She nodded slightly, her eyes full of seriousness. "I understand." They said nothing more and continued running straight ahead. When they were close, he quickly cast a spell to break through the wall and move on. Sharp, icy arrows quickly appeared. Eric waved his hand, and the arrows shot forward with a roar, surging ahead. A deafening explosion echoes through the sky, illuminating the entire horizon. Soon, a hole is blasted in the wall, with debris flying from the other side. Seeing this scene, the guard shouted in surprise. "What? The wall has been broken through? Is the intelligence agency already here?" Eric leans back slightly, preparing to strike again. Look carefully at this. The cold arrows pierced through the nearby soldiers without mercy, blood splattering everywhere. They looked at each other and nodded slightly as if agreeing on something. In an instant, they transformed, tearing through their sturdy armor. Immediately after, a demon quickly appeared, with shaggy fur and large, powerful wings spread wide, its eyes blazing with a cold, piercing light. This is the truth. Eric recalls the advice he was given earlier. "My teachers will protect the kind-hearted people here. The furious demon charges straight at you. Die, human?" The reminder still keeps flashing in Eric's mind. So don't hesitate to unleash all your power. Quickly release the enormous spiritual energy called Wind Slash. Immediately, the wing of a demon is torn apart, writhing among others as it cuts their bodies in half. The horde of demons is growing more numerous. They've caught the scent of the intruder over there and are blocking the humans. Immediately after, Heidi quickly kicks off and jumps up. Anyway, she tightly grips her hammer and swings it swiftly at the demons as long as she crushes the head of anyone who appears in her sight. That's enough, right? One by one, the demons fall under Haiji's power, and the sight before her teammates' eyes leaves them horrified, their eyes wide with shock. Carrying the blood-stained hammer on her shoulder, she confidently suggested, "Eric, leave this place to me and everyone." Heiji held her head high and firmly said, "Hurry up and go." Following her advice, Eric hurriedly ran off at her urging, but was stopped by her. At the same time, elsewhere, the demons were awkwardly carrying the Archbishop's statue into the underground museum. Alas shouted angrily, "Watch out for that thing!" It silently thought that even the intelligence agency would struggle to find this place. Alas stands casually leaning against the wall, feeling pleased. "While they are busy searching here, we will take the artifacts out through a secret chamber.
Chunks of ice suddenly emerge through the layers of earth and rock, while wet patches begin to spread above.
Dust and debris fall heavily, swirling in the tremors. Alas suddenly jerks its head up, face full of suspicion. Suddenly, a falling stone hits its face. Eric forcefully slashes the debris into Alas's face. Bright red blood spurts out in streams, and it dies a tragic death. He arrogantly speaks, unable to close his eyes in time. See, I'm not that bad at flying, right? The other two demons trembled like leaves. How did he find this place? The magic quickly flared up as he turned around.
Eric excitedly said, "We've just lucked into a grand feast again." Outside, the fire rages fiercely.
Thick black smoke billows everywhere, as if trying to sweep away all life in an instant. The angry man slammed his hand on the table.
"What did you just say?"
"Did the Royal Intelligence Agency find the underground museum?" the subordinate nervously suggested.
"Sir, I think we need to get out of here. Hurry up."
The man trembled with anger. Only my closest confidants knew about that place. How could they find it? He is indeed the Prince of Carrots, standing frozen, eyes full of horror, muttering, "Could there really be an enemy spy among our ranks?" Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the sky, sending rocks flying into the air, destroying the wall completely, with debris scattered across the ground. One of Garot's subordinates fainted from fear on the cold earth, clutching his face tightly, as if trying to hide the terror that had not yet faded. Right after that, Bachan slowly stepped in. I was curious to know who the Tuak Garot really was, his cold eyes fixed firmly on the man in front of him, revealing that he was indeed the person. At this moment, Din removed his disguise to reveal his true identity, and Bachan coldly called out Kajia's name. He decisively drew his sword, the steel flashing in the dim light. "You bastard, you always escape, but finally we caught you." He clutches his wound, roaring in fury. "Bachan, you not only planted spies in my faction, but also stole my museum." "Who is the real bastard here?" Bachan asked in surprise.
"Museum, what are you talking about?" Kajia shouted. "Don't pretend to be stupid."
At that moment, his claws extended like living blades, magic swirling around his fingertips, emitting a dark and dangerous glow.
Japajia coldly said, "I'm sure you'll spill everything after I cut you in half." He clenched his sword tightly, magic surging around him, ready to strike at any moment. "From now on, I will punish any traitor to the family in the name of the royal family."
Soon after, he charged forward like a raging storm. Bachan also did not hold back, immediately meeting him with all his strength. They charged at each other like furious wild beasts. In an instant, two streams of magic collided fiercely, causing a deafening explosion that shook the entire surrounding space. At the same time, on the other side, the shockwave spread like a firestorm. Heidi and Shin were stunned, their bodies tense, eyes wide as they watched the thick smoke billowing intensely.
Is he wondering if Eric is causing trouble again? While she hesitated, Elle's voice suddenly sounded from behind.
"Chi!" Without hesitation, he lunged towards them like an arrow tearing through the wind. He shouted loudly, his eyes blazing with fire. Now was the time to act. Seeing Heidi suddenly smile, he couldn't help but be amazed. How could she smile at a moment like this? Without hesitation, she swung the hammer in a circular motion, each spin producing a terrifying screech, like tearing through the surrounding air. Then she spun around, gathered momentum, and threw the weapon. It soared out with tremendous force, smashing through pillars that seemed unbreakable. And in an instant, the demons all rushed out in panic, running and screaming.
"The mansion is collapsing. We need to run quickly up there." Eric and his teammates immediately turn around and rush towards the professor.
They kept running without stopping, rushing through each ruined corridor, ignoring the smoke, dust, and the deafening explosions behind them. Soon, they reached their destination.
"You happily exclaimed, Professor."
Augustin chuckled softly, his voice full of amusement. "I didn't expect a student to ask the professor to do this." Juliet shrugged and said, "I don't know who said it was fun to play with the intelligence agency while pretending to be a hero." Then both of them quickly got on the carriage. Before the wheels start turning, the old man turned to ask,
"Eric, all the residents have evacuated. What do we do now?"
"Just hold the door tight. What else is there to do?" Eric's eyes gradually hardened. "It's time to get out of here." At this moment, Bachan froze, his gaze fixed on the pile of wreckage before him, frowning and silently furious, thinking, "Crazy bastard, I didn't expect him to drag everyone to their deaths with him." Bachan muttered to himself, who would have thought he had accomplices outside the territory.
The little rat, suddenly a subordinate rushed over to report, "Deputy Commander, we've seen the museum you mentioned."
In his mind, he thought that the castle's collapse had caused chaos everywhere, and his mission was to find traces of the demon clan and report back to the prince. Bachan quietly calculated that this could help him seize the throne, and then he could become the head of the intelligence bureau. He pondered, and if he could find the fake trail Eric left connected to this event, Pecan's eyes flashed with a cold glint. I could put an end to the Minger family. Just as he was deep in thought, a subordinate suddenly ran over, urgently saying, "Deputy Commander, please come here." Batron turned around in surprise. "What is this?" he stammered, pointing ahead. "Sir, the little subordinate, the treasure is empty." He snapped angrily. "Damn it, did that demon clear everything out here?" He hesitated. "I'm not sure anymore." Remembering Ka's angry face earlier, Ba-chan frowned slightly, a strange feeling rising in his heart. No way. The Ka family wouldn't know about the ambush. He only discovered the spy in the middle when he arrived. Suddenly he froze, a flash of realization in his eyes. Wait a minute. Ba-chan clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. That's right. It's clear now, there's a demon spy within the intelligence agency. At the same time, Eric was sitting relaxed and cheerful, joking around. Augustin asked in surprise, "What's so funny?" He replied with a triumphant smile, eyes sparkling with delight, imagining how the intelligence agency people would find the empty museum amusing. The old man chuckled and praised, "The people of the intelligence agency have messed with the wrong person. They truly are my students." Eric glanced to the side and asked softly, "Me? Fi, are you angry?" "I already let you absorb the magic power as promised, so why are you being so petty, Demon King?" Fi grits his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice both angry and restrained. "Wouldn't it be better if you told me how much stronger you've become after absorbing the demon energy?" Eric tightly holds the pile of mana in his hands, his eyes shining brightly, and his voice cheerfully exclaims, "How much of this is here?" He cheered happily, eagerly gathering magic from the demons. He angrily threatened that if you don't keep your promise, there will be no more deals in the future. Eric sighs softly. "I understand now." Soon after, he cast a spell to knock away Liu Chung's magic card. Then, he waved his hand forcefully, and a surge of magic erupted, quickly absorbing all the magic cards with L's intake sound. Mafai was so happy that tears welled up, gnawing fiercely, and whether the magic power belonged to AOL or not, it was so delicious. But suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Mafei pounded his hip in anger and roared, "What? Why did you take it back?" He replied calmly, "Well, this isn't the first time you've traded with me. There has to be give and take." Eric set the condition activating the original curse seal. "Bring it here. Only then can I add more magic power to you." Hearing this, his face darkened, his voice choked with emotion. His rising anger made Mafei tremble, but he held back, standing still, eyes focused on analyzing and calculating the most advantageous option for himself. Mafei angrily curses. "Are you a bastard?" He retorts, "That was a fair trade." Eric pondered, "To use the seal, one must demonstrate their ability. And to prove that ability, one must understand the seal." He furrowed his brow in thought, realizing that if he wanted to understand the original sin, he needed to obtain a lower-tier seal. The problem was that Mafei didn't know of any seals below his level. There's no other way. I have to find a way to use it myself. Suddenly, Eric sensed a killing intent approaching. He glanced out the window, his eyes instantly sharpening with maximum vigilance. The man slowly staggered around, inspecting everywhere for the stolen treasure. Ki follows the magic flow, carefully advancing. Seeing the gathering of spiritual energy becoming denser, he immediately guesses the treasure is very close. Kajia shouted angrily, "I see you, thief!" In an instant, he darted through the forest like lightning, the trees trembling with each frantic step. The cow family gritted their teeth, eyes blazing with anger, then took a running start, filled with determination, never willing to give up easily. The Chow family muttered, "The artifact they stole has a scent only I can smell." Thoughts kept echoing in his mind. "Once I absorb the totem and strengthen the seal," Cao Jia secretly swears, "I will tear you to pieces." At this moment, Augustine has already noticed CA's appearance and anxiously said, "A demon can walk in the sunlight. It seems he's angry about someone." Hai Dai immediately stood up. "I will go check, yes, sir." Augustine immediately stopped him. "Sit down. Girl, there's nothing for you to get involved in." "Sorry, what do you mean by that?" The old man calmly replied, "Isn't it best if the person who sent the invitation is the one to go?" Eric carefully examined the Archbishop statue in his hand, his eyes flashing with intent. "Yes, Haiji, you are the one who summoned him here, and I believe there are still many things to exploit from him." Haiji turned around in surprise and said, "Don't tell me you're aiming for the seal." He replied calmly, "If the mouse is at the cheese's mouth and still refuses, it would be very rude, wouldn't it?" Kajia stood silently watching, secretly despising them. "A royal carriage without any guards. Can't believe they're trying to deceive me with this. Stupid fools," he sneered. "I will take back the relic." Suddenly, Ellis' voice rang out from behind. "I was worried you wouldn't come there, but you really did. You're here for this, right?" The whole Ka family tensed up defensively. "Who are you?" "I Eric, without hesitation, immediately takes off the mask. He sneers, speaking in a tone that's not joking.
I see it. When I saw the item in Eric's hand, I was stunned to recognize that cheap mask.
Kajia was stunned and stammered, softly exclaiming, "No way!" He clenched his teeth in fury, his voice trembling with hatred. In your rage, the demon inside Kajia is instantly activated, daring to deceive us. Kajia, furious, charges at you like a storm. I will tear you to pieces.
Mi-Fi suddenly appears to remind you. Are you sure you'll be okay provoking him like that? Even with one arm,
He's still a demon with a pretty strong seal. Soon, he closed in on Eric, growling in anger. Die! You move swiftly and lightly to the side to dodge. Great. I've always wanted to see how much I've improved since I left. Then Eric quickly jumped to dodge the next sword strike, and I have decided on some things to do. He landed firmly, his eyes shining with excitement. Eric quickly casts a spell with a determined voice. I will destroy the demons. At this moment, the tattoo on his arm glows brightly, with streams of magic flowing like rivers across his hand. Under Eric's challenge, giant golden ice shards quickly appeared and tore through the air. His decisive flick of the hand sent them flying straight at the enemy. Ka frowned as he saw the danger rushing toward him. His spiritual power surged on his hand, with sharp claws protruding.
Ka shattered the rushing ice shards and arrogantly said, "You think magic like that can stop me?" The next words from him made Eric's face darken. "A mage like you dares to let me get close."
Tia threw a powerful punch at him, his voice full of pride. "You're doomed, you bastard." Eric quickly threw a punch, unleashing a powerful attack. Two streams of spiritual energy collided, causing a deafening explosion. Bright magic erupted. Rocks flew from the side. He was pushed back, desperately clawing at the ground with his nails to stop. Panic in his voice. Why is a mage so strong? Amidst the thick dust and smoke, he stood still, staring intently at his hand, at the slimy poison on his palm, as thoughts raced through Eric's mind. This could be very dangerous when facing him. You hold him back, but his toxic aura will seep into every tiny opening in your body. Eric quickly casts a spell to stop it, thinking to himself, is this his sealing power? I will freeze it to prevent the poison from spreading further, but this is only a temporary solution. I must be careful not to get contaminated with more poison. Seeing the scene before me, Kajia sneered disdainfully, thinking, is he stopping the poison from spreading by freezing that hand? This is just a game. Then he unleashes his magic power all over his body, the tattoo on his arm glowing brightly, muttering, if that's the case, my eyes will turn red and my voice will challenge. So how do you plan to stop this? Your wings flap wildly. Let's see how you freeze an evil wind. Like lightning, streams of toxic gas burst out, swirling around him, trapping him with no escape. Eric gritted his teeth, a wave of fear rising in his heart. Damn it, his poison is seeping into my body. This isn't something I can freeze to suppress the toxin. Suddenly, a determined light flashed in his eyes, but I still could do something to break his attack. Eric spread his arms wide, continuously countering, freezing, reversing from the root. With full determination in his mind, I will blow this toxic wind back at you. In a blink, the magic instantly reverses and rushes straight at the opponent. Tiajia swiftly blocks the attack with incredible speed, sarcastically saying, how foolish, do you think the magic I use can affect me? Suddenly he was startled, eyes wide with amazement. What the hell? The enemy in front of him has disappeared completely. Xie is stunned. Where did he go? At this moment, you had silently appeared behind him, without him noticing. It was only after a while that Kia finally realized. But it was already too late. Eric shouted loudly as he bound him. In an instant, his entire body was tightly bound by strong chains, unable to move. Xia's face turned pale as he shouted in panic. Wait. Without hesitation, he immediately cast a spell, his face full of delight. Come on, if it's over, there's nothing interesting anywhere else, Elk thought to himself. It's been a while since I last used this move. In an instant, a secret technique of the Snow Mountain King was unleashed with overwhelming power, causing excruciating pain that made him unable to stand, trembling all over, his knees buckling to the ground. Ka groaned, trembling with fear. How could a human wield the power of the Snow Mountain King? He gripped his head tightly, his eyes flashing with a cold glint as he stared directly at his opponent. Eric coldly said, you don't need to do anything. Then he performed the absorption technique, drawing in all of Kie's and his own mana. His whole body burst apart and he collapsed to the ground in an instant, dead before he could even gasp. Mi-Fi frowns, his heart surging with rage, determined to annihilate the demons. How dare he say that in front of me? He smiled with pleasure, meaning that even if we had no choice but to work together, we would eventually become enemies we must fight in the future. A thought flashed through Mi-Fi's mind. This is wonderful. That's exactly what I was thinking. Eric put one hand in his pocket, clenched his fist with the other, and stared sharply at the corpse lying on the ground. Suddenly, it was as if something moved inside him. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, and his gaze became unsteady. Eric clutches his chest down tightly, collapses to the ground exhausted, and spits out a dark liquid from his mouth. Augustine and Haji, seeing this, rush over anxiously from the car to call out to Eric. Eric clenched his teeth, silently feeling the poison accumulating in his body. He held one of his arms, while Augustine reached behind Elk's back to channel his strength and asked, "Eric, are you okay?" "Yes, I feel better now." After a while, Eric wiped the dirt off his face with the back of his hand and asked, "Do demons always remain this strong?" Augustine withdrew his hand and confirmed with you. "Yes, of course, that's right." He recalled the face of the demon they met earlier and judged that if he had been in his best condition just now.
A strong wind blows past them. Augustine clasped his hands behind his back and concluded that, I'm probably already lost to him.
"No, I think I will still win." Augustine widened his eyes and thought to himself that the boy was full of confidence. Seeing Eric, he noticed that he seemed unfazed as he slowly stretched. Augustine silently sighed. I guess the boy will find a way to defeat his opponent, no matter how unfavorable the situation is. His lips, hidden behind his beard, tightened slightly.
"But didn't I tell you not to let arrogance take over?"
"You need to change that," Eric smirked and asked the old man. "But Augustine, why do you look like that?" At night, the sky above is painted in deep black, with only the full moon shining brightly. The scene below on the ground is a pile of wreckage and ruins. "What do you want us to find here, Captain?" "I don't know either. Why does he keep telling us to look for signs of a third party here?" The uniformed guy with a mask on his face sighed with his eyes closed. "We've been searching all day and haven't found any trace, unless this isn't an order." Before he could finish speaking, a hand suddenly pierced through his stomach from behind, blood splattering onto his teammate, whose face froze in shock at the scene. Lucifer's eyes flashed with red light as he calmly retracted his blood-stained hand. Immediately, the uniformed man collapsed to the ground. The teammate glanced blankly in place, and Lucifer asked him, "What happened here?" The teammate reacted, his legs moving as he shouted loudly, "Who's there? Come out and show yourself." Before he could finish speaking, a hand reached out and clenched his face tightly, lifting him into the air with Lucifer, his legs dangling and struggling as he screamed. The drawing on Lucifer's back of the hand flashes brightly, and he says unhappily, "I will find out myself," and a scream echoes through the space. In the end, the accomplice was completely assimilated by Lucifer. His body cracked and shattered into countless black dust particles. All those black dust particles were absorbed by the drawing on Lucifer's back of his hand. He closed his eyes, tilted his face to the sky, and exclaimed, "Kaz has failed." In Lucifer's mind, an image appears of a woman who seems injured, trying to hold her arm. Then, the scene shifts to two men breaking into a room, with Lucifer whispering to himself. The third party isn't from the Intelligence Bureau or his own kind either. Another scene appeared in his mind, showing the back of the prince walking away. Lucifer smiles with interest, truly an incredible gain. When he opens his eyes, his pupils have turned a fierce red, looking extremely terrifying. Thinking that the crown prince himself was involved, in a square with a giant statue, Ba-chan kneels in front, with members of the intelligence agency kneeling behind him on the ground. I don't know how long they've been kneeling, but the crown prince signals everyone to stand up. "Enough." He clasped his hands behind his back and reminded him sternly, "Remember the wounds you have suffered today for the rest of your life, and reflect on yourself. Then we'll remember that." The crown prince asked him, "The conquest plan had been in the works for many years and is now completely ruined. What do you intend to do now?" Ba-chan did not lift his face, but shared some information he knew. According to the report from the deity, Lord Garot is not Gregory's only follower. Fortunately, the agents we sent to other branches were able to gather information about our main camp. After hearing this, the Crown Prince concluded that the plan for this place was not entirely a failure. Ba-chan confirmed that the plan of the Red Rooster is simply a mistake on our part in Team 4. The Crown Prince turned and walked away while giving him an order. "All right, Pachan, clean this up and then head to the rendezvous point." Seeing something unusual, he narrowed his eyes and stopped as chaos had already erupted around him. The continuous screams echoed as they ambushed the demons. Ba-chan immediately reacted, stood up, drew his sword, and commanded the others and the team to coordinate, splitting up to eliminate the flying demons in the air. Ba-chan stepped in front of the prince, shot a quick glance, and scolded, "These fools are protecting the prince." All the intelligence agency members understood his meaning and simultaneously rushed to the same side to protect His Highness and run to his side. And just then, a streak of dark purple-black energy swiftly passed over their heads. He changed position, using his sword to block the purple-black aura from hitting the prince. Lucifer's face was directly facing Pachan as he praised him.
Not bad, humans. Bahan swung his sword and cut. Half-beast, how dare you? Lucifer leapt into the air to dodge his attack, a smile spreading across his face as if he had found his target, and he pointed a finger at him, saying, "It's you." His eyes fixed on this person behind Pan, he uttered 4 words. "Are you the prince?" The surrounding demons, hearing his words, fell silent and exchanged glances. They all attacked simultaneously from this direction. The Crown Prince, he is the Crown Prince. Bachan raises his sword to prepare. I will stop him. Protect His Majesty. 2 members of the intelligence agency follow orders, quickly escorting the prince away. Please follow us, divine ones. Bachan swears an oath, unleashing a surge of power within him. I, Otho Pachan, will begin punishing those who dare to harm the prince. Lucifer's side reveals lips with long tongues sticking out and sharp teeth. He clenches his fists tightly. That guy's pretty good. Let's start taking action, too. The 2 of them charged at each other without hesitation, Lucifer's mouth wide open as if ready to swallow his opponent. A massive explosion has occurred, with 2 streams of purple and gold energy clashing directly. Below the ground, the demons keep attacking. The intelligence agency members are fighting desperately against them. The demons are targeting the prince and whispering among themselves. We will get the seal if we bring the prince's head to the messenger, right? I wonder if we could get a few more seals by giving the messenger a few more parts of the prince's body. Batran angrily charges at a demon. How dare you, pathetic demons, insult the one who will become the ruler of our empire? A barrage of slashes is unleashed, blood spraying everywhere, accompanied by a screaming voice. Your Highness, I will clear the way for you. You'd better hand over the prince to me. It brandished its sharp hand and charged forward in a frenzy. The seal is mine. The Crown Prince was so surprised that his mouth dropped open and he froze in place, unable to react to the dangerous situation. From somewhere, a voice echoed, "Who dares to block the messenger's path?" As soon as the words finished, countless beams of power shot down upon the winged demons. A tremendous force strikes the winged demons and converges to form the image of a lion's head, which is also the symbol painted on the flag representing the flame mage. Lucifer, holding a hand and licking his lips thoughtfully, said, "You're lucky." A member of the prince's intelligence agency also recognized that the approaching army was the Sioux. Homun rides ahead of the army with Isabel beside him, and someone exclaims happily, "Lam Su is here." Huh. Tilt your head and order the troops behind. Destroy the enemy. All of Lam Su's soldiers received the order and charged forward without hesitation. A single strike was enough to defeat a winged demon. The Crown Prince stood silently on this side, while the members of the intelligence agency surrounding him cheered with joy. We are saved. The Crown Prince's gaze is solely fixed on Isabel, silently calling her name in his mind. I don't know how much time has passed, but the sky returned to a clear scene with shining stars above. Lam Su's soldiers and the prince's intelligence agency members face each other as a report rings out. Although we were able to eliminate most of the demons with the help of Lam Su, Bachan, with his blood-stained clothes, respectfully bowed to the prince and said, "We couldn't kill the demon leader." The Crown Prince closed his eyes and nodded to the person in front of him. "Thank you." Ayum also bowed his head and explained, "I am glad you are safe. Your Majesty, I will escort you back to the palace, but since you already have an intelligence agency with you, I will take my leave here." The Crown Prince responded as if concerned, "You must be very busy, so just keep going." Hom bowed again. "Thank you for your understanding, but I wonder, where are you planning to go?" he suddenly asked, glancing at Isabel beside him before replying, "I am looking for Eric Minger." The Crown Prince also turned his gaze toward her. "I understand." Isabel lowered her head, her face slightly blushing, a gentle smile on her lips. The Crown Prince calmly turned and walked away, leaving only a farewell. "All right, goodbye." But in fact, he was silently muttering the new name he just heard, Eric M. Binger. Again, it was that name. On the other side, the carriage was moving through the forest. In the snowy winter weather, Eric sat in the carriage, curiously leaning his head out the window to look around. The carriage stopped in front of a massive city gate. Eric looked at the great wall ahead, and it was even bigger than he had heard. He silently analyzes in his mind that the flower of electricity is somewhere behind this step of growth. The soldiers blocking the large gate shout and demand, "Please stop." They told the soldiers in front, "We are border guards. We want to cross the border." The leading soldier did not move and raised his hand to refuse. "Sorry, but you may not be allowed to pass." Eric stepped down from the carriage and asked the leading soldier, "What happened on the other side of the wall?" The head soldier recounted that monsters outside the wall have been causing chaos recently, and unexplained phenomena are also starting to appear, so the guards are in a state of emergency. Eric looked at the dark streaks of energy above the sky and thought to himself,
I knew right away that the energy sensed beyond the wall was extremely suspicious. He clenched his teeth and smiled inwardly. But still, I have no intention of giving up now. Eric signals to the person sitting at the driver's position. Tell them to give the pass papers. He nodded to indicate he understood and quickly reached inside his shirt to find something. He is holding a scroll and slowly approaches the head soldier. They say nothing and directly hand the scroll to him. Here, the head soldier unrolled the paper and read the contents inside. His face was full of suspicion, silently wondering what this was. Upon seeing the content on the paper, the leading soldier was startled and quietly exclaimed, "Nerester and Minger families?" He carefully rolled the piece of paper back into its original form, respectfully returned it to us, and apologized, saying he didn't realize you came from such an important family. Usually, people wouldn't be allowed to pass, even with a permit, but he would make an exception for you because you are from the Nerester and Minger families. The soldier asks for more and, in return, pleads with you to run to the highest safe shelter if anything unexpected happens. Eric asks him, "If I hide there, will someone come to rescue me?" The soldier simply said one word, "No." His face became serious, and he continued, "If that's the case, finding your body will be easier for us." Eric frowned, stunned by his response as a giant centipede opened its sharp-toothed mouth wide. It wags its head, aiming at Eric standing below the ground. Then the giant centipede closes its mouth and rushes straight at him at incredible speed. As it was just a short distance from Eric, the giant worm opened its mouth wide again. He raised his hand, and the drawing on his arm emitted a blue light. Eric jumps into the air, then a sharp ice shard pierces straight into the centipede's neck. A scream of despair echoes out. He grits his teeth in anger and says, "These centipedes keep rushing at us like crazy." Another parasitic worm appeared behind Eric, opening its sharp-toothed mouth and charging to attack. You seem to sense its movement and glance back. Eric just jumped and spun in the air to dodge, thinking to himself that after the fight with the demon last time, he felt like he couldn't use what he had mastered so smoothly. He curled up and reached out his hand forward, thinking to himself, "If I can unlock more seals in the future, my mana will become a hindrance, and I won't be able to use my full power." Eric shouted, "Hello!" As soon as the sentence ended, countless ice blocks flew toward and pierced the zombie's body. The zombie let out a scream and then collapsed lifelessly. High above, the ground also showed huge cracks. Eric also descended right beside it, silently setting a target. The magic that belongs only to me. I need to create a completely new kind of magic. I lift my head and conclude internally, only then can I become strong enough so that no one can look down on me anymore. Someone behind Eric stepped closer and asked, "Are you finished yet?" Shin and the others didn't know how long they had been waiting, and he tightened his coat, trembling as he sighed. "Even though I've wrapped my body in mana, I'm still freezing, and I'm running out of mana too." Eric turned to look at the scene before him, pondering. This place should have been a hot desert, but unexpectedly it was freezing cold with such strong winds. I wonder if this is one of the strange phenomena they mentioned, and I recall the information I have. This place is called the Black Snowfield. The name is just a metaphor. Because the land here has been poisoned and turned black, it looks like a black snowfield. That is the meaning behind the name. Eric looked at the corpse of the centipede on the ground. This place is also completely filled with monsters, and even the Empire has given up trying to conquer it. It is a forbidden zone where even 8th Circle archmages are not necessarily safe. Suddenly, a hand reached over and rested on his shoulder. Curiously, he closed his eyes and called out, "Hey, Eric, is the Flower Shrine really a place forsaken by the gods?" In fairy tales, the Flower Shrine is a peaceful garden where the flower gods live happily with humans. Does it look like a garden of flowers? Eric stretched out his arm to break free from Shin's coat and firmly confirmed that the Flower Shrine exists. You can verify its existence based on the records of your ancestors in the royal family. Augustine also asked curiously, "So do you know its exact location?" "I don't believe you can find that just with the information in those records," Eric said aloud. "I'm thinking of going to find the Beastmasters guarding the flower-powered electric towers." Augustine let out a warning sound. "The beast tamers have a deep grudge against humans. Are you sure this will be okay?" Eric patted his chest to reassure. "We will be fine. I have a way." Augustine stroked his thick beard under his chin. "I don't know what you're planning, but I'm really looking forward to it. If I knew your intentions, it would be even more exciting." The old man reached out and asked, "But how do you plan to find the Beastmaster in such a vast place?" Eric replied, "That's what I'm still thinking about." Haiji also spoke up. "Do you have a map or directions? We can't possibly search through this entire snowy field." "No, we don't have anything. If we at least had a compass, the floating cloud might be able to see something." He flew closer to Eric and whispered, "Hey, the ice crystal is glowing." He reached into his shirt to find the ice crystal he had stored in his pocket and held the glowing crystal in his hand, wondering why it suddenly started to shine.
The ice crystal suddenly flew up into the sky, causing everyone to stare in surprise, with their mouths agape in astonishment.
What? A blinding beam of light suddenly shot down from the floating ice crystal directly onto Eric's head. His eyes widened as he silently realized the light from the ice crystal was opening a path for us. Eric smiled as he looked at everyone around him. I think we've found a way out. In the night sky, the full moon shines brightly, illuminating the darkness, with sparkling stars surrounding the forest. A breeze blows through the air, causing the leaves to rustle softly, as a lantern-lit carriage slowly moves along the forest trail. Eric looks at the ice crystal in his hand and surveys the area before requesting CC to stop, to which he hears the response, "Yes, Mr. Eric, may I ask, what's the matter?" Eric bowed his head to look at the item he was holding and explained, "The ice crystal stopped shining after we entered the forest. I think we need to search around here." And in the evening, in the forest with towering ancient trees, the space is shrouded in darkness, looking gloomy and frightening, but in an underground area, warm yellow fireflies illuminate a region. Are we really going to find something here? I didn't see anything, neither. Jility's eyes sparkled as she said, I was searching from above with my spirit beast, but I didn't see anything either. So it's gone? He curled his fingers tightly around it in his palm. Eric closed his eyes and turned in the opposite direction. Let's go back to the carriage. The ice crystal might still be guiding us. Eric and Shin exchange glances as if they understand each other and nod simultaneously. Then, the three of them, Eric, Shin, and Jility, speed away at an incredible pace. All three of them moved swiftly, weaving through the trees and rushing forward. After some time, Eric suddenly stopped and signaled that something was there. You and Shin hid behind 2 trees, while on the other side a few goat-horned demons surrounded a woman. When Eric looked closely at her appearance, he wondered silently in his mind, a female beastmaster? Mi-Fi stands at the corner of the tree, crossing her arms and saying, That is a beast woman of the feline race. Over there, some goat-horned demons with red eyes opened their mouths wide and roared loudly. They started to go berserk, charging to attack Arena, who was kneeling on the ground. She had no strength to resist, only able to close her eyes and scream loudly. Is anyone there? Please help me. At this moment, a voice rang out. Whew! Arena, still trembling with fear and biting her lip, closed her eyes tightly, waiting for her fate. But after a long moment, nothing happened, so she slowly opened her eyes in confusion. The goat-horned demons are now frozen into cold, hard ice blocks. Eric, behind the tree, flicks his hand. All the goat-horned demons turned to ice have shattered into fragments. Eric approached Arena and asked if she was okay. He gently pats his hair with one hand and reaches out to her with the other. She must have been really shocked. Mi-Fi sneered. You're terrible at acting. Eric paid no attention to his taunt and quietly asked Arena, I will heal any injuries you have. Let me help you. It was like you were showing friendliness by reaching out to help her up. Can she stand on her own? Arena just silently looked up, glaring at you with a hostile gaze. She aggressively pushed her hand to one side and said, I don't need help from a beastman. As soon as Irina finished speaking, 2 beastmen with bows appeared on the branch above them. They are guarding up in the trees, while below, Alec's group has been surrounded by a group of armed beastmen. Irina grits her teeth and threatens. Stupid human. If you don't surrender after I count to 3, I will deal with all of you. She counts to 1. The beastman from the feline tribe on the tree has raised his bow. Shin glances at the beastman on the tree as Irina's counting voice echoes again. Heidi looked at the figure in front of her and wondered, silently, Eric, what are you planning? A bright smile spread across his lip. Eric raises both hands and honestly declares, I surrender. Hiji, Julity, Augustine, and Shin are all gathered together. When Mei-Fi heard Eric's words, her expressions changed. Eric stood in front, raising both hands and smiling as he said, I surrender. Mi-Fi crossed his arms, thinking to himself that he really was clever. The scene shifted back to a moment earlier when El's group was still hiding behind the trees. At that moment, he glanced and saw Irina trembling and kneeling on the ground, surrounded by goat-horned monsters. Eric chuckled and said, This is obviously an old trick or a trap. Your eyes spark with curiosity. There are also soldiers nearby. Augustine, standing at another tree, asks, Eric, what are you planning to do now? El's lips curl into a smile as he responds to the old man, Nothing more I can do. If they want to play, we'll indulge them. Your face shows excitement as you say this, and you'll let them lead us into their den. Back in the present at the Monster Kingdom, a carriage pulling a cage behind it is moving along a deserted street in the city with Arena leading the way. On both sides of the carriage's front are beastmen from the feline race guarding it. Inside the cage, everyone is handcuffed with iron locks, only Augustine is dozing off. The others just kept silent. No one said a word. Mi-Fi crossed her arms and called out to the person sitting below. Hey, do you really have to go this far? Eric smiled and replied, You're so naive. His expression showed a cunning certainty that only by sacrificing so much could he be completely deceived. Mi-Fi could only marvel, surprised that those idiotic monsters were so easily fooled by such poor acting. Suddenly, many beastmen appeared on the street, pointing at their cage and shouting insults. Terrible humans. Why did the search team bring humans here? They definitely have no good intentions. Deal with them now. Eric glanced outside, realizing I had expected this, but their anger toward humans is truly intense. Mi-Fi also looked in the same direction as you and said, You humans destroyed their homes and chased them here, so isn't that quite normal? Trying to become a furious storm passed down from ancestors won't be so easy. Eric remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he looked outside the carriage. After a while, the wheels finally came to a stop somewhere. Irina's legs suddenly turned around and she introduced herself. I am Irina, the royal guard of the Enrollment Kingdom. If you value your lives, it would be best to behave properly. Eric looked up and stared directly at her. In front of the massive castle gate, Irina's threatening words echoed, Because our great king will interrogate you. The sky above is filled with drifting white clouds as the castle gate slowly opens. Irina leads Elk's group inside, walking at the front along a long corridor. Eric and everyone else behind him are chained with iron shackles. Mei-Fi crosses her arms and asks curiously, You must have some plan in mind, which is why you're entering the enemy's main battlefield, right? Eric smiled, using a private way of communication only the two of them could hear to confirm with him. Of course, the monsters won't refuse me. There are already many beastmen lined up on both sides of the path waiting, because I possess the power they have coveted for centuries, the combat technique of the Tiger King, the previous Monster King. You smirked and uttered the three words, Strengthening technique. Eric calmly analyzed. The wolf tribe had held the throne for generations, but now they are all extinct. What if the power of the royal authority appears through the body enhancement technique? Eric said excitedly. Let's see how valuable it could be. Mi-Fi looked at him with an evaluating gaze. You're really eager to sell it at an outrageous price, huh? In front, Irina knelt on one knee, bowing her head respectfully with her hand on her chest, and reported loudly, Your Majesty of Enrollment, I have brought the criminals here. A small figure sitting on the chair replied to her, Well done. The hand resting on the armrest of the chair revealed sharp claws. Vence asked, Why did those humans enter our territory? Eric wondered to himself, Is he a tiger person? The boy opened his mouth to speak, revealing his sharp, shining teeth. If you dare to lie. Eric's face froze in place as he muttered to himself, No way. The king of the monster Tiger King Vence, sitting on the throne so seriously threatening, he wouldn't have a chance to walk out of here alive. Eric stood below, unable to believe it, and thought to himself, It's just a kid. He froze completely in place, while Heidi stood beside him, trying not to speak, her face covered in sweat. She whispered to herself, feeling overwhelmed, He's too adorable. Mi-Fi also covered her mouth, giggling teasingly. A young Tiger King, maybe you won't get much out of this as you think, Eric thought with a glare. Having a Tiger King's heir is a good thing, but he's still too young. He takes a step forward and starts to plan silently in his mind, thinking to try first and escape if things go wrong. Eric showed no fear at all and asked, Are you the king? The demon on the side, seeing his attitude, was displeased and shouted, You disrespectful bastard, how dare you ask our great king like that? Eric retorted straightforwardly. Hey, old man, stop meddling or I'll get furious and point at you and curse you, kid soldier. Bring that criminal out immediately. Eric tilted his head and twitched his ears. The noise was too loud just then. Someone ordered to stop, but he still wanted to continue. Vence stood up from his chair, his eyes flashed red with authority, and asked him, Do you intend to disobey my order? Eric smirked confidently and glanced at him. Vence sat back down and asked, So, do you have something to say? Eric smiled to himself, thinking that he had thought he was just a useless kid. It seems the blood of the beast still runs in his veins, and he might be easier to persuade than I thought. Then he raised his head to face the boy directly and asked back, Do you know the art of strengthening the body? Vence's face became stunned upon hearing the question. The boy exclaimed, What? Eric raised two fingers. If I told you I wanted to sell it, how much would you pay? The officials standing on both sides started to get noisy when they heard him say that. What nonsense is this? You little bastard, how dare you mention the body enhancement technique? Guards, split the head and body of this worthless human apart. Vence waved his hand to order them. Calm down, everyone. Eric seemed to have lost patience, suddenly breaking his iron shackles and shouting loudly, Enough! You're too noisy! Immediately, a group of guards rushed forward to shield Vence. The criminal has broken free from the chains and is protecting the king. Behind him, the guards led by Irina have also regrouped. Elk's group is now surrounded on both sides.
The iron shackles are gradually broken by the remaining members of the Elric group, shattering into many pieces that fall to the ground.
Augustine rubbed his wrist and asked with concern, "Do you want me to help?" Eric refused with extreme confidence. "No need, sir. I will handle them myself." A light emanates from his body as he steps forward a few steps. "I need to show them what I can do."
"That's the only way they'll believe in you," one official shouted loudly. "What are you doing, royal guards?"
"Hurry up and take down those evil humans." The guards immediately rushed towards Eric upon hearing the command. I helplessly sighed. He was so quiet on the way here that I suspected something. Haiji called out, "Eric, if you dare to touch my beloved little tiger, I will kill you."
"As for agility," she laughed excitedly, "I really enjoy watching chaotic scenes like this."
A blonde guard brandished his sharp claws and lunged at him. Eric stands still and extends his hand, his fingers gradually curling. He takes a few running steps and then lunges forward at an incredible speed. On the opposite side, the Beastman also rushes forward, and the two are about to collide directly. Eric grit his teeth, raise his arm, channel all his strength into his sharp fingertips, and in an instant, he slides past the guard, striking him with countless claw attacks. The powerful body technique. Fierce tiger charge. The official with twin-tailed hair gapes at the scene unfolding before him. No way. The official standing next to him also couldn't believe it, and asked, "How can a human know the beast body technique?" Someone then ordered, "Royal Guard, transform into a beast quickly." The two guards exchange glances, nod, and their human faces transform into beastly faces with sharp fangs. Their hands and chests grow large and hairy, their legs turn into slightly bent beast legs, and their muscles swell, tearing through their clothes. They fully turn into beast forms but still walk on two legs. A loud shout of attack echoes as the beastmen open their mouths fiercely and rush at Eric all at once. Someone confidently declares, "You're finished." Eric remains standing still, his fist clenched. He spun his foot on the ground and stomped down hard. Eric leapt into the air, spinning around and knocking back all the surrounding beastmen. The beastman who was hit by the tiger claw technique was knocked unconscious, flung away, and fell right at the feet of a guard standing far away. He trembled as he looked up at the shadow engulfing him, and behind Eric, a giant black tiger from the powerful black tiger attack appeared. The massive tiger paw stomped down from above, crushing the guard to the ground, and Irina's whole body trembled with anger as she saw her subordinate being trampled by that tiger paw to the point of immobility. She drew out the two swords hanging at her hips and charged to attack. "How dare you!" Just as Irina's sword was a few inches from Eric's neck, a commanding voice ordered, "Stop!" She blankly turned her face toward the source of the sound. Irina called out to Valens standing in front of the chair. "Your Majesty." Eric lowered the sword, pointed at him.
"I think I've shown you that the strength I possess is real, haven't I?" the boy asked with a smile.
"Do you believe me now?" Vence just stared silently at Eric. The inside of the palace hall is currently in chaos, with defeated beastmen guards scattered everywhere. Vence stared with wide eyes, grinding his teeth as he asked, "How do you know about the power technique? The one even we can't understand." A burst of powerful green magic erupts, filling the room and forcing the other beastmen to bow and brace themselves. The glowing tattoo on Eric's arm shines brightly as he smiles and says, "That is magic." Vence frowned in confusion, repeating the two words he just heard. "Magic." Eric raises his hand, using his power to draw magical circles in the air. Magic flows through everything. It always exists in this world. It reveals the mystery of nature and unifies all its underlying principles in harmony. Vence looked up at the shimmering light before him. "So, the body enhancement technique has always been maintained through magic." Eric smiles as he moves his hand to gather all the magic circles, closing his eyes to confirm with the boy. "That's right. All the mystical images that just appeared before Vence quickly vanished with a wave of Eric's hand. Vence's eyes sparkled brightly, and the boy gazed at Eric in awe. Mifai, standing behind with arms crossed, called out to expose him. "What magic? Are you still pretending to be honest while hiding the truth?" Eric smirked with a slight smile. "Anyway, the monster race has some connection to magic. If we present this in an attractive and mysterious way, they'll fall for it. Look, not only the king, but the others are starting to believe too." Mifai also commented that the monsters are too naive. Eric glanced to the side and chuckled. "That's why they are perfect to exploit. It's time to seal the deal." As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly bowed my head to Valens standing in front of me, catching his attention. Eric closed his eyes and bowed deeply in a gesture of utmost respect. Martial arts skills are a secret treasure of the royal family, even if I achieved it through magic. Its true, brilliant power always lies in the hands of the rightful owner. Vence smiled, a look of delight on his face. The two ears on the boy's head wiggled as he heard those words. Eric straightened up and spread his arms out dramatically. "So we want to use this agreement to build a new foundation for the royal family and the people. Before you finish speaking, a voice cuts in. That's enough. Eric opened his eyes and tilted his head toward the source of the sound. Finance Minister Norris clenched his fists and approached them. So basically, you want to sell us the superhuman technique at a high price, right? Eric glanced at him, thinking to himself that he couldn't believe he saw through his true motives. This old man is not enough. Then I smile and pat my chest, admitting that, yes, what I need is information. Norris was a bit surprised when she heard Alex say, I want to know the way to the Flower Temple. She looked at the person next to her and asked, The Flower Temple? Why would a human want to go there? Ma also glanced at him and continued speaking, but suddenly a voice rang out, cutting off his words. Stop. Norris turns around and heads for the door, accompanied by a declaration. We understand your wishes in this agreement, but we need to discuss it further, so please leave for now. He tilted his head and ordered Irina. The captain of the royal guard escorted them to the summit mansion outside to rest. She bowed respectfully in response. Yes, Shanghai. Before leaving with the others, Eric turned his head and cast a silent sigh towards Norris. It almost became a successful deal just because of that old man. Mifai also frowned deeply, his red eyes carefully watching Norris for a long time. Mifai eyes him carefully, as if sensing a dark power surrounding the old man. Norris's eyes are completely consumed by darkness, shining with a cunning red glow. Mifai realizes this is a demon. After Alex's group has completely left, only Vence stands above, and the Beastmen officials are still loudly discussing among themselves. Of course, we should accept the deal. This is our chance to restore the bloodline of the Tiger King and bring glory back to our tribe as before. The demon also agrees and speaks up. At this moment, those bastards are quite cunning, and they pose a greater threat to us than the humans outside. If we can unite the will of the Tiger King and the people of Didi, they will have no choice but to obey. Someone stepped forward and confirmed that they were right. He straightforwardly analyzes the current situation. The Kuang the Thwat is a symbol of unity among the monster clans, and its loss has caused many members to be divided, with many species no longer united and in agreement. This is the chance to get it back. With it, we can eliminate the reason they don't acknowledge a Tiger King because he doesn't have the Kuang the Thwat. Valente sat in the chair, closing his eyes and nodding in agreement with what he said. All right, if that's what everyone thinks. At this moment, Norris intervened again, saying, We can't do that. Bus couldn't understand, turned towards him, and shouted loudly, Finance Minister Norris, if we lose the symbol of the royal family like this, we won't be able to. Before he could finish, Norris shot a threatening look to stop him from saying more. Seeing that look, everyone was stunned and silent. Norris turned to look at the others. I understand the utmost importance of the body enhancement technique for our people, and the king. But then Norris shouted loudly, Have you forgotten the suffering we endured that makes us monsters exist in this cursed place? The other officials began to reflect, their minds echoing his words. Humans used sweet bait to lure us in, then cowardly stabbed us in the back, pushing us into this tragic situation. Lord Valence, if we accept this agreement, we will once again become puppets in the hands of humans, and those painful historical days will repeat themselves. He summarized everything he had said so far. That is why we must not ally with humans. We need to be careful with them. Vince frowned, his face showing a contemplative expression for a long moment, but he said nothing. I don't know how much time has passed, but inside another room, the scribe was anxious to persuade once more. Our king cannot miss this opportunity. This is the only chance to get the body enhancement technique again. Vence turned his back to him. The boy silently raised his head and looked at what was in front of him. Vence gazed at the tall statue ahead, muttering a few words about rebuilding the royal family. The boy suddenly said, If we want to fulfill the previous king's wish to unify the tribes, we will need to use the body enhancement technique. Bus immediately replied happily, Then we will quickly call those people here to negotiate. But we cannot do that according to Lord Norris's argument, because I think he has a valid reason for saying that. Humans have already deceived us too many times. Bus hurriedly analyzed. The gods know it's true that Minister Norris is quite wise, managing the kingdom so well that the clans now call him the wise dark sage. But he was pretending, and his assessments could be inaccurate. In this situation, Vence began to grimace in anger and warned him to watch his words. He is the one who dedicated his life to the kingdom since the time of the previous king. I do not doubt his judgment. We need to be careful with that person. Bus, realizing he was wrong, immediately bowed very low. Forgive me, Your Majesty, for my improper words. In the end, he could only accept the current outcome and turned to leave. Vence walks alone down the long corridor of the castle. The boy says to himself, Norris, I believe your judgment is correct. At the same time, the night sky above is painted a deep black like ink, with birds soaring through the air around the Enromov estate. A pair of feet in tall boots step steadily across the luxurious carpeted floor. Inside the room, someone pushes open the door to look at the person standing outside.
Well, well, what do we have here? What wind has brought you here?
You calmly face the man in front of you and call out, "Minister of Finance Norris." He looks down at you and responds, "I am here to negotiate with you." "Oh, I see you're a client. Please have a seat. It seems you've decided to accept the deal I proposed. How do you plan to negotiate with us?" Norris reached out his hand to promise, "I will give you what you want and open the way to the flower temple for you."
Eric nodded in approval. "You are truly generous, just as I expected of you."
Norris's face appears with a crazed smile as he repeats his demand. "Superhuman technique. Sell it to me." After finishing his talk with Norris, Eric rested his head on the table and sighed wearily. "I guess no one is coming anymore. I wonder if they really think they can seize the throne and unite the clans just because of the superhuman technique. Why do the finance minister and the other officials all say the same thing like that?" Augustine asked, sitting in the chair opposite him, curious. "I heard that the Tiger King lineage has been fallen for a long time, and they need superhuman techniques to revive this kingdom. But I didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. So who do you plan to sell it to?" Eric raised one finger to recount. The finance minister still quoted the highest price. Augustine skeptically confirmed. "Are you saying the finance minister keeps bringing that up?" Eric reached out while using his power, and in this case, the entire room was filled with blinding golden energy. "Your question echoes in the space. Since so many clients pursue superhuman abilities, it has become very expensive. If it has become so expensive, can I ask what the royal family plans to do with it and how you intend to pay me?" A shadowy figure is hiding in the darkness, gradually revealing itself as Elik's power shines upon them. Vence's eyes flash with light as he silently listens to El calling him. "Yes, Hovuong." Mifai stands behind, crossing her arms, analyzing how the king's power is gradually declining. If it were me, I would have cut off the heads and bodies of those vassals already. Anyway, I'm not as stupid as they are. Valence's body trembled, and his face darkened as the boy asked, "Why would the finance minister do that?" Something must have gone wrong. Eric stood up and took a few steps closer to the boy. "I told you beforehand that you would see something very interesting." I don't know when Hai appeared, but she placed her hands on Valen's shoulders and slightly scolded him. "Elk? How could you say those words in front of someone who is truly hurt?" Elk's face grew serious as he loudly called her name. "Hiji, you're not a child anymore, are you?" "Could defeat." Soothing his heart really changed the current situation. Both Hai and Valence were taken aback by his words. Eric reminded her, "You know that too. No matter how shiny and beautiful it sounds, it will soon be overlooked without a strong backing behind it." Haidai frowned, silently calling out Eric's name in her mind. She remembered when they were young, once surrounded by others and bowing their heads. Their family was once known as the House of Magic, but everything changed and it was only the two sisters left, playing with old clothes on their bodies. The hands of the two children clasped each other tightly, but as soon as they lost their power, all the gods, nobles, royalty, and even the Magic Tower abandoned us. They were completely helpless then, only able to hold each other and cry uncontrollably. Eric, now grown up, walks once again amid the cheers of everyone. He's the hero of Lysander. He is the son of the Thuat Tin family. Please look at me. Minger, you casually glance at the people surrounding you. Eric recalled those faces and mockingly said, "Only when you become the hero of Lysander will those who once looked down on you and called you a disgrace completely change their attitude towards you." He bowed his head and concluded, "After all, power is what drives the world. King, you must sharpen your claws." Vence's face looked a bit confused as he raised his head and asked again. "My claws?" Eric knelt on one knee, placing his hand over his chest, bowing his head slightly and closing his eyes to show respect to the boy. He must quietly hone it so that in the final moment he can use it to seize everything he desires. He opened his eyes and sincerely said, "I will help you throughout this long journey." Vence's face froze in place, and the boy's eyes, when looking at him now, shone brightly. Eric silently sighed. Look at those angelic eyes. I guess he's completely moved. Mifai behind him could only shake his head, looking as if he's ready to sell his soul to you. Eric smiles and explains, "I have to do this to move forward." Mifai smirks as if he can see through your thoughts. "Don't think I don't know. You're just trying to boost his fighting spirit, aren't you?" His face became serious as he declared that even if you help him, only he can resolve the current situation. "Who knows if he can be as impressive as those who came before him?" Vence asked softly. "Do you know anything about Hovuong-du?" Eric was surprised and asked the boy back. So Hovuong-du was the strongest Tiger King to lead beastmen to the peak? Vence confidently mentioned all the assets left by Hovuong-du. The boy asserted, "I am willing to exchange everything, including the research materials we studied to restore the strength technique." Eric narrowed his eyes and focused on the next issue Vence mentioned. but the flower temple had already been sealed off by the Eastern General. The boy stretched out his tiger hand and said, "If you want to open that door, you definitely need me." "I will take you there myself," Vince demanded loudly. "So let me have the strength technique back." Eric took the boy's hand and smiled. "Yes, sir. You stand up by placing your hands on your hips, then suggest we sit down together to discuss things more thoroughly." Valence followed behind Eric, wondering in his mind if this decision was truly the right one. No, I must not doubt my own decision. I am the king after all. As he said, if I sharpen my claws, everything will fall back into its proper place. While walking along the road, lost in thought, the boy tripped and fell forward. Oh no, but quickly Haiji's arm appeared to wrap around Vence's body to catch him and prevent him from falling. Vence turned back to look at her, thanking her. I just tripped over my own feet. Suddenly, Haiji reached out and embraced the boy tightly in her arms. Her sudden action made Vence flustered, so he shouted, "How rude! I may look young, but I am still the king!" Haiji gently stroked the boy's hair and comforted him. "If you want to cry, just cry freely." She closed her eyes gently and comforted Vence. "Enduring like this isn't good for young children." The boy's eyes widened in shock, and he became dazed as he listened to her words. Vence feels like he's being embraced and comforted by his mother as she gently strokes his hair and whispers, "If you're happy, just smile. If you're sad, just cry." Vence felt as if her voice was echoing in her ears. "Is that okay, Vence?" Tears have already started streaming down the boy's cheeks. Clear tears keep falling onto Haiji's shoulder, and Vence's hand holding her tight begins to tremble. Finally, the boy fully returned to the appearance of a child, opening his mouth wide to cry out loud and sob. Eric smiled at them. Just now he looked like a true king, but now he's just a bunch of crying kids. Mifai also crossed his arms and sighed. After all, he is still too young to bear the burden of the throne. Eric cleared his throat. "Hey, did you hear me? You said you would take me there yourself. So you're planning to leave on Romov?" Hearing no response, Eric looked at Valence and Hiji playing together on the bench and called out again. "Lion King, are you listening to me or not? If my guess is correct, then we should leave now. If we waste more time here, we won't know what the finance minister and the others will do. I need to quickly organize the royal guard team and leave this palace." Valence then stopped, no longer joking, and turned around to answer him. "We don't need the royal guard team. He only made her a guard to keep an eye on me." Eric raised his hand and frowned, saying, "So the finance minister already knows you're here?" "Vence told you the situation. I left the castle quietly long ago, but now they probably know." At this moment, Shin and Agility hurriedly pushed the door open from outside to announce that Eric, the beastman gathering outside the palace, is in a large number. Eric stroked his chin, pondering silently, then suddenly realized something and wondered. Wait a minute. Do we really need to leave quietly? Eric turns his gaze first to Augustine, then shifts to Agility and Shin standing nearby, with Valence and Hiji also present. Suddenly, I realize that with the current team, we can easily overpower everyone and go straight out the front door. A plan has been made. Eric claps his hands together and smiles, calling out, "All right, everyone!" Suddenly, the whole room seemed to shake. A loud noise echoes as Vence quickly breaks free from Hai's embrace and jumps to the ground. It's an emergency signal. The boy runs toward the window over there. The Beast tribe has already sent their troops here. Eric watched Vence running over and silently repeated the two words he just heard. The No tribe, you remember it's the Beastmen clan involved in a major conflict with Anromov. Eric watches Valence's expression carefully, thinking that if they are here, they will surely try to prevent King Vence from leaving Anromov. There's a huge explosion happening below the city with flames blazing red. Eric muttered to himself, this couldn't be happening at a worse time. Vence's eyes catch a glimpse of something outside the window. Two figures are flying toward them. The boy points out to the others that the enemy is attacking. Eric raises his hand, activating his power, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out Eric's name, making him flinch slightly as he looked up again to observe carefully. Then Eric turned back, waved his hand to signal them to stop, and two people simultaneously stepped down through the window. Sin and Agility stand behind Eric, both startled when they see the newcomers. Herman and Isabel stand on the window frame, smiling at them. Eric couldn't believe it and exclaimed her name. Isabel. Eric looked completely stunned at the two people suddenly appearing in front of him, wondering to himself, what is she doing here? Phi stood nearby, arms crossed, frowning as she observed and circled around Herman. Oh, he pointed at him and asked curiously, who is this monster? Eric did not answer Mayfie's question, but bowed his head in a very respectful greeting to him. It is a great honor to meet you, Green Lion Han Quio. Green Lion. Home also placed a hand on his chest and bowed in response, saying, I am just an ordinary warrior. Given the title of Count, you don't need to be so formal. The Duke is quite humble. Then Eric pointed inside the room and invited the two of them in. Let's go in first.
Isabel smiled and replied, "Thank you."
Eric silently looked at her while Isabel was talking to Herman behind him. Dad, take it slow. Only after you and they are safely down from the window frame does Eric ask, "How did you know I was here?" He chuckled twice and explained his reason. I want to thank our benefactor personally. You not only saved my daughter, but also healed me." The man with the thick boots on his legs stepped forward a few steps, approaching Eric. "Oh no, I should have left a message about where I was going. Looks like we've met each other." Herman looked at you, denying it. "No, we should have sent a letter first. I wanted to surprise you, so I looked for you without warning. It's our fault." Then he turned his head to look to the side, but Hum glanced at the four people. Hyde Unity, Augustin, and Shin, standing nearby. "I see a few familiar faces here." He sighed and said, "I didn't expect the Grey Lion's hound to be in a place like this." Heidi frowned and rebutted him. "I am sure I have told you many times that I am not their hunting dog." Eric was surprised and turned to look at the person next to him, asking, "Do you know my sister?" Home also looked surprised and asked back, "Oh, she's a close relative of yours?" He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "I have a friend who's a bit of a troublemaker. I've met that friend a few times before, but I never expected her to be the daughter of the Melvinger family. This world really is small." Herman shifted his gaze to another person. He stared intently at Augustine, standing at the end of the line, which was rare for the old elder of the Neriester family to appear outside like this. Augustine also responded to him at this moment. "I remember telling you not to call me that anymore." Close your eyes and nod. "There's nothing wrong with calling an old monster like you a strange old man. What else could I call you?" Augustine and Herman face each other directly, the surrounding atmosphere like it's about to erupt into a fierce battle. Seeing their imposing presence, Eric begins to worry, secretly thinking that these two might just start fighting any moment now. You raise your hand to try to stop them, but what happens next is completely different from what Eric expected. They are shaking hands again. Herman smiles and praises him. Each member of this group is truly incredible. He looked at Agility and Valence on the other side, where the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a mysterious figure were standing. Eric turns around and laughs with the others. "Ha ha. Come on, everyone, stay calm." Herman's gaze is still fixed intently on Eric, whispering to himself, "So I want to have you even more." He took in the scene of Yelis getting along with everyone else with his eyes. In his mind, he thought that those who attract talented people will one day soar into the sky on their own, and he looked at Isabel smiling behind him, silently deciding that ignoring the prince he disliked and coming here was the right choice. Eric tilted his head and asked Isabel how they managed to get here. She closed her eyes and recounted that she heard he had overcome the walls, so they followed suit. "A knight scouting the forest said he saw you being dragged away, so we came here to help you." Isabel glanced out the window, and our allies are causing chaos to distract the monsters. "If we want to leave, now is the best opportunity. The scene of the entire kingdom outside currently seems to be engulfed in flames." Eric thought to himself that if he wanted to escape properly, this was his chance. And then he observed Vence standing behind him saying, "Luckily, it's not an invading race." You turning around once more, placing your hand on your chest and kneeling on the ground. Eric looked up and asked Valence again, "Does your resolve to leave this place change?" Vence bowed his head and shared his thoughts with him. "I want to leave here, but if I abandon the kingdom during this crisis, my subordinates will see me as a traitor and cause the city to fall into chaos. You don't need to worry about that. I just came up with a great plan. The current kingdom is already engulfed in blazing red smoke. A pair of leather shoes step onto the green grass and move forward. Irina leads a group of royal guards toward the mansion. "Captain, shouldn't we be protecting the city?" Irina replied